toe and a good look at one of his main rivals. So as Ted Collins and Mike Jones cross the line, have they improved their times? No, it's still Mike Jones, 54.05, who heads the field from Ted Collins, 54.4, then Jason Spencer, 54.7. So that's really interesting because Ted Collins and Jason Spencer will be teamed. Exceptionally strong pairing for the 2 hour. Jason Spencer just re-entering the pits, so he seems fairly comfortable with that third fastest time at the moment of a 54.7. But still Mike Jones, 54.0. 1 full second off the current lap record held by Brett Simmons. Mike just about to cross the start-finish line again. So that's a 58.65. I'm assuming Mike may have encountered a little bit of traffic on that lap. But typical of Mike's style, very, very smooth. He looks like he's doing it all in his stride, but I know underneath he's, like any rider, still working very hard. So I see Mitch Hawksley just re-entering the pits. Mitch is currently in P11, quickest time of 57.5, so maybe a little bit off the pace for what we expect from Mitch. I'm sure there's going to be plenty to come from that team. He's teamed with multiple Victorian Supersport champion Ryan Taylor. Plenty of experience in the team, and I think they're going to be certainly one of the teams to beat come Sunday afternoon. So quickest lap of the day just comes from Mike Jones, 53.6. As we are near the end of this qualifying session, only 30 seconds to go, so it's looking like Mike's going to have a bit of an advantage. Ted Collins has lowered his time to a 54.2, so time's starting to heat up as this qualifying session draws to a close. Certainly gives you a taste of what's to come. Only 0.6 of a second at this stage off the outright lap record. So there's a bit of anticipation as to whether or not the record will go. It will be interesting. And speaking of lap records, lap record holder Brett Simmons just entering the circuit at the moment on the donated Kawasaki ZX10 of Chris McGrath. A little bit late. He's only going to get the one sighting lap in because the checkered flag has just appeared. And morning to Sean Patmore.
Morning, Chris. Morning, everybody.
A few technical issues down below.
Just one or two.
That can typically happen, but everything's up and running now. I should have mentioned earlier that unfortunately we had a bit of a delay this morning. Our ambulance crew were a little late arriving. I believe they were called away to an incident. So bike's on track now, which is all good. Sean, do you know if any of the race laps have been reduced?
Not yet, Chris. We're still discussing that. We may try and run through the lunch hour. We've just got to have a chat to some officials and see if we can feed them where they are and maybe swap them around if we need to.
All right, well, I'm sure everyone's got that in hand. I know people will be working very hard to make sure that we get through our program as efficiently as we can. Just noticed there the bike of Jed Metcher and Brett Simmons is now up on our timing screen, which is great. So that was the fifth fastest time, would have been posted by Jed Metcher, and he's gone through at 55.3. So that's really good early signs for that team. It was a bit of a concern that the Honda that I was saying developed a misfire yesterday has not counted them out of the event because we really want to see both guys competing this weekend.
Yep, they've had a bit of bad luck over the last few years with bike issues and stuff. So I think this year they're in with a good chance. Shame about the Honda. It was electrical gremlin that they thought they'd fixed, but by replacing the tacho, but it lasted until they got to the end of pit lane and started happening again. So
yeah, look, one of the worst types of problems to try and solve, a random electrical problem. You know, it could be a connector and a plug, it could be a bad earth. Problem is, at the racetrack, you don't have the time or the facilities to track these things down. You need time on your side to try and problem solve those things.
Yeah, as I said, they thought they'd fixed it when they swapped the tacho over, but worked perfect in the pits, and then they rolled up pit lane and started misfiring when they got to end of pit lane. So a bit of bad luck for them, but they're still working on the Honda now to see if they can get it going. If not, they're going to ride Chris McGrath, I believe, graciously donated his motorcycle for them to ride. I was talking to Brett this morning, though, and he'd actually never ridden that motorbike, so it was going to be a bit of an eye-opener for him.
Well, what we do know is that motorbike has won a 2-hour in the past. It's also lapped the circuit in 53-second bracket with Chris on board, so we know it's certainly capable, and we know both Brett and Jed are both very capable riders, so there's every chance it's going to be, or they're still very much in the running for the win.
Absolutely. It's absolutely fantastic day out here. Anybody listening at home should jump in their car and come out. It's probably 25 degrees and sunny and lovely.
Yeah, and much the same as yesterday, maybe just a few degrees warmer, but you wouldn't get better conditions at Baskerville. Absolutely superb, and not biased at all, but why else? Well, what else is better than a big field of motorbikes?
Sensational entry list for this weekend, Chris. There's a large number of motorcycles in each class, which is great to see. It just shows how this event's building and building every year, and we're seeing more and more enthusiasm for the event, and I think it can only get better.
Well, of course, sidecars are part of the event again this year. Unfortunately, last year we had a good entry list, but it was a shame that COVID put paid to a lot of our mainland friends coming down. But this year, what was last year 2 outfits is now 7.
Yes.
And I've no doubt that's going to grow because the enthusiasm for sidecar racing in our community is certainly very obvious, and everyone's really excited about having them here. It's great to see an ASBK team, representative team, come down from Sydney. Brilliant watching them competing here or practicing here yesterday, so really anticipating the sidecar race later on in the day. But at the moment, we have the next group out on track being the Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. So probably one of the slower groups, with all due respect, and it should be that way because Formula Baskerville was really an introductory class for us. Sure, it's got a long history, Formula Baskerville.
It has. It used to be way back in the 80s. It used to be limited to bikes that were more than 10 years old. So they were fairly old motorcycles. And then in the early 2000s or early 2000s, a lot of the old motorcycles were disappearing. So we changed the rules to have a time cut-off for the competitors. So if they went quicker than 65 seconds a lap, they were excluded. And then a couple of years ago, we changed the rules again to allow any sort of motorcycle in that Formula Baskerville. And as soon as someone wins a Formula Baskerville race, they're moved up to the next class. So people can't cross-enter in Formula Baskerville and the other races as well. So it sort of keeps the group moving so that the quicker people don't intimidate the slower newcomers. So it's a good class. It's working well.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with you on that, Sean. And I think all new riders do need a safe class to enter where they don't feel intimidated or not even intimidated, but just like I often hear people don't want to feel like they're getting in other people's way. And it's a great way to introduce, I guess it's the next step up from doing ride days, where people can safely enter a class like Formula Baskerville. And it's a great learning class, and people still take away medals at the end of the day. So, as you say, I think it works really, really well. The other one, the other class combined with Formula Basketball today is Golden Era under 500cc. So Golden Era is for all bikes up to, or with a build date of up to December 97, I believe. And under 500 speaks for itself. So the smaller or the lower capacity bikes within the Golden Era. There is also Golden Era over 500, but not running here today. In fact, many of our Golden Era over 500 competitors are running in the 2 hour, so they'd be spreading themselves a little bit thin to be running both classes. But back to the point, Formula Basketball and Golden Era under 500 are both very compatible classes. They run at a similar pace, and we've got a really good field of them out there today. In fact, the fastest of them is a competitor who's no stranger to basketball. It's Julian Winlow on his CR500, so that'll be running in the Golden Era under 500. He's gone through at a 63.67. Then we've got, Sam Delaney has just topped that with a 62.7 on his SV650.
It's a good mix of different makes and sizes of motorcycle in this class. Like Julian's is an out and out 500cc trail bike.
Well,
sort of.
Let's call it a motard.
Yeah, motard bike. Okay. And there's like VFR 400s, SV650s, an RS250. I didn't see that there before. Triumphs and Hondas and R3 Yamahas.
It's a great mix, as you say, Sean, and it also creates some interesting racing because obviously all those bikes being very different have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it creates a lot of action on track with riders trying to overtake and get around somebody who actually does a similar lap time, but they might be faster on the straight, slower in the corner, or they have better brakes or whatever, but it always produces some really fun racing. It's always a lot of fun watching it and commentating.
Yes, we've got just a couple of minutes left on this qualifying session. This one will be followed by, sorry, I've just got my glass on to read, F3 pre-modern Supersport and pre-modern Superbike. So that'll be an interesting class to watch. All the F3 bikes are quite fast. Yeah,
that's going to be a fairly large group as well, and as you say, always interesting to watch. But as you point out, this one only got 3 minutes to run. Sam Delaney still holds down the quickest time at a 61.72 from Julian Winlow. Harley Phipps has elevated himself to third, which is absolutely fantastic, 63.75. Jaden Davey Bodle on a CBR. I'm not sure what capacity that is. I have to have a look. So he's gone through at a 64.21. I was talking to David Dick on that RS250 yesterday, changing plugs. He was saying he's only done a couple of laps on that, and I didn't really get the gist of what he's talking about, but he said he had to preheat the rear cylinder plug before he put it in. You're a bit of a two-stroke guru, Sean. You probably know what that's all about.
I've never had to do that with my RS250.
Well, look, whatever he did, it's working.
It's working well.
He's out there and he's in sixth place. So even if it's a trick out of his magic box, it's great to see.
I might have to start doing it with my RS250.
Well, it'd be a good start just to have it out here, Sean.
Yes, it would.
Big shout out as well to Nick Cargo in P13 on a Honda CBR 250. Made the trip all the way from Sydney for this weekend. So big welcome to Nick, and absolutely fantastic to have him down here. He's entered in the Lights 20 lapper as well, which is a massive race for us that we run tomorrow afternoon. That's for our Lights production and Lights GP bikes.
Good to see a good field with that group as well, Chris. There's, I'm not sure exactly how many entries, but there's certainly over 20, which is a good field for any race out here.
Yeah, it gets pretty busy on track with 20 bikes. It is only a smallish track with around about a 1 minute lap time, but it has a lot of features in this racetrack, a lot of elevation change, a lot of camber change, and almost unanimously riders say, wow, I love Baskerville.
Without a doubt. Even when in the years gone by, when we've had Australian championships here, we've had everybody say that it's probably one of the best racetracks I've raced on, even when it was in fairly poor condition in the 90s.
Well, it got worse into the early 2000s.
It did.
I mean, you could still do a reasonable lap time on it, but you needed a map to find your way around past all the potholes.
Yep.
There was local knowledge accounted for a fair bit.
Yeah, there was a bit of grass growing out of the track in places as well.
Yes, having said which, I do remember being a little bit surprised by Mike Jones running the Bob Sellers Ducati, what was it, 916? I think it was.
I think it's the 916.
Yeah, back here in the 2 hour quite a few years ago now, and we saw the qualifying times from the fast guys this morning. Mike getting into high 53. Well, he did a flat 55 on that old Ducati, on that old racetrack.
Yes.
It was something to behold, and people still talk about it to this day.
There's actually a video on our YouTube channel with Levi Day riding a 600 Honda around here, and you can almost hear his teeth rattling over the bumps.
I have seen that. I remember it vividly. So check it flag out. Sam Delaney will actually hold on to P1 there with the 61.71. I know Sam's been off the bike for a bit, so he's a bit unsure as to how he'd go coming back. So that's a really positive step for Sam.
I'm really impressed with the standard of motorcycle turnout that we have, with all the bikes looking absolutely sensational. Lots of preparation's gone into all the bikes in all the classes. The sidecars look, I hate to say it again, spectacular.
Couldn't agree with you more, Sean. And I heard that around the pits a lot yesterday, that people commenting on the level of preparation. You know, people coming out and setting up their marquees and putting their signage up. The bikes being perfectly presented, and riders taking a real pride in themselves and this event. It's so good to see, and it shows what our community is capable of. And I think everyone should be really proud of what we managed to achieve.
Yeah, I'm just looking at people coming in off the track, Chris. They're taking their helmets off and they've got the biggest grins on their heads.
It's certainly what it's all about, Sean. It's I can speak personally, there's a lot of hard work that goes into running these events, but the reward for us is seeing happy faces at the end of the weekend.
Yep, most definitely.
Things are going to get a bit warm out there today. It's already, or even standing here in the commentary box, the temperature in the sun coming through is actually pretty intense. So I know what it feels like to be down there in hot leathers on a hot motorbike. You get very warm very quickly. So I think we're forecast for about 27 degrees and mostly sunny today. Not too bad. You get north of 30 and it becomes pretty uncomfortable. But the sun's pretty warm at the moment, and it's certainly going to be making an impact on those riders sitting on the grid waiting to go out in full leathers.
Yes, it's going to have an impact with tyres as well, Chris. I think yesterday Jesse said they had a 40-degree track temperature.
I think he said 55.
Oh,
so maybe I got him later in the day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, which is pretty hot.
It is. It's interesting you say that. I spoke to a few riders. Some were saying that they felt like the grip went away a little. I had a good chat with Mike Jones in the afternoon, and he said that he felt that the grip was still there. So I guess it depends on your setup and the tyres you're using and all the rest of it, and that's what makes motorcycle racing so intriguing. But I think the point you're making is the temperature's there, and I think it's going to be a factor in how the teams manage it.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see who has to do tyre changes. Tyre changes during the 2 hour.
Yep.
I know a couple of years we've had people make it all the way through on single tyre, and we've had it where people have finished the race with a tyre that you wouldn't roll down the road on. So,
well, absolutely. I only saw last night on Facebook. I think Matthew Coward posting a picture of the Glenn Allerton and Lukey Luke machine from 3 years ago now, where they finished the last half of the race on the belts of the tyre.
yes.
Unbelievable that Glenn actually managed to stay on that, but I've never seen anything like it. But you're right, certainly a test of tyres.
Yep. Was that because Lukey was doing burnouts and stuff on the front straight?
Well, no, it wasn't the same tyre. I'm sure that one got through to the belts as well, but this one was just from the attrition of the 2 hour. It's a tough race on rider, machine, and particularly the tyres.
Yep. Even though the event's actually sponsored by Michelin, everybody's allowed to run their own tyre brands. So there's a bit of cat and mouse secrecy going on about who's using what tyre and who's tested what tyre. So it'll be interesting to see tomorrow when the bikes roll out onto the track for the Le Mans start, who's actually got what on their motorcycles.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always it's a bit of fun, isn't it? The head games and who's got what and who's running what. It's good to see all the teams taking it seriously.
Yes.
And they are putting in a lot of preparation for these events. They work out all their strategies in advance, but as we've seen in the past, the 2 hours great at upsetting that.
Yeah, I think that's like any endurance race, Chris. If you make all the plans, but you have to make 10 contingency plans as well.
Look, I think what I've learned is that this event writes its own story every year, and there's always there are always things that surprise you up until the last lap, as we saw with Mike years ago running out of petrol on the last lap. It's just absolutely incredible. So this session just 6 minutes to go. We're into our. Haven't spoken much about this, Sean. You did introduce it as our Formula 3 pre-modern super sport and pre-modern super bike.
Yep.
So firstly, pre-modern is the next class in age after our golden era. So that starts from 98 and goes through to 2005. Again, it's for all. Well, you get your super sport class, which we know what super sport is. It's generally our 600cc machines, and then we've got over 600. So we're calling that a super bike. A really good class because there are a lot of competitive machines built in that era, which are readily available and quite cheap. So it's great. It's a great way to get into racing on some bigger bikes, but at a lower cost.
Yeah, even with the Formula 3, Chris, the SV650 is really popular. I think because they're a relatively cheap motorcycle and they turn into a race bike fairly easily with not a lot of expenditure, which is good.
Yeah, look, absolutely great club level racer. Just seeing Jeremy Archer cross the line on SV650. That's the team seller's bike. Done plenty of competitive laps around here and probably holds a lap record, I believe, in Formula 3. But yeah, to your point, absolutely, very economical, and I think it's probably a great bike to learn to ride on. It really teaches people to use high corner speed and not so reliant on the throttle, or at least the straight line speed of some of the bigger bikes.
Yeah, there's not a lot of horsepower there, but if you keep the corner speed up, you can get good lap times.
Yeah, and of course Formula 3, this one always tests me what the rules are, but it's up to 800cc single, up to 700cc twin, 500cc four-cylinder, and 350cc. What covers the Formula? The Moto 3 bikes.
Moto 3 bikes.
It's
up to 300cc.
Must include two-stroke.
Two strokes. Yeah.
Yeah. As I said, I always struggle with that one off the top of my head, but I suppose the point being, there's a good mix of machinery, and it's a popular class, and we've got a good field of Formula 3 here today. Stuart Bugg really impressing at the moment. What's that time there, Sean? I can't quite see. It's on flat 58 on his on his Yamaha R1. Of course, that's a pre-modern R1. Don Fenton right behind him on a 59.21. Then Martin Long. Martin's been, he's now clocked up a lot of laps around here, so he has some experience, but he's only on the 600, so he'd be the first of the pre-modern super sport with a 59.4, so good to see Martin under the minute. Then the first of the F3 bikes, Terran Ocean. That's a Honda NSF 250, so he'll be one of the favourites for tomorrow's Lights 20 lapper. That one is always a great race, so make sure you either hear at Baskerville or tune in on our YouTube channel, Tas Sports TV. You can watch it live, and you can even turn down our commentary if that. Well, I know I'd do that.
Yeah. And don't forget today we're just running our standard commentary and video stream, but tomorrow we've got Duff TV here doing a full hair running across the track. We've got Duff TV is going to be here doing a full production for us. That'll be live from about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and cover all the action up to and including the 2 hour in the afternoon. And that's in super high quality and it should be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. Again, it's just another taking this event to another level again. Not only is the racing fantastic, the number of entries, but now we can actually stream it around Australia and the world, and it'll be high quality production. So absolutely fantastic that more people can enjoy the racing out here. So Jeremy Archer just re-entering the pits. Where did Jeremy end up? He's in P8 on the SV650 with a flat 64. Jeremy's been out of racing for some time. We know he's a competitive rider, so he'll continue to improve as the weekend progresses.
He's been doing double duties this weekend. He's been on a sidecar as well, and that's why he came into the pits early, so he can run to the other end of the pits and jump on the sidecar, which are coming out next in a little bit under 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, and as if that wasn't enough, Jeremy also asked what he could do as a volunteer for the weekend.
Yes.
It's, I guess it speaks to the great atmosphere and the club and community we have.
Yes.
It's sort of what I'm looking for. It's great to see everyone pitching in and help make this event what it is.
Yeah. Again, we'd like to thank all the volunteers that have helped out so far the weekend. It's a great place to watch racing from some of the flag points, but sometimes it can be a bit cold and wet or hot and windy. So
yeah, that's right. It can be one of the best and one of the worst, but I always love a day's flagging. But look, just on the subject of thanks, Sean, of course, we must point out the very, very generous support from both Motorworks and Michelin, who are the event sponsors this weekend. These events can't happen without the support of businesses like Motorworks and Michelin. So it's a big thank you. And of course, the best way you can show your thanks is by helping support their business. So if you get the opportunity, please do talk to Larry Eaton at Motorworks or Grant Tomlinson at Michelin, and they can certainly help you out with some of their quality product and service.
So we've only got 13 seconds left in this session. The sidecars have rolled up to pit lane already.
Pretty eager?
Very eager. They're very excited about the whole event. It's the first time they've been able to come out and run around in anger since 2011. It's good to see Red from Red's Motorcycles with his sidecar out. He sorted out a few issues yesterday.
Otherwise known as Rob Warren.
Oh, sorry, Rob Warren.
Who might be a bit of a secret.
Yeah.
Red is what most of us have ever known him as over many, many years.
Yes.
You're so right. It's great to see him out here finally with his outfit somewhat sorted. And I did mention before our very welcome guests from Sydney, Daryl Rayner and Catherine Warren on their Honda CBR RRSC. So they run around in the Formula 2 class, I believe. It's a 600cc bike, but I know very little about sidecars. So I have invited Daryl to come up and actually talk to us in commentary, which he's only too willing to do. So it's going to be fantastic to get an insight into sidecar racing at ASPK level, what it takes to ride these machines, make them competitive, what's happening on the national scene. So I'm really looking forward to having a chat with Daryl later. He's only too happy to help. He and his partner Catherine are rapt to be here and really enjoying it so far. They love the circuit. It's going to be great to see what they can do out there, Sean.
Yes, absolutely. We had a sidecar practice day about a month and a half ago, and there were a few issues that people had to sort out. I think during the day we only ended up at the end of the day with 2 sidecars still running, but that's because they hadn't been running for a while. But now they all made it through yesterday. They all did really well, and they were getting quicker and quicker as they got later in the day, which is excellent. There's a couple of different sorts of sidecars here. We've got Formula 2 sidecars, and we've got Formula 1 sidecars as well. The Formula 1 sidecars, for the people watching on the hill, are the long, skinny ones, and the Formula 2 are the shorter. Formula 2 is a 600cc class. Formula 1's an 1100cc class. We've also got 2 period 4 sidecars, and you can pick those because one's yellow and one's red, but the passenger leans out in front of the rear wheel, whereas on the Formula 2 and Formula 1 sidecars, the passengers leans out behind the rear wheel.
You're quite the walking encyclopedia on sidecars, aren't you, Sean? Or did you just make all that up?
I just made it all up. No. Ever since I watched the movie Sidecar Racer in 1972, I've been a fan of them.
Wow. And I believe you're a recent purchaser yourself.
Not quite.
Oh.
That was a secret.
Oh. You didn't hear that from me, anyone? Maybe it hasn't happened yet.
No. The field's only going to get stronger and stronger. We're hoping we can put sidecars. Not up here. The sidecar field's going to build, and hopefully we can get sidecars into our normal race meetings.
Well, that's the plan. Of course, the origins of this club, the SRCT, were actually the Sidecar Racing Club of Tasmania, not the Sports Riders Club of Tasmania. So it certainly has sidecar racing as part of its DNA.
Yes, it was only after the number of sidecars racing fell off in the late 90s that we, in the early 2000s, to remain relevant to what we do, we changed the name to Sports Riders Club. Because we had no sidecars in the club at all. But now they're coming back, which is absolutely brilliant.
It is, and there is one thing that I've noticed over the years, and that is that they always create a lot of interest. People always get out of their cars and get up to the fence to watch the sidecars.
Yep.
As a solo rider of the past, I know there always used to be the jokes in the pits that sidecars would always be renowned for leaving oil. I think it was probably a bit unfair. Probably an easy target because a few of them did, but things are very different these days.
Yeah, they all have underbelly catch tanks and containment systems. So occasionally there is an issue because the engines are quite stressed. Because you imagine a 600cc bike engine, instead of dragging a person around on a 180 kilo motorcycle, they've got 2 people and probably a 250 kilo motorcycle. So the stress on the engines is quite high.
Yeah, I think the stress on the passengers has got to be quite high as well. Just looking at trying to transition between a left-hand corner and a right-hand corner. I don't think I'd be putting my hand up for it. Guys working pretty hard out there. Although, having said that, just watching Catherine Warren, just notice how smooth and easy she made it. So clearly experience does actually help.
And I think that's the key to all racing, Chris, is that smoothness. If you can achieve the smoothness, then you'll go fast.
Yeah, I think you've got it in one there, Sean. The fastest riders always look smooth, and you wonder how they do it. I know as an ex-competitor myself, you can be riding as hard as you can. You see somebody go past, and the bike doesn't look to be doing anything wrong, and you think, how are you doing that? But that's what good riders do. They just have that feel and that experience and refinement that keeps the machine composed and produces a good lap time.
Yeah, I think also with the smoothness of the passenger on a sidecar, it's pretty important, because if you start jumping around all over the place, it upsets the balance of the motorcycle and it makes it a bit of a handful for the person driving.
Well, again, I can't speak from experience. I'll take your word for that, Sean, but it certainly makes sense to me. Just having a look at Rob Warren out there, or Red as we better know him. He looks to be starting to get into it a little bit, which is great, because he had no end of problems trying to sort out some instability in that machine. He was saying that under power it was fine, but as soon as you come off the power, it would dart all over the track, which was very, didn't inspire confidence, put it that way. But right now, he really looks to be coming to terms with it, and I think it's now not fixing but refining, which is fantastic.
Yes. Yeah, he when I was talking to him yesterday, he said that even though the track is really smooth, or relatively smooth on a solo, he said going down the back straight, there's a few places where things get blurry because of the stiffness of the suspension and small irregularities in the racetrack. He said it gets pretty exciting in some places.
So at the moment, the fastest lap, Daryl Rayner and Catherine Warren, a 68.18. Sorry, just had a massive crash through my headset. Rob Warren, 1 minute 14.44. From Robbie Wilson, 1:16.01. Terry Brooks is at 1:21.31. Lindsay Seabrook, 1:22.57. And Tom Davis at 1:24.01. So early days for these guys. As we keep saying, that it's a new class for them, and there's a lot of these machines haven't seen the track for a long time, so they'll be continuing to improve. And of course, the other thing is, as Sean was alluding to before, that there is quite a difference in the capability of these bikes. So we've got some historic, like Period 4 bikes up against modern bikes, so they won't necessarily be competitive. This is, I guess, a start for our club to try and get sidecars up and running. So you will see some differences in the performance of them over the weekend, but the main thing is they're out there, they're having a lot of fun, and I think they will be providing a lot of entertainment for us. Just while I was talking, I saw Rob Warren have a bit of an issue at turn one there. He managed to clip the inside curb, and I think it's similar to an incident he had yesterday where the back end of the bike seemed to spin around and he went onto the infield. I think he was saying that causes some, or sometimes the passenger manages to lean on his leg and cause him to use too much rear brake, which locks the rear. And I think he may have just found the same thing. So they'll be having to try and fine tune that. Of course, these guys have to work as a team, and most of them pretty new to it. So that's all part of practice and qualifying, and even the next few races over the weekend. It's really important that they learn to trust each other and work together. But so far things are looking good. It was such a shame last year when COVID caused a lot of our mainland entries who lined up to come down not be able to attend, but it's still, we're very optimistic that we can continue to build this class, and I think everyone will agree that it's going to be a great thing.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chris. I dropped my headphones.
That's all right. That's right. I'm already half deaf anyway, so I don't think I can cause too much more damage.
I apologise to anybody out there who had headphones on when I dropped mine, because I think it would have hurt. The sidecars are coming in now.
It felt a little bit like being hit directly by a bolt of lightning.
So quickest time 1:05.39, which is pretty good. Yep. Look out! I've just been called off, Chris. I think I'll just hand you over to Chris again, and I'll be back shortly.
Sorry about that. I'm sure you're all enjoying the reprieve from my commentary. So you got me again for a moment. So with 2 minutes to run, Daryl Rayner is clearly ahead, as you expect, having come straight out of running last weekend at the Bend in the ASBK. He's done a 65.39. Then we're back to Rob Warren at a 1 minute 14.44. Robbie Wilson 1:16. Terry Brooks 1:21. Lindsay Seabrook 1:22. And Tom Davis 1:24. So throw a blanket over 4th, 5th and 6th. That's really going to be interesting. It'd be great to see as well if Robbie Wilson can drop a couple of seconds and be up there with Red Warren. But I think Red's only going to get quicker as this weekend progresses and he manages to continue to improve that outfit. As I keep saying, it's very early days. He came into this weekend not even knowing if it solved the problem, and it was great to see that he has improved it and feeling confident that he's on top of it finally. So now it's a matter of actually getting some laps in, which he's never really managed to do, start to learn the machine and improve it. So I'd expect there's only more to come from Red. It's going to be great to see. So the minute to go, Red's actually re-entering the pits at the moment, so I don't know if that's enough for them or if they've got something they want to sort out or they've just decided they've done enough.
Yeah, Chris, they had an issue in turn 1 there lap before last where the passengers accidentally stood on the brake pedal.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, and that, I think, made them a bit nervous because it was right in the middle of turn 1.
Yeah, not a good place. It's actually a deceivingly quick corner because it's cambered in, so you can actually carry a lot of speed through there. Not that you want to fall off anywhere, but yeah, turn 1 can actually produce a pretty nasty accident.
Yes, there's miles and miles and miles of runoff to the rest of the racetrack, but we have seen motorcycles on top of the tyre wall about 500 or 600 metres away.
Are you talking about Upper Suckers?
No, I'm talking about over here where Bob Sellers had an accident here one day and he fell off under the bridge and his Ducati ended up the other end of the paddock because it decided it was better off without him.
Oh.
And kept going and then jumped up on top of the tyre wall at turn 5.
Oh, that's nasty.
It was. We couldn't find the bike for a while.
I can still remember very, very clearly back in, well, I shouldn't say clearly because a long time ago, but 1988, I think it was, watching an Australian superbike round here at Baskerville and Mick Doohan leading the race and losing the front, going through turn 1. The front closed under him and the bike managed to cartwheel off to the outside of the track. Mick was a little worse for wear, but he managed to front up the next race and I think managed to finish second behind Rob Phillips, or maybe third behind Rob Phillips and Mal Campbell. Long time ago, stretching the memory, but I certainly remember there was a pretty big accident from Mick Doohan.
Is that the ASPK or Shell Advanced Superbike series that's on YouTube, Chris? I know there's a few of them from that time.
I think it is. I know I've got it on. I've got a recording of it at home. In fact, Barry Sheen was down here that weekend as part of the TV production crew, and he was commenting on what a great circuit it was. I can still remember seeing him stand out here in the pits. Barry Sheen, of course, ex-world champion, 500cc GP world champion. Yeah, it's fantastic to see him down here and supporting racing. That was a big event back then.
Yes, it wasn't long after that, but excuse me, the Shell Advance series combined with the Touring Car Championship. And there were 2+4 meetings.
That's right.
All over the place.
Yeah, I remember competing in a few of those up at Simmons Plains, and it was a big atmosphere, massive crowd. They were good meetings.
Yeah, that was Channel 7 used to.
That's right.
Run those, yeah. And coming up next, we've got
Our lights qualifying.
lights qualifying.
That's lights GP and lights production. So 2 classes combined, but they run pretty well together. Of course, the GP bikes, as you'd expect, generally have the edge, and that's who you'll be expecting to see pick up the victories. But there's still the lights production, which I guess what I'm trying to say is outright victory. But you can still take the class victory by being first in your lights production. So riders to beat this weekend, I think in GP, Taron Ocean certainly won. We saw him go around in Formula 3 before, but Liam Waters, he's a regular now at our basketball 2-hour meet. Had a classic race with Joel Kelso a few years back, where for the entire 20 laps they went head to head. I think they probably swapped track position 2 or 3 times per lap. It was one of the all-time classics, and Liam ended up getting the better of Joel Kelso. And as most of you will know, Joel's now a regular in the Moto3 World Championship. So it speaks of the quality of Liam Waters. And it's absolutely fantastic to see him back here again. He's certainly one of our family. And just another of our visitors who, like I say, is part of our family and community, and is always walking around with a smile on their face, and they just love being here, and it just adds to the atmosphere of the event, Sean.
Absolutely. I see Liam a fair bit on the mainland when I go to race meetings, and he's a happy guy that loves his racing, loves coming to Tasmania. Even after he crashed 3 years ago, I think it was the first time he came down and couldn't compete.
Yeah, broke his collarbone, I think.
Yeah.
High-sided over here on the sweeper.
Yeah. And I think back then he might have weighed maybe 30 kilos, so he flew quite well. But he's a very sensible young man who's got a lot of future in front of him.
Yeah, well, I remember saying that a few years back between himself and Joel Kelso. We said both of those guys have got a future, and look where Joel is.
That's right. Yeah, I think Joel's highest place in Moto3 this year was 12th or 13th.
No, I think didn't he get a 5th at Phillip Island, 5th or 6th?
Oh, but I didn't see that one.
Look, that might not be quite true, but he's certainly running up there. He had a really good, strong race. I don't know exactly the position, but I think it was higher than 12th.
Yep. He had a bit of bad luck during the year with getting involved in other people's accidents, which slowed him down a bit. But it's good to see young Australians going overseas and doing such a fantastic job.
Yeah, it certainly is. And supporting local racing. I mean, look at Jack Miller.
Yeah.
To be running at the level he is, and then want to come home to Australia and just be at local racing, be amongst it. It's just so good because it has a massive impact on up-and-coming racers, and I see that in our pits with the likes of Jed Metcher and Ted Collins and Mike Jones. They're so willing just to talk to people and be part of it, encourage people. It makes a massive difference to up-and-coming riders, or even current riders, just to see that these guys are just like you and I. They just have put a lot of hard work in.
Just normal people.
Yep. So lap time so far, Taron Ocean, he's certainly laid down the gauntlet early. He's gone through it at 58.67. Liam Waters at 59.56. Then we're back to Dane Griggs, the first of the lights production. And that's a good time, a 63.2 early on. Reese Tan, P4 outright. He's in the GP class. Well, he's just gone up to third while I'm speaking. So he's gone through at a 61.29. But early in this session, so time's jumping around pretty quickly at the moment. Shout out to Eric Bratt as well, another mainland visitor from Sydney. He's come down here for the first time, competing also in the Lights 20 lapper. So big warm welcome to Eric. Great to have you here, and I really hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, it's good to see so many competitors coming over to the mainland. It was a bit of a shame with COVID the last couple of years, slowed things down a lot for us. But bigger and better next time.
Well, that's what we aim for, and we certainly try and do what we can to make it an enjoyable weekend for people. So Liam Waters is crossing the line. He's gone faster of 59.19. He's 0.5 or half a second behind Taran Ocean at the moment, so that's already shaping up to be a good battle at the front, Sean.
Yes, Taran's got into the 58s already, which is pretty good. Like 3 laps in, which is great. They've got about 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session.
I don't want to give Taran the commentator's curse, but I tell you what, he has settled down as a racer so much over the last few years. He used to be off it and chasing more often than not, but these days he just looks fast and consistent
and smooth.
And it's nice to see that rarely is he making mistakes.
Yep.
Again, sorry Taran if I've given you the commentator's curse, but I can just say that you're impressing me more and more as a rider, and like you say, Sean, smooth and fast.
Yep. And on the GP bike, he's not the smallest bloke. He's fairly tall, so he's got a few disadvantages, but he's got down to 58.55 now, and Liam Walters has got into the 58s as well, 58.73. So they're starting to pick the pace up. It looks like Taran's actually having a bit of a break going up the hill. Just taking a bit of a breather.
Yeah, well, he hasn't got much of a margin, so he wouldn't want to sleep, but you'd be thinking that they're going to be positions 1 and 2. It probably won't matter too much who's actually on pole other than psychologically.
And maybe getting off the line. Liam's probably going to be quicker off the line than Taran, just because of the weight issue. I think Taran actually slowed down a bit to let Liam go past him so he could follow him for a while. But
having said that,
Taran's come straight into the pits.
It's great the way they make liars of us.
Yeah. And Liam's gone straight to the top of the leaderboard now with a 57.99. So that leaves Taran in second on a 58.55, and Reece Tan is a flat 60. So they're the first 3 GP bikes.
So the rest of the field, after that, Dane Griggs, he's the first of the lights production. Then we go to Aaron Wade. Mark de Jong having a good session. He's gone through to 63.0. And Brodie Curtis, Marek von Batush, Garth Newton, Simon Price on the R3, Nick Cargo, Hans Dadson, Michael Regan, and Eric Bratt.
So I think it's going to be a good race, Tim. Good race, Chris, sorry. There's only 3 seconds across the whole field. Oh, sorry, I misread that. There's only about 3 seconds across the front runners back to 7th place, so they're all pretty tight.
Yeah, look, lights always produce good racing.
Yep. Especially into turn 1 on the first lap. Whoever gets the best start. A lot of the production bikes will probably almost get into turn 1 before the GP bikes. Because all the GP bikes are fairly tall geared in the lower gears. And the four-stroke production bikes will leap off the line a bit quicker. So it could get very exciting to turn 1 on the first lap.
Yeah, it generally does. There's usually a bit of compressing of the field. They, squeezing through there into turn 1. There's usually a bit of rubbing goes on. Sometimes they don't all come through. It's part of the fun of racing with basketball.
We've got Mark de Jong's just come into the pits. Looks like he's settled for 6th place with a 1:03. Liam Walters is still in first on a 57.99. Taran's held on to 2nd place on 58.55. And I think we've got about a minute left in this qualifying session.
Just looking for a weather update here, Sean. Just check out the old iPhone weather app. What are we up for? We're 22 degrees here at the moment, heading for 27. So already things are getting pretty warm out there.
Good thing we've got the ice cream truck here today. It's going to be sensational. So it looks like it's settled down, Chris. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, can't see things changing from there, Sean.
No, Liam Waters is just coming into the pits now. We've still got a couple of bikes circulating.
So half a second Liam has on Taran Ocean. So question will be, what can Taran do about that? I know he's going to be thinking about it, and he certainly has the talent to do something about it. Ex-Australian champion himself, Taran, when the Moto 3 class was running. When was that, Sean? It's a few years back now. Put you on the spot there, haven't I?
Yep. It's got to be 5 years ago, Chris, I think.
Yeah. So that now time is up, and that concludes our final qualifying session for this morning. So I don't know that we've heard yet if we're going to be reducing race laps given our delayed start.
Yes, I might pop downstairs, Chris, and have a chat with our steward. And
yeah, you might be able to update us, Sean.
Yep, I'll do that right now.
We're just between now and the start of racing. I might just have a really quick drinks break here in commentary, and we'll be back very, very shortly. So correction to what I just said, and apologies. That wasn't the final qualifying session. We do actually have our 2-hour bikes out on track. So I'm sorry if I got ahead of myself. It's certainly not a session we want to be missing, because this is really what the weekend's about. The Motorworks Michelin 2-hour run from 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So this is the opportunity for teams to lay down an early qualifying session. I shouldn't say early, it is the qualifying session. So the teams can send out or elect their fastest rider to do qualifying. And out of this session, the top 5 will go through to do a super pole this afternoon at the end of the day. So that will then decide the top 5 positions. But right now, it's about who's going to be into Superpole and then what the order is from P6 through to the end of the field. So as I say, sending out their fastest rider or their elected rider to set a time. So I guess the fast guys will probably be just doing enough to get through to Superpole, because there's no reason to try and go for pole right now. They won't get it. That'll be decided this afternoon. But it will determine the order from P7 through to the end of the field. So still a very, very important session. I'll try and identify which rider is actually qualifying for each team as they come through. So it looks like Jesse Wood's on the lead bike. He's teamed with Chip Sellers, but clearly Jesse's the man who's going to post a qualifying time for them. John O'Hughes behind him on the all-white Triumph 675. He's riding solo, so there's no option there. Then it's James Ryan riding the bike. He's teamed with Peter Bellchambers. And now there's too many bikes for me to keep up with, so I'll just call them as I see them. But there's Mitch Hawksley riding the CBR 600. He's teamed with Ryan Taylor, so Mitch has got qualifying duties. Be very interesting to see what sort of times these guys are able to post and how seriously they take this session. As I said, they don't really have to be going all out. It's more, I guess the pressure is more on the guys who are likely to qualify around that P5 onwards, because that's the order that they'll be in for the start of the race tomorrow. So we have it's still Jesse Woods at the front of the field. Mike Jones is finding his way through now, so he's obviously got qualifying duties for his team. Mike taking it nice and easy. He was saying yesterday that you have to readjust. He's familiar with riding against his regulars in ASBK, and he doesn't know all these riders as well. So you just got to take your time and make sure you get past safely. And I think it's great advice. We do often see in the 2 hour some riders come together trying to get past other riders, and I think it's good that people do take a moment and make sure they get past safely. And pause while I'm saying that, because I just watching Mike go down the back straight on the back wheel over the hump. Absolutely sensational to watch. So Mike's the lead bike on track at the moment. First proper flying lap from him is coming up. Jason Spencer finding his way past, who's that at the moment? A couple of 600s. I think that's Jesse Woods and Jono Hughes. Then we're back to James Ryan. And good morning, Rod Garrett.
Yeah, morning, Chris. How are you?
Good, mate. Good,
morning,
mate.
Everybody. Just been busy with some tyre fitting down in the pits. So how's it all looking? I've been haven't seen much of the action this morning.
Well, it's looking absolutely sensational.
The weather's certainly fantastic.
Yeah, and look, what's not to like when you've got a big field of Superbike and Supersport out on track in a qualifying session in the sunshine of Baskerville, led by Mike Jones.
Yeah, Mike Jones now just on the way around the sweeper there, looking extremely smooth and fast.
53.47 is the first flying lap from Mike.
Okay, that's 4/10 off the lap record, Chris, already.
Yeah, and he doesn't even need to be pushing at the moment, so you'd like to think that Mike's is feeling quite comfortable running at that pace.
Yeah, he's certainly riding well within himself. So, as we know, Mike Jones has just won the 2022 Australian Superbike Championship, and that's his third title in Australia. So certainly he's a very, very fast rider and very capable.
So second fastest at the moment, Jason Spencer, 54.15. Then we're back to Matthew Long. Wow, that's a great time early on in the 600 class, 55.84. Jason Wiley, I assume it's Jason. He's riding with his son Chad, so assuming it's Jason out there, 56.52. Jono Hughes, Lockie Curtis, Brad Hughes, Jesse Woods, Mitch Hawksley, Brett Simmons, coming to terms with, or coming to grips with the new ZX10. I shouldn't say new, the borrowed ZX10 from Chris McGrath. Then we've got Matthew Carey, Matthew Long, Peter Bell-Chambers, and Wade Schrader. So crossing the line right now, like... Sorry, just a bit of background noise here in the commentary box. So that was Jason Wiley. I missed the number. He's on his familiar fluoro green and yellow.
Yeah, just Sean Patmore just notifying us the races will be 6 laps due to the delay with the ambulance this morning. So, except for juniors will be less. I'm not exactly sure what that will be, but still in the middle of the qualifying session.
Sorry, Rod, just suggesting that you might need to move your microphone a bit closer.
Yeah, sorry,
so
Chris.
People can hear you. Mike Jones just re-entering the pits. He seems to be happy with what he's done, so he's gone through to 53.39. Jeremy Huddleston will be delighted to see he's been credited that time. It's actually Mike Jones who's managed to do it. But as I say, it's not all about outright time yet for the top the front runners. They'll be going into Superpole this afternoon.
Yeah, what's interesting with that time, Chris, too, it's a warm day. Track temperature will be certainly up, and I know for a fact that the tyre choice on that Jeremy Huddleston machine is the is their race setup. So it's a medium tyre in the rear, so that's a fantastic time.
Yeah, it certainly is. I tell you who else I'm really impressed with, and that's Matthew Long. Assuming that's Matthew on the bike and not Marcus, I think it is Matthew. P3 outright on the 600. Obviously, that makes him the quickest 600. So 55.84. That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's certainly a big field of riders.
Yeah, 14 bikes out there at the moment.
Okay.
And as I was saying earlier, I guess the guys who need to be really putting in now are those that are unlikely to go through the Super Pole, because the time they post now will dictate their the starting positions from P6 back.
Yeah, it's more bragging rights really, but certainly does help having a closer position towards the front of the race. But it is a long race, so the qualifying isn't as important as, say, a sprint race.
So what's going to be interesting, I think, is how well Brett Simmons and Jed Metcher come to terms with the Kawasaki ZX10 on loan from Chris McGrath. I was saying earlier that the reason for that is that their machine developed a misfire yesterday that they've been unable to resolve.
Yeah, which is a shame. Not easy to jump on a completely different brand of bike with a very different setup as well to what they're used to, and try to get a competitive time on it.
Well, it's just gone through fourth fastest on it at a 56.17. So, I mean, that speaks to the experience and talent of Brett Simmons, that he can jump on another bike and produce a time that a lot of people only dream of. And I think there's only more to come from there. But even so, it's such a disappointment for them. I know how much preparation Brett had put into this. He felt like he had a real red-hot shot at taking the win tomorrow. But look, between himself and Jed Metcher, they're 100% not out of this. We know it's a competitive race bike. It's 1 or 2 hour in the past, Rod, with Chris McGrath and Robbie Bugden on board.
Yeah, I do believe so. And I think there's a little bit of getting used to. Also, it's set up in road shift, Chris. And talking to the boys, I believe that is they can't change that because of the actual type of rear sets on the bike. So it's shifting the other way to what they're used to on the racetrack.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be easy.
It's definitely not. Having done it myself and you yourself, it can be a little bit tricky. It's quite easy to forget exactly what to do, especially in the heat of the battle when you're dicing around other riders.
Yeah, you make a really good point, Rod, because I think unlike riding on the road, riding on the racetrack becomes so automated. There's a lot of things you do which are just on autopilot, and you're only thinking about the finer points of riding a bike. So what can happen is, I know this happened to me. You're coming through at the top of the sweeper here. You go to shift up a gear, and you actually shift back a gear.
Yeah, and that's not a good result when you're fully committed to the speed and leaned over in the corner. So.
Yeah, because all that's hardwired into you after doing lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, it is. You're very right. You look at the front run, or any of the guys here in the that are racing around at a competitive lap time. It's all repetition. It's all practice and years of doing it, and you don't really think about it. You think about where you are on track, but the riding of the motorcycle, the controls are all automatic to you. So as soon as you change that shift around, or even moving a clutch lever or something like that, it changes the whole feel of the motorcycle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll come back to that in a moment. Checkered flag out. So that concludes the session. There are 2 more bikes about to complete their lap. So that's Jesse Woods and John O'Hughes. Are they going to change their position? Yep, Jesse Woods up to P5. That's a great time. 55.89 from Jesse Woods. Actually pushes Brett Simmons out of Superpole.
No, he's so far in 6th. Isn't it the top 6 for Superpole?
Top 5.
Top 5, is
it? Yeah.
I thought you said top 6 before.
Sorry, if I said that, I was wrong.
Okay.
It's actually top 5. So that has pushed Brett Simmons out of Superpole.
Okay.
So credit to Jesse Woods on a 600. Of course, absolutely no disrespect to Brett Simmons. Very first few laps on a completely foreign motorcycle. So that's what you'd expect. And as I said, you only expect that team to get a lot stronger as the weekend unfolds.
I'm just looking, Chris, here. we've got Jed Metzer showing in P3. So which I'm a bit confused.
Well, they were actually both out there.
Okay, right.
So I don't know how that's being managed. That would be a matter for race control. We're not aware of that up here in commentary, but
Yep.
it would appear that Jed's managed to find a donor bike as well, and they're both out there, and I guess that's been okay with race control, and they're going to decide on which bike to run.
Right, okay.
That would be my guess. But look, going back to your point about, I guess, automation and being familiar with your bike, I think, as you were saying, like the more laps you do, you become very, very used to where things are, and a lot of it's just hardwired into your brain after a while, and you don't think about it, so you can just focus on the finer points of riding.
Absolutely.
And there's a conversation I had with Mike Jones over the weekend that he was saying one thing that's made a difference in his season was he actually races a Yamaha R3 at his local club rounds.
Okay.
And he said even though it's completely different to running the superbike, just more and more riding and automation and of sharpening your reflexes and all the things that you take for granted when you ride.
Yep.
Has improved his riding at the top level. So the more you can do, the more it helps. Yep. I know that in reverse. The less you do, the worse you get.
Absolutely, and I can attest to that, and you can agree, I'm sure, like having like semi-retired, you're fully retired, but coming out and doing a ride day once a year, it's you sort of, the brain says, I used to go a lot faster around here, but you do lose a few seconds pretty quickly.
You notice that you have to think more about everything, and you have to work harder at everything. Even though your brain knows how to go faster, you just don't have the automation, and that's what I keep coming back to.
Yeah, you get rusty. You just lose that edge. So
you do.
And when you add up point to point on a racetrack, you've got X amount of corners. So if you're losing 2 or 3 or 4 tenths a corner, over a full lap, that can equate to 2 or 3 seconds or more. So you don't sort of realise where you're losing the time, but it's just here and there and everywhere. You just keep losing those few tenths, and it adds up.
And that's it. It is a game of tenths. Well, we see that so often in MotoGP, where the whole field over a 2-minute lap will be covered by a second or less.
Yeah, well, we've seen such competitive MotoGP field this year, and you're dead right. The top 18, top 20 bikes on the grid can be separated by less than a second and a half. So yeah, there's no time to be not on the gas, that's for sure.
It is just hard to get your head around that there's not somewhere on the track you could find 0.2 of a second, but clearly there isn't.
Now, that level, we're talking obviously professional level and world championship level there, but and having been and seen them live, you can't really tell the difference between the guy at the back of the grid and the guy at the front of the grid. They all look extremely fast. So.
Yeah, so race 1 up. Rod, juniors are up first, the Tassie Juniors.
Okay.
It's a great class. It's a great introductory class for our kids, and it's certainly produced some good riders.
Yes, there's quite a few young lads and ladies that are on the grid here today that have come through this category and are moved now into either lights or even 600 and even superbike.
Or even the 2 hour. We've got Chad Wiley, who's
Chad Wiley's an example.
A graduate from the junior class, and now he's
Oscar O'Donovan.
Yes, absolutely. He's another one. Both running in the 2 hour this weekend. So it just goes to show that it's working, and it's a great introduction for these kids to come through, and they can climb the ladder, if you like, through the ranks, and it produces some really great races. And I think the next one to come through is Isaac Simmons, who put a scintillating qualifying time in this morning, 1:07. He was like 3 seconds a lap faster than anyone else. Looked great on track. So I'm guessing we're not going to see Isaac in juniors for a lot longer.
And there's testament to what we're just talking about, putting in the laps. And Isaac, he's improved out of sight from, say, last year, getting faster all the time on the bike. And that's just time on the bike. But here we are in the starter's hands. We're looking for the red light to come on the tower. A bit of a delay here with the start, but what's going on?
Oh, problem with
the looks like a problem with the light automation here. So I've got a red flag while Star Control here has looked to see what's going on. Could be a battery issue there, Chris. Could be a...
Yeah, our starter, Danny Moss, is just checking that. So maybe maybe there's a battery issue.
Something could have been kicked by somebody walking past, or let's just see. Here we go. Right, lights are now working.
Great work from our officials. And Clark, of course.
Clark, of course, red flag is in, looking for the red light on the tower, and we're away. First race for the weekend, Chris, with the Tassie Juniors.
Yeah, it's Isaac Simmons, who looked like he's going to get the run into turn one, but I think it might actually be, yes, it's Gus O'Halloran who's shot her up the inside, but Isaac straight back around the outside. We've got David Coward punching up the inside of Gus O'Halloran, so it's already happening in the Tassie Juniors, but look who's away to an absolute flyer now. It's Isaac Simmons.
And yes, David Coward's been riding very well. I remember commentating earlier in the year, and he's certainly come along very well in recent races.
He certainly has. He actually took the Scott Goodman Rising Star Award this year for our club. Testament to how exactly what you say, Rod, how much he's improved over the year. And on that production-based bike, he's doing a great job. So too, look, all our juniors, and just while we're calling the current field, behind Gus O'Halloran is Ava Connell, who's really going from strength to strength in this class as well. And so too, just behind Ava is Jet Pryor, who won the Junior Cup here last year at the Basketball 2 Hours. So it'd be interesting to see if Jet can repeat that. Mind you, Jet's also competing in the 300 class, I think, this weekend. So doing double duty. But no surprise at all, based on the qualifying time. Isaac Simmons is away at the front, already out to probably, what, a 5-second lead, I'd say there, Rod?
Yes, comfortably, I'd say 5 seconds, and that'll keep stretching away. He's certainly improved out of sight his riding ability over the last 12 months.
Yeah, obviously strong support from his family, have a lot of experience in road racing, and have helped refine that bike, and he's riding to continue to improve, and we're seeing that right now. But I tell you what, David Coward holding down a nice position. He's on the first of the 4-stroke bikes, holding off Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, and Gus's bike looks like it's got a little bit more top-end speed down the back straight here. It's being a GP-based bike, I think, or a bit more of a pure race machine instead of a production bike. Looks like Gus missed a gear there, or didn't quite engage it correctly, so he's lost a fraction of time there, and just a little bit tuned in a little bit too quickly there around the sweep, and had to pick it up. So still learning their craft, these young fellas.
Yeah, I guess a faster bike helps you hold a more consistent line as well. You probably know what it's like yourself when somebody's asked you for a bit of a tow round and you have to slow up. It's really hard to hold a consistent race line.
It is, yeah. We've certainly all done that, and riding slowly, when as we're talking about, getting that automation and getting in the groove. So yeah, going a bit slower, you do find it hard to find those lines. And as you know, Chris, the faster you go, the lines change, the braking points change, the turn-in points change. Everything gets it's different from a 55 to say a 60. Different riding style, different everything. So
last lap board just coming out. So we have Isaac Simmons at the end of the back straight at the moment, just entering the sweeper for the last time. So very, very comfortable win there for Isaac.
And looking at Isaac riding now, Chris, you can see how much he's improved the way he's riding the motorcycle.
Out of sight.
His riding position and the way he's taking the corners, his cornering lines, he's starting to, he's really coming along well.
So too David Coward. You know, you and I have watched these kids come through, and they've really, they start wobbling around the racetrack, and you quickly see how much they smooth out and find a better body position, carry better racing lines. It's really, really impressive to see how quickly they learn.
Yes, absolutely.
Ava Connell just crossing the line on bike 27, picking up the last lap board. Talking to Jet Pryor's dad this morning, Dennis, he was saying that Jet set the fastest lap he's ever set here last year in the Handicap Junior Cup. Just goes to show what can happen when there's a carrot there right in front of you. The carrot, in fact, for him was that in the handicap race, you're the first bike to go, so you're being chased down.
That was fun. I do remember.
Absolutely fantastic, and that's what this weekend's about as well. Try and mix it up a bit and make a bit of fun for people. Our state championship races, just pause there to congratulate Isaac Simmons on picking up the checkered flag. Very well-deserved win.
David
done
Coward.
not far at the end in front of Gus O'Halloran. So Gus,
Gus seems pretty pumped to get third place.
was it pumped or disappointed?
Or was he disappointed? He was maybe thought he was catching David.
I think in the past I've seen a bit of arm pump going over or pumping the air, I should say, not arm pump, going over the finish line. This time was slamming the tank, so it might have been a bit of frustration.
He certainly looked like he was getting closer, and maybe if the race wasn't shortened, Chris, there was an opportunity to get on the curtails of David ahead of him.
Maybe. Dad Michael might need to watch out. There might be some spanners being thrown around when Gus gets back into the pits. And Jet Pryor just now completing his race, about to pick up the checker flag. So that it completes race one pretty late in the day. We've had a few delays, unfortunately. So I'm not sure. You did say before that there was some advice on shortened races.
Yeah, the races have been shortened to 6 laps instead of 8.
Right. Okay.
To get through the program.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, but really outside everyone's control. I know everyone understands, but you still can't help be a little bit disappointed because so many people look forward to this weekend. And in this sort of weather, you really want to make the most of it.
Yes, certainly the weather gods have looked after us this year, and this event is in its 8th year. And we've had some pretty shocking weekends with weather over the previous 7 years. So we've had freak winds, we've had floods, we've been washed out. We've had some shockers. So it's touch wood, or fingers crossed. Looks like this weekend it's going to be nice and sunny and warm conditions.
Yeah, we're certainly owed a few, aren't we?
We certainly are.
So this is the one that always gets the adrenaline up. Rod, Taz Superbike, Taz Supersport.
Yeah, and it's a great mix of one thing about Baskerville Raceway. This circuit, it's very, very suited to a 600. Obviously, the 1000cc bikes have got more straight line horsepower, but from turn 1 through to the top of the hill, even coming onto the straight, the 600s do hold. They hold a tighter line. They turn in nicely. They're a lot easier to get on the power. So they're a very, very capable machine through the corners. And typically you'll see the 1000s up the hill have the legs, and certainly down the back straight, they've got that edge in straight line acceleration. But, the lap times are quite similar in a lot of regards.
Yeah, we've seen a 600 win the 2-hour outright in the past with Mitch Hawksley and Jason Spencer. In fact, I was just having a conversation with Jed Metcher last night. He was saying that he believes the 600 is a real chance of taking the outright victory here. Of course, they should get by on only one fuel stop. So that already you've got at least a 60 to 70 second advantage over a superbike, which has to pit twice. They're kinder on their tyres. All the things you pointed out, Rod. Probably the one thing that goes against them in an endurance race is they don't get through traffic as easily as a 1000 does, particularly if you get stuck behind a slow 1000. You can't overtake it down the straight.
No, that's right. So it should be an interesting battle here, Chris, between the 600s and the 1000s. But I think we'll see in this 6-lapper, we'll see the 1000cc bikes pushing at the front.
Yeah, I think that'll be the case, particularly with the talent sitting on board a few of them. Ted Collins sitting down there on the Motorcycle City Honda. Right next to him is Mike Jones. Yeah, but don't discount people like Matty Long. He put in a great qualifying this morning. So too did Jesse Woods. Running in the individual classes, of course. We're talking outright track position here. But really, this is going to be fantastic. We've seen a lot of great speed from a lot of the riders already this weekend.
Just trying to pick up if Jed Metzer is on a different machine. I can see Brett Simmons there just going out on the Chris McGrath ZX10.
Yeah, that's bike number 20. Good to see such a big field of large capacity bikes on track.
Yeah, that Brett Simmons now going out.
It is Brett, yes.
Okay.
So I have to have a look and see if Jed is actually out there.
Of course, Jed Metzer, another regular ASBK runner and I believe former European 600 Superstock champion.
That's right.
I think, I could be wrong, 2011, I believe.
I'm not familiar with the year, but
2011 or 2010, but certainly Jed Metzer, a very, very capable rider, and if we can spot him on track, he's one of the riders that you'll see, like the MotoGP guys and World Superbike, where the leg dangle comes out all the time. So very something that's unmistakable with Jed. Most corners he's got the leg dangling, helping initiate that turn in.
Look at that field of bikes.
It's massive.
It is massive. And it's so good to see, once again, it just shows where this event is at and the quality of presentation of all the bikes and the talent sitting on that field. It's really something you should be out here looking at. And, of course, you know, the current reigning Australian Superbike champion here at our racetrack at Baskerville. It's something you only dream about, really. It's just so good that we get the support from our community and our visitors.
Yeah, no, I don't know about you, Chris, but I've got some butterflies here. This grid looks fantastic, and we've got some, as you said, wonderful talent on the grid. All right, well, we're in the starters' hands. Looking for the red light on the tower, and we're away. A clean start from all the field.
It looks like Ted Collins has actually got the whole shot from P2. It is Jason Spencer looking to get up the inside of Mike Jones. Won't quite get there, but it is Ted Collins who will head the field for the first time down through turn 2. Mike Jones hard on his tail. Then into P3, it's one of the...
It's one of the ZX10s. It could be maybe Brett Simmons.
I'm not sure. It's a bit hard to pick up at the moment. I did bring the binoculars, so I should use them, Rod, see if I can help out.
It's definitely a black ZX10, so...
It's either going to be Brett or Jed. And then we've got Jason Spencer right behind him. Bikes coming through Calvin's at the moment. First time to open the taps on these big 1000cc machines, and wheel stands all the way down the straight. Gee, that is so impressive. Never get tired looking at that.
Okay, that's Jed Metzer in third because the leg dangle was out, so that's definitely Jed. So
it looks like an ASBK field at the moment. Ted Collins, Mike Jones, Jed Metzer. We've got Jason Spencer,
Matt Long
first of the 600s. Somebody's Jezza Huddleston squeezing up the inside of Brad Hughes there. But where do you look, Rod?
It's going to be it's busy already. This is going to be very interesting to see how Mike Jones and Ted Collins here.
Bit of spin up from Ted Collins at the bottom of the hill there. Nothing to worry about, but Mike Jones would have seen that. Big wheelie from Ted all the way up the hill. The horsepower of these bikes.
Very impressive, the amount of horsepower. Well over 200 horsepower here on these 1000cc bikes. So 240 kilometres an hour plus down here over the hump there with the front wheels coming up in the air.
Oh, that's going to be
Mike
tight.
Jones is out braking. Ted Collins out into the straight. A fantastic move, and it's clean, Chris. And look at that.
Already spinning up. I suppose spinning up standard for these guys. That's just how they ride. But just sensational action here at Baskerville. So Mike Jones leads Ted Collins now.
It is just wonderful to see, Chris. The guys are here for a 2-hour race tomorrow, but the sprint races, it's gloves off. We still want to win the sprints. So.
Oh, look, you can't take the racer out of the racer, can you?
You can't. Now, these guys will be pushing as hard as they feel they can. There's no holding back here in these sprint races. So we could potentially see a lap record here, Chris. Well, maybe a little warm for it, but you never know.
Well, that was a 53.99, including some overtaking. So this next lap's going to be interesting because it's a clear track for Mike Jones.
Yep, and Mike seems to he's got that out to maybe half a second now over Ted Collins. And was that Jason Spencer there looking up the inside of
Jed Metzer?
Jed Metzer there at the end of the straight.
Of course, Jed having to familiarise himself with this bike.
Okay, what's that lap time?
So that's a 53.65.
53.65. So
that's on par with his qualifying this morning.
So once again, Chris, Mike Jones's tyre setup there is actually the endurance tyre setup for tomorrow's race. So it's all about tyre testing through these races, where he quite could easily go out there with a softer rear tyre and go for the lap times.
So just reading through the field quickly: Mike Jones, Ted Collins. That's Jed Metzer in third. Jason Spencer, Matthew Long. We've got Jeremy Huddleston then in sixth, appearing as Mike Jones. We've got Brad Hughes, Mitch Hawksley, Damien Falls, Jesse Woods, John O'Hughes, Ryan Taylor, Brett Simmons, Matt Carey, Oscar O'Donovan, Wade Schrader, Stuart Bugg, Josh Reed, Simon Price, Martin Long, Todd Tatnall.
Wow.
That's a big field.
It's a big field. 21 starters there, Chris. No.
Yeah, 21 starters. Big battle going on there with Damien Folds. He's got the GSX 1000. He's got Jesse Woods right behind him on the Yamaha R6. Is that John O'Hughes behind him? Going down through the S's at the moment.
Looks like John O'Hughes. And
he's had Mitch Hawksley behind him. And Brett Simmons, I think that is. So Brett coming to terms with whatever machine that is. I'm not sure whose bike.
Could be Ryan, potentially Ryan Taylor on that bike. I'm not sure who's riding it at the moment.
It could be. But back at the front, Mike Jones is starting to eke out a bit of an advantage over Ted Collins. So this is telling for tomorrow afternoon. I know they're potentially running different setups.
A 53.54 there for Mike Jones, the new fastest lap of the race so far. He's got that gap now out too. According to the timing, it's 1.86 seconds back to Ted Collins. Jed Metzer into the mid 54s, Chris, on that ZX10. This goes to show the level of ability of these guys.
I was just thinking the same thing. Jump on a bike you're unfamiliar with and ride at that level.
And riding with a reverse gear change as well. So, it's not easy.
It's not at all. And really, we are so privileged to be able to witness these guys, doing what they're doing out there. That speaks to all riders. This is a high quality field, and every rider out there, it's a pleasure to actually watch them going around.
So let's see if Mike Jones extends that lap time.
53.88.
53.88.
That was the last lap. So first victory in the Superbike Supersport class goes to Michael Jones. Ted Collins second. I think Jed Metcher did hold on for third. Our timing screens are showing that as Brett Simmons. You might want to read through the rest of the order there, Rod.
Yep, I'll just put on some reading material, Chris. I'll need these. So it looks like we'll just wait for the rest of the field to get through. But it's a great win to Mike Jones. A 2-second gap back to Ted Collins in second. Jet Medzer in third. Jason Spencer coming through for fourth. Jeremy Huddleston in fifth. Great to see Jeremy there, mid 55 or 55.3 for Jeremy. Matthew Long is the first of the 600 riders. He comes through in sixth outright from Brad Hughes. Mitchell Hawksley, it's showing in position 8. I'm not sure whether it was Mish or Ryan Taylor on that bike. Jesse Woods in 9th, and Damien Folds rounding out the top 10.
Yes, that's only a sign of things to come.
Just about perfect conditions for racing a motorcycle, Chris.
Oh, just unbelievable. It's we can only hope it hangs in, because we certainly are due for one.
Yeah, conditions usually here in the morning when it's like this, we'll probably see a bit of breeze in the afternoon, which does affect the way the bikes steer around the circuit. We quite often see an east-west sort of breeze here coming across the back straight, pushes you wide at the top of the hill, and also can be a little bit tricky when the faster bikes power wheelie down that back straight. Sometimes can blow you off course a little bit. So everyone has to contend with it, and we've certainly contended with it over the years, but it just makes riding that little bit more difficult. Yeah,
yes. I'm going to try and just calm down a bit after that. It's very, very hard watching a field of that calibre and try and keep talking about it. I'd like to sit back and watch it. But
yeah, absolutely. And I'm just, what my brain's thinking, one day maybe we may see ASBK back here at Baskerville, and there's been recent work at the circuit, and it'd be lovely to see top level motorsport back here in Tasmania at this circuit. We have seen it at Simmons Plains in recent years, but it's been I think 1999, Chris, was the last time the Australian Superbike Championship actually found its way here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So it's been a bit over 20 years now, and it'd be lovely to see that change. We did see the circuit here resurfaced. I think was it 2016 or 2017? I can't remember now. Was it 2018?
I don't know.
Anyway, we did see the circuit resurfaced, and at that time we did see a lot of lap times drop in all forms of motorsport. The circuit's certainly looking still in very good condition.
Yeah, a few riders mentioning some new bumps appearing. So it is starting to show a little bit of age, but look, compared to what we had previously, I was just saying this morning that you almost needed a map to navigate you around your way around the bumps and potholes and the grass. And
all right, now Chris, what have we got up next?
Looks like that will be our Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. So nice size field.
Or pre-modern? No?
No, it is Formula Baskerville.
Right.
Golden Era.
Golden Era, okay.
Well, that's what it's meant to be according to the program.
Rightio. I'm just looking at some of the bikes there, but yes, certainly Formula Baskerville is aimed at bikes that aren't as fast as what we just saw, and also people that are learning their craft and find a little bit of a nicer place to race with not so many quick guys around them.
Well, look, unless the race orders changed and we're not aware of that, it's coming up on the timing screen as Formula Baskerville and Golden Era.
Okay.
So we'll know more when we have a look at who's running in it. Formula Baskerville, I was just talking to Sean about that this morning. It's introductory level class for new races. So it doesn't typically run as part of a championship. It's just a bit of a safe starting point where you're not having to be on track with some of the big guns. Just a way to learn your craft, and there's no restriction on the type of bike you can use. It's one in, all in, and really it's worked pretty well.
Yeah, it's pretty much dictated by lap time. So as you as a rider improve and you get start to get the respectable lap times, then you do get moved along into the correct category for your machine.
So that is Formula Baskerville. We have Harley Phipps there lining up on P2, but Sam Delaney P1. He was obviously the fastest qualifier this morning.
Yeah, there's a bit of everything in this field. I'm interested to hear bike number 500 there, Julian Winlow. It's good to see Julian back. He's on a motard setup there, and looks like he's on the Honda. It's a CR500 set up for circuit racing, and it's got a lot of special bits on it. So typically we see a lot of wheel standing from that bike because it's such a lively machine. So
he's actually got two bikes. He said the other one's got a bit of an issue, so he's going to have to run this one all weekend. But we don't mind. It's good to see him out there.
Absolutely.
So expect a wheel stand off the line.
Yeah, I think it's just got that much power, Chris. It wheel stands pretty much all the way down the hill. So just keep your eye out for the Motard CR. It's second on the grid. We're in the starter's hands and we're away.
So Sam Delaney has probably got away the best. No, it's actually Harley Phipps who'll get the whole shot, firing the CBR 600 up the inside. So he leads the field. It's then Sam Delaney.
And Julian Winlow there, as we're talking on about the South 500, like it's, I think 4 gear changes there and he's still on the back wheel.
Yeah. I'm not sure who that is in third place at the moment. I'll see if I can pick that up. But Harley Phipps leading the field, also doing double duty, swinging on the Red Warren sidecar this afternoon, or today I should say. It looks like Sam Delaney firing up the inside there of Harley Phipps, and yeah, he gets that done. So Harley's got his work cut out already, trying to tag onto the back of Sam Delaney as they come through Calvin's onto the back straight.
And as I mentioned, Chris, CR500 there down the hill there from Suckers heading down to Calvin's, a big power wheelie as usual.
Yes, always good to see, but gets dragged off down the back straight. Not a very aerodynamic bike, the CR500, but corners well. As you can see, he's about to round up, whoever that is. What have we got? So that's David Burden in third place on bike 13. Then we've got Jaden Davey Bodle, Julian Winlow, David Dick, Brandon Pearce, Ben Ford, Anthony Reid, Jared Tacey, Gary Edwards, Nick Cargo, Tony Oliver, and Christian Riley. I don't know if he's got a bit of an issue. He certainly looks to be off his pace at the moment, just circulating at the back of the field. So we'll keep an eye on Christian and see if he's going to pull in.
Yeah, certainly looks like he's touring.
Yeah. Yep, so not sure what's going on there, but back at the front, coming down the back straight, Sam Delaney's actually stretched out a handy little gap there at the moment. Yeah,
it's going to be around about 5 seconds or more, I think, by the time he gets across the line here. Look at Julian Winlow there. Loses the performance down the back straight there. The big CR500 hasn't got the legs, but on the windy parts of the circuit here, it'll come into his own. As the weight of that bike, Chris, probably around 100 kilos or even a bit lighter.
Oh, gee, I tell you what, Rod, very nearly an accident to turn one there.
That was, look, as we can see, you're talking about the lightweight there of the motard bike, rounding around the outside in two, rounding up the bigger bikes. Yeah, it was very close through turn one.
Yeah, I think that was Jaden trying to run up the inside of maybe David Burden and got his timing a little bit wrong and had his nose cut off. I thought there might have been some contact there, but fortunately both riders got through.
Yeah, Christian Riley, I think he's coming into the pit, Chris. So he's definitely got an issue there with something on his bike.
Oh, that's a shame. But certainly we know he's a lot more competitive than that. So
certainly a well-presented bike too.
Yeah, it looks great. Just hope he can get that sorted.
Certainly seen some very well-presented bikes here this weekend so far. A lot of time and effort and in presentation has gone into a lot of bikes on the grid. It's great to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just it's good to see so many people in Formula Basketball. Obviously up and comers, and they'll be filling the fields out in years to come.
Yeah, it's a great place to start.
Tony Oliver there. He's right behind Brandon Pearce, trying to find a way through on the VFR 400, but Brandon on the 2012 Honda Fireblade. So he's going to have his work cut out trying to pass that.
Now, Tony's on a VFR 400, and Tony'd be, I'd say, his early 70s.
Well,
and it's his first race for a couple of years as well. So
first race for a couple of years, is it?
I think so.
He's been doing it for a long time, and there's one thing you say about Tony, you very rarely see him without a big smile on his face. So Sam Delaney, quite a clear leader here.
Julian Winlow's going dirt tracking on the CR.
Why not?
He's on the right bike for that, Chris.
Absolutely. That might have even been intentional.
I could see he was running wide, and I thought, he's not going to make the corner, and he didn't. But to his credit, kept it upright on the grass, which is not an easy thing to do. Hot slicks and grass don't generally work that well together. No,
it's always heart and mouth, isn't it, when you see, particularly if there's been a bit of rain on the grass.
Yes, I've had that experience myself, and actually tasted the grass. You know, you go onto the grass and the grip can go very quickly out from underneath you.
Yeah, it's like ice, isn't it?
It's very slippery. Hot slicks work beautifully on a asphalt surface, but not on grass.
So Tony Oliver's just done the over and under on Brandon Pearce through the S's.
Okay.
Matter of whether he's going to be holding him off up the hill.
It's going to be touch and go here.
Actually, he's already pulled out a couple of bike lengths. So
look at the difference in straight line speed there.
The back straight's going to be telling, but at the moment he looks to have got that pass and made it stick. Sam Delaney's still the man. Actually, a 2-hour entrant from last year, so probably a little bit overqualified to be in this class, and I think it's playing out in showing the size of the lead he has.
Yeah, looking at the times, what is the actual time cut-offs these days for Formula Basketball, Chris?
Well, there is none.
There is none. Okay.
It's a bit of a case of people have moved on when they're ready,
yep.
And as I say, to have run in a 2-hour is probably not right that he's running in Formula Basketball. It is an entry-level class.
Yeah, he's on a 60.9, and the next best is Harley Phipps with a 62.67. And there's a David Burden and Jane Davey, Julian Winlow, all in the 62s. So a good 2.5 second gap there.
Checker flag time for Sam Delaney. He'll pick up the win fairly convincingly, 6 seconds over Harley Phipps, who just manages to hold off David Burden and Jaden Davey Bodle. So they've had a ding-dong battle there. Absolutely great Formula Basketball race for them. Now, who's coming through here? I thought she was going to be on for a bit of battle over the line. We've got David Dick and Anthony Reid. David, unfortunately, picked up a 10-second penalty. That must have been for a jump start, I'd say.
Okay. Looking for Tony Oliver to see if he has gapped the faster bike behind him. So
he's actually done it well, hasn't he?
Great ride from Tony.
Yeah, nice job. That's Tony Oliver from Brandon Pierce, and we know that Christian Riley is a retirement, so that actually rounds out the race.
What's next on the grid, Chris? What have we got up
We're
next?
now up for our Formula 3 and our pre-modern. Just listening to the announcement in the pits, reflected what I said. It's time for Formula 3, pre-modern superbike and pre-modern supersport.
Okay.
Pre-modern, a good class, Rod?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Good, well, not entry-level class necessarily, but certainly a more affordable class than running the more competitive superbike and supersport machines.
Well, definitely. It's catered for bikes that little bit older. And just because they're older bikes, it doesn't mean they're slow. There's some very, very quick motorcycles still that are eligible to run in this category. You know, you put the right rider on there, they'd be only a second or two off the top guys in superbikes. So typically, it's for bikes up to end of 2005. So there's plenty of the Yamaha R1s and all the big 4 Japanese bikes had 1000cc sports bikes that cater for this category. One of the interesting bikes on the grid, Chris, just rolling through there is, I'm not sure what you call the bike. It's a purpose-built race bike.
Oh, that's Darren Grice you're referring to?
Darren Grice.
It's a Kramer, isn't it?
It's a Kramer.
Yeah.
So I believe it's a KTM engine, but it's a full race built chassis and swing arm and everything. So they're a purpose-built track bike. I think around the sort of 30...
Oh, Karen Webb falling off her bike in pit lane. How did that happen?
What happened there, Karen? That's not a good place to crash. She must have lost a footing.
I think she did. And it can happen quickly when you do lose your footing. A bike can easily overbalance.
Yes, it certainly can.
Hopefully she's going to be okay to start. It's going to not put her in a good headspace. I hope she's okay.
Looks like something's actually come off the bike as well. As it's tipped over, something on from the side fairing panel there. It looks like a bar end. So we've just got the partner Wayne there, just checking everything's okay. Okay. She should be right.
Well, it looks like it. So, as I say, as long as she's in the right headspace, that it's not what you need.
As you see, it's quite high on that seat for Karen.
It is, isn't it? I think that might have been part of it.
There could have been a slight hole in the asphalt there, and as she's gone to put her foot down, it's just further down than what she thought.
I actually managed to fall off in pit lane myself once. It's not what you want to do.
Was that with the steering damper?
It was with the steering damper.
No, that's the good old-fashioned pit lane crash. For people that don't know what the steering damper is, it stops the front wheel slapping from side to side as you're going faster over bumps. But typically you can adjust them either full on or pretty much turn it right off as you come in the pits and you slow down. And what happens is typically people forget and they come in a pit lane and they go to lean over and you can't. And you just tip the bike straight on its side.
Well, I actually have a bit of an excuse because it wasn't just the steering damper being wound up. The mounting bolt came loose.
Right.
So the end of the steering damper managed to jam on the top of the engine, so I could not turn at all.
Okay, so you were cactused from day as soon as you went to lean it over.
Yeah,
basically.
well, I just managed to win the race, feeling pretty happy about myself. Turned into pit lane and fell off.
Now, was that here at Baskerville?
No, it was Simmons Plains.
Simmons Plains. Okay.
So everyone looked at me like, "What are you doing?" And it hurt too.
Well, the slow speed ones do hurt more than the faster ones.
Anyway, on to the race at hand.
I can attest from previous experiences myself.
The slow ones hurt.
The slow ones hurt a
They
lot.
do. So real mix, as I say. We've got the pre-modern bikes and Formula 3.
We even got looks like Terran Ocean in there.
Yeah, the lead Formula 3 bike. So it'll be interesting to see. Wouldn't expect him to outdrag the bigger capacity bikes to the turn one, but he's going to be right amongst it as the race progresses. So should be a bit of fun. About ready for a start. Red lights on. Bracing. So it's Stuart Bug got the jump, but then the clutch seemed to grab. So
Looked like a bit of a creep from Martin Long as well.
possibly, but
He was underway before. Looked like he was underway before the red light was off.
Taron Ocean actually just got a flyer and looking to round up the field through the top of the S's. That doesn't happen very often. It actually goes from, fourth through to first in 2 corners. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's a little purpose-built Grand Prix bike, and the corner speed is sublime. And as you can see, he up the hill, Chris, the difference is amazing. So, right, just excuse me.
That's all right. Rod just on tyre duties. We've just got a faller at the top of the hill, unfortunately, up there at Suckers. So rider up. Not sure who that is, but good thing is they're on their feet looking to pick their bike up. As I say, can't quite pick the bike or rider. We'll so soon know as they come over and cross the start-finish line. So Don Fenton is the man. It might have been no, I won't try and guess. But Don Fenton has managed to get past Taron Ocean, obviously using the horsepower of the larger bike, but now Taron all over the back wheel of him again. It's going to be a great battle between these two. Then we're back to Stuart Bugg. He was our pole sitter, so not sure if he got caught up in a bit of trouble early on. He seems to be closing down now on the leaders, so Buggy's certainly still in this. Then we've got a fairly sizable gap back to Matthew Coward, Dale Madden, Ben Aby, James Aby, Joe Browning, Daniel Briggs, Rob Scott, Jeremy Archer, Karen Webb, Darren Grice. In fact, it might be Martin Long who's fallen off up there and possibly is up and running again by the looks of it. Well, whoever it is up and running again, so that's absolutely fantastic. Hopefully that means it wasn't a very large incident. But back at the front, it is still Don Fenton, who's just holding off Taron Ocean. Taron's certainly going to have his work cut out here, losing a lot of ground to the bigger bike down the straights. Obviously running in different classes, but just fascinating to see the differences between the two. I think Stuart Bugg might be starting to close down on the two in front. The gap's only 2 seconds, so with 4 laps to run, he's certainly capable. And Matt Coward with Dale Madden behind him. That's the next group. Stuart Bugg now on the back of Taron Ocean, but entering the section of the track where the lighter bike plays to its strengths. I think Don Fenton's going to take some beating with only now 3 laps to go. He's got a 1.4 second gap. Just holding off. Yeah, that gap certainly closes up through the S's as Taron Ocean uses the advantages of the smaller bike. I don't know if Buggy's going to be close enough. But look at the battle further back. Matt Coward from, who's in there? Dale Madden, Joe Browning. We've got Ben Aby, brother James Aby. So another big field of bikes having a great little battle there. Then further back, it's good to see Karen Webber's out there competing again after a little pit lane incident. And yes, Martin Long did actually manage to pick his bike up, so that's great. Obviously, no injuries there, and the bike's fine, so it's good to see. Now, at the front, Don Fenton has got Taron Ocean all over him. Sorry, no, take that back. That's Stuart Bugg who's managed to get past Taron Ocean, so that must happen down the back straight. Don Fenton's still in the lead. So coming up behind some slower traffic. Don Fenton gets through. That might have been Martin Long who had that fall up there at Suckers. Co-commentator Rod Garrett just gone to do some tyre changing duties, so I'll just try and keep you informed until Rod comes back. So Don Fenton, Stuart Bugg breathing down his neck, last lap board out, so this is going to be interesting. Is Buggy going to be able to do this? Taron Ocean just rounding up Martin Long, so I think Taron's out of the outright win. Obviously he's going to pick up the Formula 3 win very comfortably. It's amazing how much ground he closes down on the front guys through the S's, where the smaller, lighter bike is at its best. I don't know if Buggy's going to be able to do this. Don Fenton doing a great job out there in front. Been a great chaser from Stuart Bugg, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. Matt Coward just holding off Joe Browning. He's another rider that continues to improve and impress. Joe Browning always good to see out there. And so too Matthew Coward. Another example of consistency paying off. But back at the front, it is Don Fenton who will lead the field through the chute for the last time. So checkered flag out. Don Fenton will pick up the win from Stuart Bugg. A great ride there from Taran Ocean to pick up the win in Formula 3. Martin Long crosses the line, but of course a few laps down after having fallen off there up at Suckers, up at Skyline. Joe Browning getting the better of Matthew Coward from Dale Madden. Nice ride from Dale. Then we've got James Abbey from Rob Scott. Jeremy Archer. Daniel Briggs. Karen Webb just coming around. And she'll cross the line from Darren Grice. Great that Karen was able to pick a bike up and resume. I think Rod may have been right that seat height on that GSXR are a little bit high, so maybe it was just that she got caught out by the wrong footing or something, and then only just able to reach the ground made it a bit hard for her to hold it up, because they do get heavy as soon as they get off centre. But Don Fenton's the man. He's picked up the victory. A great hit out there for Taran Ocean. So he's really about the Lights 20 lapper that he's in tomorrow afternoon. So all the track time and setup time he can have will be working to his advantage. So that takes us up to our sidecar class. If they're starting to roll out. First proper race of the day for the sidecars, so this is one I've certainly been looking forward to. Rod's back from
doing some tyre duties.
His tyre duties.
I've got Chris, I've got Barry Lack who's come up to kindly offer some assistance with the commentary on sidecars, because he's got a fair bit of experience in that area.
Then I'll gladly take a seat.
You're going to take a seat. All right. Okay.
You walk straight into that, Rod. Thank you.
Barry and I, it is. Morning, Barry.
Morning, Rod.
Welcome to the commentary box.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I've been in the commentary box, and
it's a good place to watch.
It is a good place to watch, and a lot of good memories. And when I was talking to Chris Price the other day about the return of the sidecars, and the late model people that are probably around at the minute wouldn't have witnessed the start of probably sidecars not only in Australia but in Tasmania. And going back in the 70s, I thought it'd be just an opportune time just to fill some people in about what a bit of the history was.
Yeah,
in my time.
Yes. Now, have you raced a sidecar?
Yes. Just a quick story. In 1970.
Yep.
Gary Willis and I built a sidecar outfit.
Yep.
But the thing I'd like to mention is Terry Brooks, who's here today, who's been instrumental in trying to get this sidecar racing relived in Tasmania for some years now. Actually, he's down there going out on the track at the moment. And Terry has started racing old Nortons, sit-up bikes. They used to weld a sidecar chair on the side.
Yep.
Give them some angle and away they go. So in 1970, he offered Willis and I a ride on this 600 Norton, which was horrific to say the least.
I couldn't imagine it being too much fun.
And you look at the motorcycles today and how they've progressed over time. But when we got into it in the 70s and the 60s prior to us, that's what they were.
Yep.
Sit-up bikes, weld a chair on the side, and thankfully they only did 70 mile an hour. in old terms, which was all suited to the development of what they were.
They would have been no doubt a handful, even at 70 mile an hour.
When on the old basketball circuit, there will be some people here that remember that the turn at the end of the straight, which is now turn 1, used to be an absolute second gear right-hand corner, and the S's used to have to ride through them properly. You couldn't half cut them.
Yep.
So in a sidecar outfit in that time, the only thing that governed the inside of the circuit was half-cut car tyres.
Right.
Not the beautiful smooth curves that we've got today. So one of the favourite things for sidecar riders was to put the passenger in the tyres, and it was painful. And if you sat up, that was a disaster because they turned right.
Yes.
So you had all these things happening, but vivid memories of going through this corner with just mass understeer.
I could imagine.
On a 3-inch, probably an old Avon 3-inch rib tyre.
Yep. Yes, grip would have been wanting, I'm sure, and all the geometries and everything of the bikes. So,
well, thankfully they progressed from there, from what we used to call proper sit-up bikes to half a sit-up bike.
Yep.
And then they went to a kneeler, similar to what we've got today, and then they went to LCRs and worms, which we do have one of those. I'm not sure whether it's out there yet.
Just quickly, Barry, just up, we've got one of the outfits was late to get out, so they're going to be starting from the end of pit lane here. So we've got the sidecars coming around to grid up, and unfortunately one of the entrants will be starting from pit lane.
Just a little bit about the bike on the front row, the number 16 bike, 600cc powered motorcycle. That's a Formula 2, and the number 6 bike, which is Terry Brooks, that we were talking about, who was instrumental in the 70s and late 60s with sidecars. But they're about ready for a start, Rod.
They certainly are, and I know nothing about them apart from they're fun to watch. And but we'll talk more about that as the race goes on. But we're in the starters' hands. We're just waiting for the red flag to come in. And no doubt you'll be seeing riders climbing all over them from side to side through the corners to keep the things going at a decent clip. Okay, I'm not sure what's happened there, but there was no lights on the tower that I saw. It looks like we're away, unless they're doing another sighting lap. I'm in the dark here.
Yes, that'd be two of us in the dark at the minute, but just for the spectators' point, just while they sort themselves out in the first couple of laps, what we're speaking at, what you'll notice is there'll be different configurations of where the passenger sits. So with the front bike, you'll notice that the passenger's sitting rearward of the sidecar wheel.
Yes.
And then you'll see other outfits that actually sit in front of the sidecar wheel.
Right.
So that'll give you a little bit of an idea of 70s, 80s, as they were all, as we used to call them, forward exits.
Yep.
And then they became a little more manageable, and you could go out round the back, and it's nowhere near. Well, I was going to say it's nowhere near as physical. It is physical, but when you're at the front of the bike, you'll notice as they come into that corner, they can sit against the back of the mudguard, support themselves under brakes as he comes back towards us, and you'll see the passenger sitting out the back side of that car, outside of that, and only has to make one move to get across to the right-hand side to get some traction on that wheel. So similarly, the 60 bike of John Wilmore and Jen Fitz, the same. Here's the first front exit, number 66. You'll see the rider coming out the front. Number 7, which is Scotty Seabrook's old outfit. That is also what we call a forward exit. So there's 600cc machines, 1000cc machines, long wheelbase LCRs, and forward and rear exits all involved in that race.
Wow. So there's a lot that I've just learnt there about sidecars, Barry. Certainly, they look like they'd be incredibly fun to swing that chair. I don't know if I'd want to swing the chair or drive it, but I think you'd have to experience swinging the chair at least once in your life, wouldn't you? You must have done this.
No, I did it for 3 years.
Right.
And the thing that swung in the chair, and the thing that saved me is when I got a ride with Yamaha, and they said you need to get out of that sidecar, and I thought that's a really good idea.
As long as you didn't get out of it while it was going.
Oh, that happened.
That happened?
Yes, that happened a couple of times.
I think the biggest worry I'd have is in one of the sidecars is the thing hitting me. If I was cartwheeling across the dirt and it came barreling in behind me at speed. So looks like we've had looks like one of the outfits here is looking like a mechanical issue. It looks like, I know that's Jeremy Archer swinging. He's, we had someone going around the outside there. That was,
So that's possibly 66 and Robbie Wilson on that if Jeremy Archer's in the chair.
looks like Jeremy Archer, because he did tell me he was having his first foray, if that's the right word, foray, in a sidecar today. Said it was an amazing experience when he was first got in it yesterday.
Yeah, so mostly, as I say, there was Trevor Renton's hopped in with Terry Brooks, and there is some humour around all that. But they say, "What do you do?" And I said, "It's really simple. Just hang on like the grim death, and don't let go, because they're really physical. When you see that passenger climbing from the left to the right, also what they're combating is G-force.
Must be very hard to fight against if you haven't initiated your body position before the bike. The outfit turns. Must be almost impossible to get across it.
It is, and it's really a unison thing. So you're not looking at the rider so much, but really throttle responsive and where to move and when to move, because it can upset the motorcycle.
Absolutely, yeah. I know with a normal motorcycle, if you're moving around on the bike, it does upset corner entry and corner exit. So being smooth is crucial to getting a fast lap time in, I guess, any type of motorsport.
Yes, true, and really in these machines in their own right are exactly the same. And when you see these, what we call the forward exits, the real early bikes, they're really susceptible if you're not in the right spot or the passenger's not in the right spot at the right time.
So here we are. Here's the forward exit here with looks like Jeremy Archer there.
Yep. So see how he has to get right from the forward end, left-hand corner.
Yes.
Then he's got to come back, climb over the right-hand rear. Now, if you look at the next bike,
yes, he can go straight across.
Passenger just sits up and goes straight across.
Yeah. So he's actually got to move through the cabin backwards and then get across to the right-hand side. So
that's right.
That's a lot more physical for the passenger.
Yes.
Is that what we call him? The passenger?
Yes. Very brave people.
Or is he a swinger?
Well, they were swingers back in our time, but I'm just not sure how correct that is now.
Could mean something else, Barry.
Yeah, so he's a passenger in safe territory. But just while we're watching them go around, it's just the start of something that was big in Tasmania, where we used to run the Australian Road Race Championships and have 30 of these things, juniors, which is up to 650cc, and unlimited up to 1,000.
I can remember coming out to Baskerville as a young lad in the 80s and seeing a big field of sidecars and some very, very fast ones as well. Certainly entertaining to watch. It sounds like we've got a bit of clutch slipping there in that outfit. Looks like the last lap board is out. And not looking at how much room you need. They're almost nearly as big as a motor vehicle. So getting past the slower outfit's not as easy as, say, on a motorcycle. There's a bit more race track around you.
Yes, there is, and Darryl Rayner has obviously shown a clean set of heels, but it's again just reiterating with Chris Price's and the initiative to bring back the sidecars. It will gather momentum. We've got 8 or 9 sidecars, and the smaller of them in sheds, and it's just another dimension that adds to the spectacle, I guess.
Absolutely, I think this will build as this event continues to grow, and we'll probably see a fairly big field of sidecars here. What's the sidecar going down, just heading down to the bottom of the hill now? It's blowing a bit of smoke, I noticed. Just going up the hill now. There's quite a bit of on overrun. There's quite a bit of cloud coming out the back, but we've got the win here taken by machine number 16. Just looking for people that are interested to know the lap time, the fastest lap there with the Darryl Rayner machine, it's a 105.52. Still a very respectable lap time. I'm not sure what the actual record would be for a top level sidecar outfit here, but I'm sure it would be into the high 50s. 58s, 59s.
Difficult to line up because they haven't been here for that long.
Yep.
That the track hasn't been really in this configuration.
Okay.
But in the TZ 700, 750 days,
yep,
they were 61s and 62s,
right,
which was late 70s,
yep,
early 80s.
Okay.
So they're quick.
Well, I remember Chris Price and I going back, I think it must have been the 2011 Australian Historics when it was at Symonds Plains. There was an outfit, and then we had the Tasmanian Historics here. I think you might have come out of retirement for a ride then, Barry, and had a look at the grass. But
Chew and gravel.
I do remember there was a sidecar outfit. It was a mainland outfit, and they were fast, and it was loose, and it was entertaining. Bayless.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was drifting every corner. They were just smoking up the tyre and coming out of turn or coming through turn one here at Baskerville. It was just wheel spinning halfway from turn one through to turn two. So it looks like we've got a couple of outfits there. They've had some mechanical issues. We've got one outfit at just off the left of the circuit up at turn one, and they're under steam pushing the outfit. Can't be easy to do, Barry. There'd be a fair bit of weight in them, I'm sure.
Yes, they are. They're. I couldn't give you an exact, but most of them use 700, 750 Suzuki, Yamaha, Honda motors. Those lend themselves to being heavy as well. Plus two people.
That'd be upwards of
400 or 500.
That'd have to be, I was going to say, between 400 and 500 kilos, fully rided up. No doubt the chassis would be more than likely full steel chassis, potentially chrome moly steel, but more than likely a fair bit of weight in those as well. Extra wheels and car wheels, of course, bigger rims, heavier tyres. They certainly, I guess, when you look at them up close, there's a lot of work goes into making them operate like they do. There's a hell of a lot of money thrown at them for sure.
Yes, especially the long wheelbase type ones where you've got the engine in the back. Some have got the engine in the front, but the later model ones, they're longer in the wheelbase, which there's two of those out there. They're really monocoque chassis, similar to a car. They've got wishbone suspension, similar to a car. Where the pre-bikes or the earlier ones are more conventional with short forks, leading link, shock absorber front ends, and which was just glamorous in our time.
Yep.
But they are really sophisticated. The late stuff is a really sophisticated, fast, balanced motorcycle.
These two outfits here, they look pretty fast.
Yeah.
Looks like one of them's had a mechanical issue, but they certainly look like a fast outfit to drive in. And I know when it comes to motorcycles, I always call it you ride a motorcycle, you don't drive it. But with the sidecar, I don't know, do you drive a sidecar or do you ride it?
No, you ride it.
You ride it?
Yeah, you drive cars, ride motorcycles.
You drive cars. But even that, I know some of the commentators at world level are guilty of saying driving when it comes to motorcycles. I don't think it's correct. Anyway.
No, us motorcyclists certainly need to have our ride hat on as opposed to our drive hat on.
So have you spent time, Barry, back in those days, did you also drive the sidecar or did you just spend time as a passenger?
I rode one once.
Once? Okay.
And it was only 4 or 5 laps, which Gary Willis built, which was nothing in reflection of that. And I said to him one day, I'm sick of being belted up by these tyres and in the grass and falling out the back. I want to have a go at the handlebars.
Right.
So I did that, and I did 4 or 5 laps, and it was probably one of the worst experience I've ever had. And I thought, well, sitting in the sidecar chair is bad enough, but I'm certainly not going to go over there and grab those handlebars. They had and the people that rode them well, absolutely, as you would expect, rode them really well, but they start chopping in the front if you don't get the balance right and the weight right. There's a lot going on because they're fully fed and the spectators can't see really what's going on.
Yeah.
But to give you an example, at Symonds Plains through that sweeper, where they a 750cc TZ Yamaha motor in them.
Very lively engine to start with.
I was fortunate enough to swing for a couple of guys for the Australian Grand Prix or the Australian TT when we had it in Tassie.
Yep.
And those bikes, full noise through the sweeper, nearly full lock, and they're doing 130 mile an hour, 140 mile an hour. Mm. And you're 50 mil off the ground, or 2 inches, 3 inches in old language. And you certainly know when they're throttling them on and when they're sideways, and when you're laying there watching them pull lock on them coming through the sweeper. and then they're on the picks at the end, and so all that energy has to go somewhere. So you're either hanging on from acceleration or you're hanging on to not get thrown out the front.
Yeah.
But fast bikes.
Now, I'd imagine you would finish the day with bruises on every part of your body, wouldn't you? Yeah, still got them. Ground down, elbows with holes in them, and it'd just be an amazing experience though, like having, I guess, your head inches off the ground if you're hanging right out the side of it.
Yes, it is. And when you've got really good confidence in the person that's riding the bike, it is very satisfying to be able to put the whole thing together over a lap and then over 5 laps. Because they even though they don't, they do roll, they will flip, but it's pretty hard to get them over.
Yeah.
But they still have the same moments and that as what a solo does, but unfortunately you fall off a solo. With these things, if they get out of shape in a big way, they've got a fair bit of momentum and physics.
Oh, that'd be a nasty high side if they could do it.
And they will go over. They certainly will go over.
I can remember famous footage of at Assen of a sidecar tearing across the infield and going into a ditch and all the water, and the passenger got thrown out of it. It's on one of the crash wheels. It's probably one people have seen, but there was a hell of a lot of energy, and they had it in slow motion. And I don't know whether you've seen that crash, but it's at the Assen circuit in the 1980s. It's like a moat or like a big ditch that's full of water, and this sidecar goes flying into it, and when it lands, it just aquaplanes across the water. The passenger and the rider get absolutely owned. They fly out of it, cartwheeling in the air. Everyone was okay, but yeah, it's a very famous crash. But yeah, lucky they didn't get hit by the outfit.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to announce we've got a lunch break here for everybody. We'll approximately half an hour, and we will see you back for the start of the afternoon.
Good. Thanks, Rod.
Thanks, Barry.
Okay, so bike's now back on track after our quick lunch break. This will be Lights GP, Lights production, and we are still in the first set of races, I believe. A few interruptions this morning. Obviously, have held us up a little, but hopefully we'll get a clear run through to the end of the day. As we mentioned earlier, the number of laps per race have been reduced back to 6. So hopefully we'll catch up a bit of time and still get through our full program. So back into it now. Rod, Lights production, Lights GP, always a good one to watch.
Yes, definitely one of my favourite categories. I love seeing the little bikes running around here. Also love the way the class has the production bikes versus the GP bikes. So two very different types of machinery.
So two quick guys on the front. We've got Liam Waters and Taran Ocean. Who's your pick?
I think Liam Waters.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
But Taran Ocean will definitely push him for sure.
He will, but we know that their target's the Lights 20 tomorrow, so they might not lay it all on the line right now. Aaron Wade, a late arrival, just going up a pit lane at the moment, so he's going to have to start from pit lane.
Well, it looks like a few riders starting from
pit lane.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened there.
So anyway, we're in the starters' hands.
Red
lights are on and we're away. So once again, the 4-stroke bikes, they're very quick off the line, and then the 2-stroke bikes and the Moto 3 bikes gather their momentum and off they go.
Yes, a bit of oil there that was cleaned up during the lunch break, so all riders through there cleanly, so that doesn't appear to be causing anyone some trouble. But at the front, Taran Ocean right around the outside and across the front wheel of Liam Waters, so Taran is going to take no prisoners, it would seem.
Looks like he's definitely on the money there, Chris.
Look at the difference in speed up the hill, though, and that's probably just the difference in the weight of the riders, I'd say.
I'd say so. Liam Waters he's certainly carrying less bulk than Taran. Wouldn't say bulk, but Taran's, he's probably 80 kilos, 85 kilos. Liam's probably closer to the 60 kilo bracket. And look at the difference there. Very, very quick down that back straight.
Yeah, going to be very hard for Taran to do much about that.
Certainly, that's going to be, you're dead right, Chris. You can't beat horsepower in a straight line. But Taran Ocean there, he's very quick through turn 1 into 2, and showing that speed now as we cross the start-finish line for the first time. I wouldn't be surprised, Chris, to see him go around the outside or inside here into turn 2. So he's having a look there, but the door's going to close. So Liam Waters stay station as we head down towards the bottom of the hill.
We know Taran's very strong through the S's. He's traditionally put a lot of good overtakes on through there, so he may just sit back and have a look at Liam potentially, hang on to him for a couple of laps, and then maybe put a move on towards the end. First test is, can he hold on to him? Because Liam Waters has shown the early pace. But so far, it would appear that Taran's making a pretty good fist of it.
Looks like some fairly decent battles back through the pack as well. We've got a group of 4 bikes here going up the hill, a mix of GP and production bikes.
Yeah, great to see Dane Griggs, I should say, in P3 outright. He's leading the production, or Lights production class.
Yeah, Dane's on a KTM 390 there. He's just braking now at the end of the straight. Looks like another production bike in behind him.
First flying lap, 58.58 from Liam Waters, 59.15 from Taran. So that would tell you there's a little bit of a gap developing, but look at that, Taran back right up under brakes through the S's. He's absolute dynamite through there.
Yeah, and it's Brodie Curtis who's looking to go up the inside of Dane Griggs. And interestingly, Mark de Jong there, he's on a Moto 3 bike, and he's currently coming through in position 6.
And Reece Tan right behind Mark de Jong, so another great ride from Reece.
Interesting battle here between the KTM 390 and I believe it would be a Kawasaki 400.
Oh, I think we've got a faller up at Suckers. That's not Taran Ocean, is it? He may have lost the front going over the hill. It is a fluoro yellow bike, and I think it is Taran. So didn't actually pick up what happened there, but the main thing is Taran's
yes,
on
definitely.
The tyre wall.
Yeah, Liam Waters is just coming around the start-finish line now.
So that is a shame. Pressure will do that.
Yes, with Taran Ocean, we have seen Taran do this a bit over the years. He does push very hard, and when you're pushing hard, these things can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. All we can do is hope that he's going to be absolutely fine, and the bike will be fine for tomorrow's racing or even this afternoon's racing, because it's so good to see Taron in the mix. But the main thing is we can see him standing up on the tyre wall, so that tells us that at least he's okay.
It's a great battle going back through. Dane Griggs has been shuffled back now. Brodie Curtis has got past him, and Reece Tan's past Mark de Jong, and he's looking like he's going to... he's actually past Dane Griggs now. So Reece Tan, he's on the little Moto3 bike as well, so he'll have a good bit of straight line speed as we come down the back straight now.
Yeah, Brodie's going to have his work cut out, I reckon. As you can see, Reece going past him over the hump on the back straight.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a production bike and a pure race bike there. Unfortunately, you're going to have your hands tied well behind your back on the production bike. But, they ride them well, the boys, Chris. You look at the lap times they're doing out of these production bikes, it's fantastic.
Oh, it certainly is. Well, you got Mark de Jong there on a GP bike with two production bikes in front of him, so it shows how well they're riding them. And Mark has plenty of experience around basketball too.
He certainly does. He's been riding 600s and all sorts of various bikes over the years. Good 10 or 15 years now, I reckon. Reece Tan's moved into second, as I said. His best lap time on lap 4 was at 60.27. And there's clearly, Chris, you can see a 62.13 for Brodie Curtis on the 400 Kawasaki production bike.
Yeah, I remember last lap board just coming out as we speak for Liam Waters.
And he's still pushing Liam. That's a 58.38 on that lap. That's the quickest lap of the race so far.
Look at this group further back, though.
Oh,
it's bikes going everywhere.
This is people are getting all... Yes, it was a bit of a mad shuffle there.
Yeah, that balked Reece Tan from Brodie Curtis. So that's, I think, Eric Bratt that they just came up behind. Riding basketball for the first time. But Reece Tan now starting to gap Brodie a little, as we expected. The extra horsepower and the more lightweight, nimble GP machine.
Just looking for the leader. He must be... Liam Waters is just starting to come through the chute now. Come around and take the checkered flag.
Yeah, very decisive win. Did get some early pressure there from Taron Ocean. We didn't see what happened to Taron up there at the top of the hill, but I think we can probably expect that he maybe just lost the front from overcommitting.
I'd say so, judging by where he is there. He's come... he could be... he might have run wide on the exit. He's a fair way down the hill there where he's actually parked the bike. So, as you know, Chris, the camber does roll away there. It's very easy to... carrying a lot of corner speed to end up on the side of the track there.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the more enjoyable but challenging corners on the racetrack. Elevation change of direction, and as you say, it does roll away from you.
It's a complete blind entry as well. It's probably the hardest corner to actually get right. Even seasoned riders, you could spend many years and laps on this circuit, and it's amazing how often you don't get that corner correct.
No, and even some of the most experienced riders in Australia will come here and say they spend all day and they can't work it out. They just take a different line every single time.
Yes.
So I'm not sure who that is, just trying to re-enter the pits, dismounted their machine and pushing it. Obviously, it's Aaron Wade. So he started from pit lane. Maybe there was a problem he wasn't able to fix. We don't know. But there's Liam Waters, very, very impressive win, impressive rider. Another guy straight out of ASBK, visiting us here at Baskerville. So that then, I believe, concludes our first set of races.
Okay.
So effectively puts us one race behind, but a bit to catch up.
So just looking at we've got two different categories, of course. So the Lights GP, Liam Waters takes the win. Reece Tan in second, and like Mark de Jong will take third place for the GP spec bikes. In the production, Brodie Curtis will take the win from Dane Griggs, and it must be Garth Newton rounding out the third position. Oh no, Garth's on a Moto3 bike. Nicholas Cargo, Chris.
Well, that's nice for Nick. He's another interstate visitor, so I'm sure he'll be very, very happy about that.
First time here?
First time here. Both of them, he and Eric, have driven down from Sydney.
Fantastic.
So first visit to Baskerville. It's absolutely fantastic to see they've made the effort, and really, really hope they're enjoying their time here.
Have you had a chance to ask him what he thinks of the circuit?
I did. Well, I spoke to them before getting on track, and I said, look, it's you'll find your way around quickly enough. It's only that corner up at the top that a lot of people have issues with, as you and I were just saying, Rod. And
Yep.
Unfortunately, Eric looked at me and said, I was calm before, now I'm really concerned.
Okay.
So I think he was probably laughing, but I think I referred to the example of when Glenn Allison was here, and he was saying that we've been riding it all day and we're still taking a different line.
Yeah, look, it's, how many times have we been around this circuit ourselves, and it's not often you actually absolutely nail it correctly. Like, it's 100% spot on. It's rare. It's such an easy corner to run wide on or turn into early, but it's quite a bit of pace, especially on a superbike going up the hill there. You're pulling well over the old 100 mile an hour magic ton up the hill, so you do need to brake pretty hard on a big bike. Not so much on a little bike. It's about maybe just getting your corner entry right and rolling through, but it's certainly a really fun corner.
Yeah, and as we're saying, it's off camber. It changes camber as you go through.
It does. It rolls away from you, but especially on the big bike, you find you're trying to get on the throttle, and the bike wants to stand up, and then the camber rolls away, and you end up on that right out on the side of the track. Not a good place to be.
What I think I've found over the years is what's critical is keeping the bike well balanced. That the transition between brake and throttle, and as it goes over the crest, you've really got to keep that suspension nicely settled, because you don't want to come over onto an off camber, or the outside of that term, it's off camber, with the suspension still trying to settle.
Absolutely.
As soon as you get across that crest, you're back onto the throttle and you're sliding it off the top of the hill. So you don't want the front still wandering around. It's a challenging corner, and it takes a bit to get it right.
It certainly is. It's probably the most challenging corner just for that. Back on the old circuit, I think the dip around the sweeper was always a bit interesting as well. Quite a lot. Often you'd find bikes bottoming out through there at a fair clip when you come through. That's since been removed when the circuit was resurfaced a number of years ago.
Yeah, you're probably referring to the very inside apex there on the sweeper coming onto the start finish straight. So that would be about, how many good positions is that?
It's probably up around about just prior to the Marshall box there, I think.
Yeah,
it would have been.
Somebody told me there's actually an underground water stream or something there, and the ground subsides. So anyway, point being that exactly what you said, Rod, on the inside of that sweeper, there used to be a big dip there that
certainly unsettled your bike.
It did. The suspension would just about bottom out through there, and then give you a good kick in the backside as you came out of it.
It certainly did. We've seen a lot of. That's probably the corner you don't want to crash on. We've seen some fairly big accidents over the years coming out of the sweeper.
Yeah, you haven't managed to mark that one up yet, have you, Rod?
No. I thankfully I haven't. I know you have. Yours was early on from memory, down near where, if you look where the airbags are there, I think you were somewhere near there. I remember.
Oh, that's where I finished.
That's where you finished.
That's not where it started.
No, that's where it started. That's where you finished. But the only saving grace for you that day, Chris, had been pouring with rain, and all that ploughed dirt there was just like a big mud bath. So
it was like lying on a big king-size mattress.
It was.
It wasn't that easy to clean. I'd mud absolutely everywhere you can imagine, in every orifice of the bike you've ever. Didn't even know there was an orifice there.
No, you need more than a Karcher for that one.
Anyway, they're some of the tales of Baskerville over the years.
Looks like we're back to starting the program again, so we'll have the Tassie Juniors coming out.
Yeah, well, man to beat there is Isaac Simmons. He certainly showed some early pace. So I was interested to talk to Gus O'Halloran and his dad Michael at the lunch break, and they were saying that I think both he and Isaac were commenting that they were struggling for grip. It was actually felt really greasy out there. And interestingly, some of the riders on the larger bikes weren't saying the same thing. So we were wondering if maybe the lighter bikes are struggling, or the lack of weight is having a bit of an impact.
Yeah, certainly we know when the track temperature does get well up here at basketball, the track can get a bit greasy. But you would have thought these little bikes, at the pace they're travelling around, it wouldn't have been an issue. But anyway, we're not on them, so we don't know what they're doing.
No, exactly, and it just does show that, you know, while they might be one of the slower groups of the day, they're still pushing really hard. They are getting them sliding, and they can feel that there's tyres squirming around. So they're impacted by lack of traction, just like everyone else is.
Yeah, and for people who may have come in since this morning, so the junior category here, it's a great way for what's the age? Where's the age start? Sean? 13 to, I guess, 15, 16 years of age. So 13-year-old onwards, it's a great way to start your racing in a controlled environment. It's the safest place to do it. And typically, as we've seen, some good young talent coming through over the last couple of years that have now found their way into Superbike and 600 and lights. So it's a great stepping stone to learn how to race a motorbike.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier when the lights were on. Sorry, the juniors were on. How effective it's been in producing some great races. So there's no doubt at all that the earlier you start, the better you are. We really had some great talent come out of this class. Problem is, we need more people coming through the class.
Yep, that'd be wonderful to see some more juniors out there. So anyone listening, you know, if you've got a child that's into motorbikes, it's also quite an affordable way to start racing.
Well, we're almost ready for a start. The red light is on. Racing. So, I tell you what, I think they got away very evenly, but I think it might be Gus O'Halloran again. Is that who gets up the inside? Yes, it is. So he'll just edge out Isaac Simmons. Isaac going for a run around the outside of Gus. I think that's going to be too hard. And David Coward right up behind the three of them from Ava Connell and Jet Pryor. Isaac determined, and so too David Coward looking for a run around the outside of Gus O'Halloran. So I don't know what happened to Gus there. He got swamped.
Not sure there, but he's definitely got a quicker bike than David in front of him. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes this race. He may have had an issue in race one. Remember, Chris, when Gus crossed the line in third place, he seemed quite unhappy with his result, the tongue-tied result. But he definitely had the speed down the straight. So interesting to see this time.
Well, there it is. You can see the speed over the 4-stroke 150 in front of him.
That's a battle of the brakes now. And we know David Coward's been riding very well. So
as you can see, looking to round him up around the outside. So he's just not having any of that.
So it's all about line and corner speed here, keeping it smooth. This will be interesting if young Gus can now put his head down and get away from David.
Oh, look at that, David, straight up the inside. So great battle for second and third place here. Isaac Simmons romping away at the front. He certainly got the pace today, but look at this battle for second and third. Bit of a lonely ride, unfortunately, for Ava Connell and Jet Pryor, but their turn will come tomorrow afternoon because they've got a handicap race, a reverse grid handicap, so that's going to be interesting. Slowest bike away first, fastest last.
Okay.
Bit of a...
something for the stewards to work out how they put the handicap times on. It'll be interesting to see how far back Isaac Simmons starts. It'll be almost a full lap, I would imagine.
It'll be a little bit more than a full lap, I think.
Okay. Looks like Gus O'Halloran there. He's showing he's a bit more speed down that back straight. Just looking for Isaac Simmons.
I was looking for Isaac Simmons as well.
So it looks... I can't see any yellow flags waving anywhere. So
no, although we can't see Calvin's corner. Yep, up at Calvin's corner. Apparently, Isaac Simmons has had an issue.
Okay.
So that's at the top of the back straight, if you like. The corner, quite a fast corner running onto the back straight. So the lead then is between David Coward. He's in the lead, and it looks like he's actually starting to gap Gus O'Halloran on the faster bike. So look, we keep on talking about how much David Coward's progressed, and there it is.
Yeah, he's been riding really well. Can't wait to see him, progress through the field as he gets a bit more experience and a bit older. It's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, Chris, in the coming years.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, it's just so good to see how these kids are progressing. Already I can see David really changing his body style. Look at how he's tucked down under the tank there. He's really starting to get everything out of the bike.
He certainly is very well tucked down, and it's very important on these little bikes to minimise that drag. So you need to tuck your knees and your elbows and head right down under the screen to get that speed.
Yeah, I know we've said it before, but on these little bikes, it's important to stay tucked in and aerodynamic. I've seen some riders on smaller bikes trying to mimic MotoGP riders, hanging off and trying to scrape their elbow, but that works for a MotoGP bike, but not these little bikes that need to be aerodynamic.
No, you need to be more in line on these things and just keep that that flow and momentum. Because once you lose that, if you're a little bit too hard braking or running wide on a corner, you just lose that momentum, and it shows in your lap times.
So far, David Coward is not putting a foot wrong. He's not giving Gus O'Halloran a look in. So, barring a mistake, I can't see that.
And we're on the last lap.
Yeah, on the last lap. I think David has got this one pretty well locked up.
I dare say he has. He's got more than enough gap there down the back straight. And Gus O'Halloran does have the faster bike in the straight line, but he's a good 5 or 6 seconds back now.
Really, keep saying, just looking absolutely fantastic. Very composed. Beautiful ride. Well done, David Coward. So too, Gus O'Halloran. That's more like it. A bit of a pump of the air.
He's happy. Wasn't a bash on the tank.
And picking up third place. Ava Connell's coming over the hump at the moment, so she'll be delighted to pick up a third. That's not to say that Isaac's out of it yet. Hopefully he can come back for the remaining races of the weekend. It's Ava Connell just coming through the sweeper right now and picks up the checkered flag. Another nice ride from Ava. And we've got Jeff Pryor just coming down the back straight and about to hit the brakes to conclude his race. So it's going to be, as I say, very interesting to see Jet tomorrow actually head out first as part of a handicap and chase down and see if
he did win this race last year, didn't he? The handicap race.
It was a great ride from Jet, and he crosses the line now to conclude race 1 of set 2.
Do you think he's sandbagging at the moment, Chris?
I don't know. It might make sense to.
It certainly would. He just anyway, I don't think he is, but we'll just throw that out there. No doubt the timing will tell.
But he's got to be very, very happy about that. Things are going from strength to strength for David. And look, shout out to his dad. What a great supporter of racing in our community. But as a racing dad, I don't know that they become much better. Matthew's always there in his corner and supports him.
Yep. That's what you need in any form of motorsport. You need good support in the background.
Oh, look, the same goes for all our juniors, of course. It's they can't do it by themselves, and I can't imagine a more nerve-wracking job than being a racing dad, watching your kids out there on track.
I have participated in that.
Yes, you have.
Yes, my son, and he did have 2 crashes, which I witnessed. But the first time that he did crash, I was a little bit concerned, but the second one was fine. But yeah, you do always worry about them. It's funny, you don't worry about yourself when you're racing, but you worry about your kids. I guess that's the way it is.
Yeah, you leave the worrying for everyone else, which is probably a little bit unfair. So obviously have a bike collection. We've got maybe 5 minutes just to pick up that bike, so we might just take a really quick breather.
Quick drink break.
Come back here in a moment.
Well, welcome back everybody. Quick drinks break, and we get to race 2 of the big boys are out. We've got the Superbike and 600 combined race category.
Yeah, I've only just settled down from race 1 from these guys, Rod.
Yeah, race 1 was taken out by Mike Jones, current Australian Superbike champion, who sealed his 3rd championship last weekend at Tailem Bend in South Australia. Great to see Mike make the journey back for the Baskerville 2 Hour. I think it's his 5th time here, Chris, maybe.
Oh, gee, that's put me on the spot.
Well, Mike raced here 2015, 16, I'm not sure about, definitely 19. And there's been at least 4. This is the 4th or the 5th one. But yeah, Mike's been a great supporter of the 2 Hour race weekend.
I think what impressed me most out of race 1, well, there are a few things, but the early pace from Ted Collins right on he actually led for the first part of the race and then hung on to the back of Mike Jones pretty confidently. So I think that bodes well for tomorrow's afternoon's 2 Hour. But also the pace from a couple of the 600 guys. Matthew Long, absolutely sensational. And so too Jesse Woods. I think they were the standouts for me from race 1. Oh, and sorry, throwing to that mix, Jed Metcher jumping onto a bike that he's unfamiliar with and finished the race in P3. So that was just outstanding.
Yeah, and also as we touched on earlier today, Jed used to riding a bike with a race shift pattern, which is reversed to your standard road pattern. And the bike that's been loaned is set up with a road pattern, which is very, very foreign to jump back on, and certainly remember which way to change gear when you're pushing to the limit.
Yeah, I don't envy him at all. That's tough in the heat of battle, and when you're chasing down the likes of Mike Jones and Ted Collins, you don't want to have to be thinking about, which way does the gear change go again? I can't afford to get it wrong. You've got to get absolutely everything right at the right time.
You certainly do. Yeah, there's enough to think about when you're riding one of these bikes around here. Baskerville's a fairly tight circuit. And you're looking at the modern 1000cc bikes, like we've got Mike Jones and a few of the other bikes there. They're well over 200 horsepower, and they're quite a bit of a handful to put the power down around this circuit. It's very much suited to a 600cc bike as well. It's tight and twisty, and it's been a great leveler between the two capacities over the years.
Yeah, just so good seeing such a big field of big bikes here at Baskerville. As I said, it's only a shortish track with a 1 minute lap time, but when you get...
We're missing, I'm trying to think, is that the Metzer bike?
I think it's because Brett Simmons is on the Jed Metzer bike, so he's starting the rear. So off to start, I think Mike Jones got away a lot better this time, and I think he will actually head the field. Yes, he does. He gets the better of Ted Collins. So Matthew Long looking to run up the inside of Ted Collins into the top of turn 2. So another great start from Matty Long. Then we've got Damien Folds on the GSXR 1000 from Brad Hughes, and then back to Jezza Huddleston. Then it's that...
is it Wade Trader?
No, I don't think it's,
it's
Wade.
not Wade.
It could be Marcus Delaney, is it? It's a bit hard to tell from here
It
as
is
they
a bit
go up
hard to
over the
tell.
hill.
Marcus Delaney and Wade have both got white bikes and white leathers. So,
but it's Mike Jones who's away to a flyer.
Down the back straight for the first time. We'll see the front wheels there coming up over the hump as they pour the power on. Up to about 240 plus kilometres an hour, then hard on the picks as we enter the very entertaining part of the track, the sweeper. And you can pour through the chute here at coming up to around 100 mile an hour or more, Chris. And then into a really lovely turn 1. It's a great corner for corner speed. It's beautifully cambered. It's such a great circuit to race around.
These guys just making it look so easy, but everything you just said, Rod, all those speeds, it's absolutely mind-blowing to be controlling those bikes coming around here. Most of them wheel spinning and on the limit. It's absolutely a sight to behold.
Yeah, and certainly the 1000cc bikes and the 600s, they'd be getting north of 160 to 180 kilometres an hour up the hill. So it's a pretty steep or pretty tight corner when you get to the top of the hill to get around.
And top speeds down the back straight, Rod?
240 plus, maybe getting closer to 250 for the faster bikes. It's not a very long straight here, but they typically coming onto the straight at Calvin's at around that 120, 30 kilometres an hour mark.
The first flying lap for Mike Jones is a 54.14. Ted Collins, 55.38. Matthew Long, 55.96. Brad Hughes, wow, 56.55 from Brad Hughes.
Okay,
I think a rest has done him good.
Brad hasn't raced for a while. His best around here is a 54.1 or a flat 54, going back a number of years. So there's a bit to find for Brad.
Look at these bikes lined up behind Damien Folds.
Yeah, there's a few.
So I think it's Marcus Delaney. There's maybe Mitch Hawksley in there. Brett Simmons is finding his way through the field. Ryan Taylor may be in there as well. And I think that could be Chip Sellers.
Okay.
So big group of bikes. But back to the leader, Mike Jones coming through the chute, about to cross the line for the second time. So he goes through at a 53.93, pretty much same as the lap before. How about this from Matty Long?
Yeah, fantastic. Matthew Long.
Third outright. Jezza Huddleston getting up the inside of Brad Hughes. So Jezza really starting to find his stride riding slipper bikes. It's great to see.
Yeah, he's worked hard at it. It's taken a little while.
So Brett Simmons has now got his way through that group. He's coming to terms with the Chris McGrath machine. It's no surprise at all that Brett's finding his pace. Very experienced racer. But still that big group of bikes headed by Damien Folds.
Yeah, they're certainly bottled up well behind him, so everyone will be chafing the bit to try to get round Damo.
Well, it's certainly a quick bike in a straight line. So Mike Jones goes through it at 53.75, just pretty much same as the previous laps, maybe a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Ted Collins on the last lap of 55.38, so Mike's starting to... It's got the gap out to over 5 seconds now, Chris. Only a couple of laps to go.
Oh, I tell you what, some overtaking going on in just turn one.
Yep.
Got a guest commentator just dropped in, which is a real treat for us, Jed Metcher. His teammate Brett Simmons is out there at the moment, but I don't know if Rod, you were happy to hand a headset over quickly.
I'll hand over to Jed.
Have a quick chat to Jed.
Hi, Chris.
Getting sorted.
Oh, yeah, we got it sorted.
Yeah, look,
How are you, Chris?
never better than watching superbikes going around basketball, Jed.
Yeah. Who turned the weather on?
Well, I know you didn't bring it with you. You never do. But look, it's fantastic, and what a sight it is up here at the moment.
Yeah, it's beautiful and sunny, and it's also beautiful and green out here. So you've obviously had a bit of rain.
We've had plenty of rain, so we've been holding our breath. But look at this action on track. There's bikes going everywhere, 600s and thousands. Who's that? That's Chip Sellers trying to find his way up the inside of, maybe is that Damien Folds? I don't know. You were out there before. How was it?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, we've had a little bit of oil down now, which is look like it's been cleaned up. Not too bad, but it's good to be out here. Good to be at the 2 hour again. Always look forward to coming here.
Well, it's always great to have you here. I was just saying to Rod before, one of my standouts from race one was how quickly you adapted to the ZX10 and a road shift pattern. How did that go?
Oh, yeah, geez, adapted. I've ridden 3 bikes. Oh, sorry, 2 different bikes, 2 different patterns, 2 different suspension. Everything's bloody different. So, yeah, it was just out there feeling it around. The road shift's a bit. I kept going into 4th gear into turn 1 instead of 2nd, which was a bit of a drama. But it should be all good. I think. Huge thanks to Chris McGrath for lending us that bike, because we'd be in a real pickle right now without that.
Yeah, well, just while you're talking, the checkered flags has come out. So our race order, Mike Jones, Ted Collins, Matthew Long, Jeremy Huddleston, Brad Hughes, Brett Simmons found his way from the rear of the grid up to 6th, so Brett coming to terms with the ZX10. Mitch Hawksley, Damien Folds, Jesse Woods, Ryan Taylor, Matt Carey, Stuart Bugg, Peter Bellchambers, Wade Schrader, Martin Long, Josh Fries, Simon Price and Todd Tatnall. Wow. What a field.
Yeah, huge field, especially on this tiny little track. It's going to make the 2 hour very interesting. A lot of passing.
Well, yeah, it's probably part of endurance racing that, it's certainly part of endurance racing. We don't see it so much in sprint races as much. ASBK, do you get much overtaking other than your direct competitor?
So when we go to the big tracks like Phillip Island and Tailem Bend and stuff like that, we do run into some lap traffic. because you get a bigger field and guys who want to be out there, like say at a MotoGP event where they get to do a one-off event at a big event. There's a lot more people, but yeah, normally there's a lot of flag marshals there, and it's not too bad. Like, you get through okay. A lot of blue flags.
Yes, it's as I say, like here in Tassie, most of our races are 8 laps, so there's not a lot of overtaking, and it's a good experience for the guys, but something that catches some of them out in the 2 hour. They're getting past lap traffic, particularly when you're starting to fatigue. You've got to be very, very careful. We've seen it in the past where riders come together.
It'll be interesting if it's this hot too. Like, it will be a physical challenge, I think, as well.
Absolutely.
It's going to be warm like this.
So, take a couple of steps back. Your season this year, mate. You want to give us a bit of a rundown on how the team's come along, or you're putting your own team together? How things are going for you?
Yeah, it's been hard. It was supposed to be easier this year. We secured a big budget. We took on Paul Free as the manager and crew chief for the team, and Brent Stevens, who's Valentino Rossi's old mechanic. So we also had Stuart Winton, who was going to run the Motec system for us. So we decided quite early with Yamaha that we'd start to develop the Motec and help them progress when they then go to Motec. So it started off pretty tricky. We had a few issues, like sort of all molding as a team, and then a few decisions that were made early on with engine configuration and things like that really held us back. And we got into round 3 and we had to do a bit of a reset. And we spoke to Yamaha and said, like, okay, we really need a bit of a hand now, because we've sort of ended up in a not where we wanted to be with the amount of money and testing that we'd done. One of the trade-offs for Yamaha supporting us was that they wanted to protect their intellectual property, and Paul Free being a big influence on the paddock, they didn't want Paul to have that information. So there was a bit of like, and it wasn't really working. Like, the chemistry wasn't there. I don't think Paul's got a really, really good reputation, and he does an awesome job, and his commitment was second to none. But we just didn't mold, and we had a really bad run. Like, we didn't give him enough time the year before. So we started in December, and then we had a really bad run with the weather. Every single test we went to rained. We had a couple of silly big crashes that lost sessions at the race meetings. It was one of the first 4 months and 5 months of the year, it didn't all come together, and we needed to do a big reset, and that reset unfortunately meant that Freebie wasn't going to be a part of the team anymore. And Yamaha took on the responsibility of building our engines, which was a really big part of the problem. We went the wrong way with the engines, with no malice. Like, the intention wasn't there to make them harder to ride. They were just trying to get more power, and that just made them a lot harder to ride. And my feedback at the start was, don't create any more torque out of this motor, or if you want to do anything, take it out of the middle. And that didn't happen. The idea was, okay, we've got Motec now, so we should be able to tune that out. But if you don't have a good mechanical base, like, you're just pushing shit uphill.
Well, look, bikes is about to line up, so we'll come back to that. But
Yep.
I'm sure everyone will agree it's absolutely gold to get such a valuable insight from what's happening in ASBK. I do want to come back to that, because really interested to hear from you, Jed. Bikes are just lining up now. It's Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500. So a Formula Baskerville class, Jed. It's our beginner class. So
Okay, yep.
any type of bike. Really,
it's, bring what you've got sort of set up.
pretty much.
Yep.
Good training ground. The man to beat on P1, of course, Sam Delaney. He
is it 750 or 600?
I think that's a 600.
Yeah.
CR 500 next to him, just to make it interesting.
It's an interesting combo, isn't it?
Yeah. Watch for the wheelie off the line. So we're ready for a start. So red light is on and racing. So Sam Delaney away the best. Actually, he's made a liar of me. No wheelie. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Got a little
yeah.
one. But Sam Delaney, I think it is from Harley Phipps, and that could be Jaden. I think
You've got Ben Ford and
could be a bit hard to pick up from here as the field sorts itself out. But Sam Delaney's the man. He's going to lead the field up the hill for the first time. Nice gap already, out to a couple of seconds, I'd say. So,
He's giving him a hosing up that hill.
yeah, probably got the right bike for it. Although Harley Phipps on that CBR 600 behind, that'd be a bit of a weapon, and he's getting better with that. But look, Sam Delaney's probably got the most experience. He actually ran the 2 hour here last year, but hasn't been on the bike since and been out with a bit of injury. So I think he's always going to be the man to beat in this class.
Yeah.
But down the back straight, certainly starting to sort itself out now with the horsepower advantages of some bikes.
Yeah, that dirt bike actually goes all right, doesn't it? 500.
Yeah, whenever I watch that, it always reminds me of Sean Giles, who started racing on a CR500. There's some awesome pictures of him back in the day riding those.
That goes good, doesn't it?
It goes really well, yeah. You've ever had a try on a motard, Jen?
Yeah. My whole junior career, I was riding KX450 on the motard on the go-kart tracks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's best way to learn how to back it in and get the wheels spinning.
I wonder what the secret was.
Yeah, flat track and motard, they're the way to go. It's also really physical on a go-kart track, so it's really good training. You're always moving around the bikes. Obviously, the bikes aren't set up very well, so you're always learning how to compensate all the issues. Oh, he's doing wheelies everywhere. Just wheelied out of suckers. Yeah, it looks like a bit of fun.
Can we expect the same from you in the 2 hour?
Yeah. Can we double charge him and do a what's it called? A stunt show as well?
I'm sure he'd be up for that.
Yeah.
The lack of straight line speed down the straight's a bit of a hindrance for him, but he's mixed up in a bit of traffic. I'm sure he's having a ball.
It doesn't look too bad in a straight line.
Catching a bit of air though. He's sitting up there like a big
Look
kite.
at that, straight round the outside.
But Sam Delaney's gone. He's already heading up the hill towards Suckers. It's the field's bunching up now behind Harley Phipps though. It's certainly the classes the feeder class, I guess, for all our future races as well as our Tassie Juniors. So it's absolutely great to see everyone out there enjoying the racing and mixing it up.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear that you've got big numbers here too at the 2 hour. It's a really good event. I have heap of fun every time I come down, and it's obviously challenging. It's not too long that it becomes like a hindrance for the teams and the bikes, but it's long enough for it to be a real team effort. So it's good fun.
So do you think the 2 hours 2 hours of sprinting, or do you think you'd have to back it off a little bit to get through?
I think it depends on where you are in the race. Like a couple of years ago when Brett had an off and we got it rebuilt and I headed out there for my stint, I definitely ran it as a sprint race. I think I pretty much ran low 53s or mid 53s the whole race because that was the situation we were in. I was going to try to recover as much as we could, and if it backfired, then we were already at the back, so it didn't matter. But I think most of the time, most of the guys who have won it have done it in a fairly relaxed way and had no mistakes, and that's how you get through the whole thing.
There's one thing we found out about the 2 hour. It always throws a few curveballs. And that's what keeps it fun. That on paper you can rarely pick who's likely to win it, and that team rarely actually wins it.
Yeah. Oh, well, I've had all the curveballs every time I've been here. We needed a straight one this time, but unfortunately we've got another curveball. We're on a bike that we didn't really plan on racing, but I think we'll be okay. Like we've got good pace, got two good riders. Looks like we've got a good tyre combination. Brett's been doing a lot of research, so. Yeah, it should be interesting.
So you've ridden a few ZX10s before?
Yeah,
it wasn't too much of a shock to you?
My first superbike experience was... my first superbike was a German Honda 1000 in Germany. And then, 2013, we started with a ZX10. We developed a World Superbike, actually, to do a World Superbike wildcard was a ZX10. And that was in 2004, start of 15, I did the World Superbike wildcard on the ZX10. That was very different to the one we're riding now.
Yeah, of course.
So that had a straight cut gearbox, custom gearbox that we built for Phillip Island.
Yeah.
About probably 15 horsepower more. The KRT, ECU, and loom. It was way different. The fuel tank, my dad built the fuel tank for us. Actually had all the fuel under the subframe. Under the subframe. So no fuel was really stored in a higher spot on the bike. So yeah, that was pretty special.
So last lap board out at the moment. Sam Delaney looks to be in a pretty safe position to wrap up the win again. Just going up over Suckers at the moment. Good to see Jaden Davey Bowden get up past Harley Phipps. So Harley in third place from David Burden and Julian Winlow. David Dick, Jared Tacey, Ben Ford, Gary Edwards, Nick Cargo, Tony Oliver, Brandon Pearce, Anthony Reid and Christian Riley. Got one retiree just coming into the pit lane, pushing their bike. I'm not sure who that is. Can't quite pick it up at the moment. But our race leader
just took the flag.
Sam Delaney, another nice ride.
And we'll see a massive wheelie from the 500 over the line.
Oh, there's every chance, or at least up the hill.
He's
keeping it calm,
looking around.
So I don't think Chris McGrath's listening. So initial thoughts on the ZX10?
Yeah, it's just I guess what's the word for it? Bit agricultural compared to what I'm used to. Like the R1 is a lot more refined, but I do remember those bikes being quite an easy bike to ride. He's done a really good. I know he's done 53s around here on that bike himself, and to do that with the standard suspension and the gear shift and everything pretty stock, he's done a really good job. And I think we'll be able to get there. It's just a matter of feeling it out. We've changed the tyres on it, so we've had to adjust some things, and I think hopefully we can make it a little bit better for him for when he rides it next.
Yep, awesome. Well, we keep at him about when's he going to ride it next, and he keeps making weak excuses.
Yeah. He's made a few trailers this year, I reckon.
Ah, well. Yeah, well, sorry, Rod just confirming the year of your championship in Europe.
Yeah, 2011, yeah.
2011.
2010 German Superbike, 11 stock 600, and then World Supersport in 12.
So, sorry, just while we have a break between races, so going back to ASBK and your team, obviously your R1 is not the only bike running in the team. You've got an entrant in the Supersport class.
Yeah, so Ty Lynch had a really good year, especially with all the injuries that he had. Ty hit the wall at Winton coming out of the S's last year and ruptured his spleen, like burst it to pieces. And he actually bled out a couple of times on the way to hospital, and he's recovered, and he did a really good job this year. A lot more consistent, a lot less crashes. I think that he had that motocross mentality, like he had to win everything in the first couple of laps for a long time. So he's always had the talent, but he just was. You had that like aggression sort of mentality, and that caught him out a lot. But this year he's been really mature. He made one big mistake at Vic Titles. He got which wasn't his mistake, but he got caught. He didn't get out for the first lap, so he had to start from the pit lane. And it was cold, middle of winter, and cold front tire caught him out into turn one, and absolutely demolished the bike and broke both his ankles. So he actually finished the last two rounds with broken ankles. He's a tough kid, and he got really unlucky at Phillip Island. He was second in the championship by 14 points, and Dallas Skier took him out and blew the championship out to like 29 points. So he had a much better round than John Littris, who won the championship in Tailem Bend, but that DNF ruined it for him. So we would have had an Australian Supersport champion through Ty, I think, if that DNF didn't happen. Yeah. So it was very disappointing, but that's racing, and feel for his family because they dedicate so much to it, and that one mistake from another rider, ruined what could have been probably the highlight of his career so far. So a bit hard for them to swallow, but we'll have another crack at it next year with him.
Well, it's really, really appreciate you joining us for a chat.
No worries.
Great insight into your year, and I can only wish you the best for the rest of the weekend and next year, and can't wait to see you back here again.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're going a lot better. Like, the team has developed really well. It's really tight. We have a lot of fun. And the bikes are getting better and better with what we've sort of set out to do. So the Motec's been really tricky. Stuart Winton's done a really good job, but when you get an ECU like that, there's nothing on it. It's start from dead scratch.
Yeah.
So Stewie's learning that, and we're understanding the bikes, and I think we'll be a much better package as we start next year, and then our confidence should build through the year a little bit quicker, and we should be pretty close to the front.
Can't wait for it.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Jed. That was a great insight into motorcycle racing at a different level.
Yeah, look, I keep on going on about how lucky we are to have the likes of Jed Metcher visit us here at Baskerville. It's easy to forget that these guys are running at the front and at the highest level of Australian racing for the rest of the year, and then they come down here and join us as if they're just one of the gang. And it's just so good to get an insight from the likes of Jed Metcher into what it's like in ASBK. So I certainly learnt plenty there and really appreciate what he had to say. I hope everyone
it was great.
Enjoyed the chat. We might be able to get some of the others up here at some time because it certainly is interesting. It's rare to get the chance to really get the finer points of what it's like running a team and running as the front or a competitor at the front of the field in Superbike. Anyway, bikes are ready for the next race. We have our Formula 3 and pre-modern classes.
All right, we're in the starters' hands.
Over to you, Rod.
Looking for a red flag on the tower. The lights are out and we're away. Looks like a great start from P1. No, I was looking for Taran Ocean. Where's Taran in this race?
Well, he crashed out of the last race, so I don't know that
his bike's probably not repaired in time.
So we've got Stuart Bug, who's going to head the field down through the S's for the first time. That'll be Don Fenton in second, I assume, race 1 winner. And then we'll be back to... Oh, a bit hard to tell. Better get the binoculars out, Rod, see if I can pick up who that is. Is it Martin Long, maybe?
Yeah, Martin's definitely out there. I can't see from here.
No, it's Joe Browning, I think. He's been riding very, very well. So we're going to know more because they're about to come down the back straight through Calvin's onto the back straight, and they'll come back into sight here very, very quickly. So it is Stuart Bug from Don Fenton. So a couple of leader bikes out in front. Oh, Joe Browning's in fourth. So who is that? Martin Long in second. It is. So he's picked himself up nicely. Had a front end lose over Suckers. Obviously taking no harm from it because he's absolutely flying.
Yep, he's got Joseph Browning behind him. We've got Dale Madden and Jeremy Archer very close together as well. The battle of the SB650s.
I was talking to Martin after his crash. He said he had no idea what happened. He came over Suckers. Usually as you come on the gas to just drift the rear over the top, the front just closed and went out from under him. So I took him by complete surprise.
Can happen, Chris. Can happen.
Yeah, certainly can. Generally, guys know what the limits are and they ride within them. But as you say, sometimes you can be caught out. This is a good battle at the front. Stuart Bug still holding off Don Fenton. Stuart was the pole sitter this morning, obviously, but Don Fenton was the race 1 winner. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, and up the inside of Buggy goes Don Fenton. That's a nice move into turn 1.
Yes, he lined him up. He carried a lot more corner speed there than Stuart. And pulled the move off fairly easily, Chris. It was a good move up turn 1.
It was really clean. And I know we say it quite often. It's a difficult place to overtake. You know, that corner comes up on you pretty quickly. And
yes, I know what it's like.
Look, absolutely. And you've got to calculate it so that the rider knows you're there. They know to come across and take your front wheel. Things happen pretty quickly as you're heading up there into 1.
Yeah, you're carrying a lot of speed coming into turn 1. And down past the start-finish stripe, you're doing well over 160k an hour there. So the corner does come up pretty quickly. And it does close off very early. It looks like Stuart Bug's recovered a little bit there. Don Fenton certainly got the pace around the sweeper.
Yeah, he's looking great, isn't he? What sort of lap time is this going to be?
He's in the low 58s before.
58.21. Nice time. Stuart Bug. 59.35. So there you go. That's why the gap's starting to stretch out a little. Joe Browning, 59.69. That's a nice time from Joe. Martin Long, almost a flat minute. Then we've got Dale Madden at a 61.1, followed by Matt Coward, Jeremy Archer, James Abey, Ben Abey, Rob Scott, Daniel Briggs, Darren Grice, Karen Webb. And the Michelin, of course, is Taran Ocean, who had an incident up there at Suckers.
In the previous race. Just looking back to the leaders, they're just coming on to Cowboys now onto the back straight. Looks like Stuart Bugg has recovered a little bit there on Don Fenton. He's definitely not being dropped off like he was earlier on a couple of laps ago. In fact, if anything, he's made up quite a bit of ground there on the brakes. The gap's probably a tenth of a second or two. Certainly, Don is looking very strong on the right part of the circuit, which is the start-finish line.
Yeah, he looked slower that time through, 59.24 and a 59.0 from Buggy. So Buggy may be closing him down, so this is not over yet.
No, there'll be 2 laps to go. That's going to come down to whether any of those front two make a mistake.
So lack of adhesion flag out at the bottom of the hill. I don't know the reason for that. I did only just notice that. I don't know how long it's been out.
Yes, I haven't seen it earlier on the race, so whether there's been an issue with one of the competitors' motorcycles or not, I don't know. But back to the leaders.
Last lap board out. This is interesting, Rod. Can Buggy do it?
Well, he's certainly shaping up like he's coming on strong towards the end of the race. The gap's down to within maybe 0.2 of a second. And he was the faster rider on that last lap, so it's going to be a battle of the brakes, I reckon.
Oh, pushing hard around the outside through hit 2. Runs a little bit wide in the end, but he's certainly trying.
He certainly is. He's certainly looking like he's got the pace.
Yeah, I don't know what they're like in a straight line. They're both leader bikes. I'm not sure which one's quicker, but we're about to find out, I'd say. He's determined.
He certainly is. I wouldn't be surprised here if Stuart Bugg can get it done on the brakes here at the end of the straight. Anyway, we're on the back straight for the last time. He's got has got that straight line speed that Don Fenton has, but he's definitely strong on the brakes here. He's looking up the inside. And it's going to be a run around the outside here, Chris, potentially. That's going to be a hard one to do from there.
It's going to be very hard. I think Don's got it in the bag, but hey, what a great ride from Stuart Bugg.
And Don Fenton.
Well, absolutely, yes. And Joe Browning too. That's a 600 following 2 leader bikes. So he's got the better of Martin Long with a great comeback from Martin after his DNF in race 1. And that's Dale Madden from getting the better of Matthew Coward. Looks like Matthew taking a few tips from his son David.
Yep.
Jeremy Archer. It's Ben and Jim Abey from Rob Scott.
There's a big bragging rights there between the SV650 boys.
Yeah, and we've got that's Darren Grice on the Kramer.
Must be Daniel Briggs and Karen Webb there at the rear of the field.
Certainly been some entertaining racing already today, Rod. I just can't. We can't stop talking about the conditions. Rarely do you get such a beautiful day for road racing here at Baskerville. I'm not sure what the wind's doing. It looks pretty still. We can see our flags out there hardly moving.
Yeah, so far it's been great. Certainly very warm for the competitors once you pull that suit on. Racing these bikes, it's a pretty physical thing to do. If you haven't experienced it, you do get very hot. The leathers generally are perforated, but you spend a lot of time. You tuck down in a straight line and then you set up for the brakes, so you don't get a lot of airflow through the body, and you can get very hot very quickly. As we see, a lot of the modern suits now, as you know, Chris, have got water bladders in the hump on the back, so you can hydrate as you go.
Yeah, I think it was Jesse Woods I was talking to yesterday, saying he was running hydration and seemed to make a difference for him just in practice. So obviously thinking more about the 2 hour tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial in the 2 hour to keep that hydration up. We're expecting warm conditions, and with there's a few solo entries. It's going to be very tough on the solo guys. They'll have to have a very good drink in the middle when they do their refueling. But even the teams of two, it's still going to be a tough thing to do with the warmth of the day.
Looking at poor old Jeremy Archer down here, just jumped off the bike he was racing, the SV650, and now about to get onto a sidecar to swing. So he's got a busy day.
Yeah, that can't be an easy thing to do. I'm sure he's enjoying himself though. He has age on his side, Chris. Youthful exuberance.
Great to see Red Warren rocking up again. I asked him why he started from pit lane at the last race, and he said by the time he arrived out here, they let the field go, and he had to start from pit lane. So didn't realise he was late. But anyway, having a top day, and so relieved. I think everyone's so relieved to see that he's finally starting to sort that outfit that he's had so much grief with. And great also that he's already done a 1 minute 10, and he's only just learning this bike. Hasn't raced in anger for many years. So I think it's a sign of things to come. It's going to be great to watch. Obviously, his teammate Harley Phipps, who's been out racing Formula Baskerville earlier, he's only learning the craft of swinging on an outfit. So I don't think they're going to be a challenge for our bike 16.
Looking at Harley there on the knees, it's got to be pretty hard on the body. We touched on that earlier when Barry Lack was giving us all that wonderful information about the sidecars. But certainly you spend a lot of time on your knees. You'll be certainly heading home with a few bruises tonight.
I think so. So I was talking to Darryl Rayner earlier, who's the driver of outfit number 16. I was hoping he was going to be able to come up and join us sometime over the weekend to have a bit of a chat about racing sidecars at ASBK level. It's something you don't often get an insight into, so I'd be absolutely intrigued to have Darryl come up here and talk to us. He's obviously our interstate visitor, having only raced at the Bend last weekend in South Australia as part of the ASBK round.
Okay. There's certainly a lot of work goes into them. Just looking at the black machine there, number 13 going out. It looks like a very well prepared unit, and it's one of the what Barry called as the rear entry one.
Yeah, that was a great insight as well from Barry Lack, wasn't it? A lot of. Just 1 second.
Okay, a bit of an insight from one of the sidecar competitors there, Chris. Sorry
Yeah,
for the little delay.
John Wilmore just letting us know that he's also out because he's done a piston, which is a real shame. And of course, we had another sidecar throw a chain and break I'm assuming put a hole in the crankcase, which is a real disappointment because I know how much work these guys have put into preparing for this weekend. So to already have two sidecars out is a real shame. But at the same time, we know that they've been resurrected from retirement, as probably a few of the riders have been.
Yeah, a lot of them probably haven't seen the racetrack for a number of years. So not sure the amount of how many sidecars are in garages and sheds around Tasmania, but there's quite a few that haven't seen a race in anger for quite a while.
I think the important thing is that people are seeing that this is a viable class moving forward. It's not fair to judge them on how they're running today. As I said, there's been a lot of work go into getting them operational again. It can only grow from here, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. As the event continues on, and this could be quite a big category.
And I think you were saying before, Rod, that at the basketball, well, not the car basketball historics, but the bike basketball historics a few years ago, we had, I'm sure it was the Bayless team, just absolutely sensational to watch. Sideways everywhere, out in the dirt.
Yeah, they were. I remember they was actually smoking. There was smoke coming out of the back of the rear tyre as it was coming through turn 1 on the approach to turn 2. They were just spinning it that hard there. It was certainly very impressive to watch. And then the weekend prior was at Symmons Plains for the Australian Championships, and they were. I remember seeing the thing sideways around the start-finish line there, heading around. So
well, up to a start, Rod.
We're away.
So Daryl Rayner's got the whole shot, as you'd probably expect, but Red Warren not far behind. As we keep saying, Red's still coming to terms with that bike, so he's not going to be a serious serious opposition to our leader at the moment. So 5 bikes on track, one a little bit slow to get away.
He's certainly got some legs, the leading bike.
Yeah, well, so too has Red's, is the black one going up the hill. I know that's a GSXR 1000 motor in that, so It's no slouch. I think it's an Australian Championship winning bike anyway, so once he gets it sorted, it's going to be a real weapon.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's a lot of setting up and getting things sorted to make these things fast.
Yeah, I remember many years ago, Red hunting a sidecar around here. He was the man to beat. He was a bit like the Bayless team. He was very loose. Yep. It was always very exciting to watch. So it's great to see Red back out there. I'm sure it won't be too long once he gets some confidence in that outfit that we see the old Red appear, which is a fair bit of aggression. It's absolutely awesome to see him back out there racing in anger. Many of you probably know that not long after buying that outfit, he had a nasty accident up there at Symmons Plains, and for anyone to come back from that is, takes a lot of resolve and courage, and
absolutely.
I think most people are just in awe of the fact that he's out there again doing this.
When you'll have to watch, Chris, when the leading sidecar comes through. Turn 1, very, very loose there. It looks a bit like how a car turning in, but then the front sliding, then the back sliding, and they're just fighting it all the way through the corner. It's very impressive. There's a lot of movement through the chassis, through the tyres. But it's at the end of the straight now, so you'll be able to witness it, but just keep your eye on through turn 1. Good corner speed. They're lifting up a little bit here through the chute, which is great to see.
It certainly sounds the business too, doesn't it?
Yeah, you'll see the turn in. They usually are fighting the thing to get it to turn. It's quite squirrely there as it goes through the middle of the corner.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. It's they're certainly at the limits of group, aren't they, as they turn in? So just lap time wise, so we've got a 1:06.47 from Daryl Rayner, got a 1:12 from Rob Warren, and a 1:24 from Robbie Wilson, 1:28 from Lindsay Seabrook, and a 1:41 from Tom Davis. It's a bit of a shame that John Wilmore's out, because he was running a little bit quicker than Rob Warren, and I would have thought that I was hoping that was going to be a really good battle between the two of them. Unfortunately, it's meant that the field's a little bit strung out, but we're going to get that because of the difference in the capability of each of the machines, and of course the level of experience. We've got one ASBK level machine out there in front showing you what is achievable, and some others who are trying to improve and refine and help build the class. So,
and I think we've even got some first timers actually swinging as the passenger there, so that have never done it before. So it's not going to be that easy to learn straight away. And no doubt there's a real technique you'd have to learn and practice to make these things fast and handle through the corner.
Oh, look, I have no doubt at all. I think you watch the team in P1 and just how refined all their transitions are. Like the passenger knows exactly when to change position. They just work as one unit. And you can see, I guess, to your point, Rod, we've got some people doing it for the first time. It takes a bit of it takes time to sort that out and learn what works for the bike and your rider.
Yeah, I'm just looking at bike going down, the yellow bike going down through turn 2 here. Jeremy Archer, he's first time in the chair yesterday, I believe. So he's absolutely loving it. I'm talking to him earlier. You can see there, Chris, he's got his head hanging right out over the side there, inches off the track. He said it's an absolute buzz. I'm sure it is. I don't think I'll ever find out.
No, look, I was thinking exactly the same thing while you're saying that. I've no doubt it's a huge buzz, but from early on, they've just always scared me.
Maybe we should get one, Chris, and you and I could have a bit of a crack at it.
Well,
who's going to steer? We'd have to do a coin toss each time.
Yeah. I don't know who'd be the least trustworthy.
Yeah, I reckon I'd be a bit loose behind the wheel, to be honest. But I think I'd like to do the passenger side. I think
that settles it.
I think that'd be fun. But maybe fun 30 years ago, but I don't know. It certainly looks like it'd be entertaining, but I'm sure it's very, very difficult.
Like I said, the old knees would hurt a bit.
Yep, they certainly would.
We talk about how much your legs hurt after doing a sprint race on a solo or the 2 hour. I think you'd be a lot worse after going around on one of these. So last lap board out now for Daryl Rayner. As you'd expect, doing it pretty comfortably. And once again, just extend our gratitude to Daryl and Catherine for coming down and being part of our event. It's all about showing people what sidecars are all about. And as with some of our visitors on solos, it's all just about helping create some more awareness around our sport, get more people involved and excited about it. That's what our club is here to do.
Yes, look, it's definitely an exciting sport to watch, and if you jump onto YouTube and have a look at some of the Isle of Man TT footage of sidecars, it is unbelievable, to say the least. I think the TT is unbelievable anyway, but the sidecars around there, they get absolutely hammered. Like, it's so bumpy and rough. They're leaving the road in places, and it can't be an easy thing for the passenger or the rider just to be in that outfit and get hammered like that. Anyway, Chris, we've got the leading sidecar about to take the win.
Yeah, pretty comfortable one. Just rolling off the throttle as they're coming through to take the checkered flag.
Looking for Rob Warren.
Certainly backed it off. 3 seconds a lap slower on that last lap for Daryl. Rob Warren just coming down over the hump at the moment. About to hit the brakes at the end of the straight. Rob said, letting on that he was starting to fatigue a little bit. Hasn't done this for quite a while, but doing a great job of it. It must be a very nice feeling for him to be seeing that checkered flag.
Yes, can't be an easy thing to set up. Just looking at it turning in there, like there's a lot of movement, a lot more than meets the eye through the tyres and the chassis.
I had to laugh. I was talking to Martin Long before, and Martin told me that he was talking to Rob Warren at the beginning of the weekend, and Rob suggested, because he's had no end of problems trying to get this thing sorted, that he'd sell it to Martin Long for $15,000. So after Rob went out and found out that he largely had it sorted and things were improving, Martin asked how much it was, and it's gone up to 30.
Right. Fantastic. I love it.
So it tells you where he's at. He's finally feeling like he's got this gremlin sorted. And I was saying before that gremlin was that under power it was fine. Come off the power and it just start weaving around all over the track uncontrollably, and it was obviously very disconcerting.
That would be very disconcerting.
Yeah.
What did he end up finding out what that was? Was it a suspension bush or an alignment issue or something?
He checked and double checked everything, and then eventually found that the rear shock, which is an Öhlin shock out of a motorcycle, was almost seized.
Right.
So it had very little travel or movement.
Yep.
And then he also dialed a bit more caster into the front, or rake as you'd see on a solo bike. And Bob's your uncle. A bit more stability in the steering. He did say that the steering is now very heavy because he's wanted to make it more stable to take away that weave. But
yep,
the main thing is he feels like it's not wanting to kill him, and he can actually, well, it's listening to him rather than vice versa. It's absolutely great to see.
Okay. Looking on the program, Chris, what have I got up next?
Well, we're into our lights, GP and lights production.
Okay.
That'll round out the second set of races for the day. How are we going for time? So 10 to 3.
Yes, and after the get through the program for the last time, then we'll be seeing the Super Pole, which we're all looking forward to for the big race tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's of course another set of races to go, but that's at the end of the day, so that's worth hanging around for. There's nothing at all like watching some of the fastest riders in Australia on track by themselves. That's all you can hear, one bike.
Yeah, but it's great. That, you know, I know from previous years, the Super Pole, it's a special thing to see, just having that one rider there to focus on, one motorcycle working, revving. It's just awesome.
Yeah, when there's a whole field of bikes, you don't often hear the way the engine's working and the bit of wheel spin people are getting out of corners. It really is something to worth having a look at. And of course, it's unique for the riders. They very rarely get to do one single lap where they're the focus of attention.
Yep.
It puts some pressure on people to make sure that you only get one opportunity. You can't go around and have another go at it.
Some really well presented bikes down here in pit lane as they're gritting up for the start of the production in the GP lights race.
Yeah, just having a conversation with a few guys last night about colour schemes from the past, and looking at bike number 45 there in Rothman's racing colours.
Yes.
It has to be one of the best colour schemes of all time, I think.
Just excuse me for a moment, Chris.
No worries at all, Rod. Plenty to still look at on track. So I think the obvious omission here is Taran Ocean, who had a fall in race 1 of the lights up there at Sucker's Corner. Hopefully he's okay. I know he's on his feet, but he's not back out there, so maybe they're trying to repair the machine. But that should make a fairly easy race for Liam Waters, who was our race 1 victor. But I think where the real interest was back behind there. There was a great battle between the lead lights production bikes of Brodie Curtis and Dane Griggs. They were mixing it up with Rhys Tan, who's on a lights GP bike. So really, P2 back, there's some really good contest. Mark de Jong on that fluoro orange bike, also riding really well. So Dane Griggs, the first bike to roll up on the KTM RC390. So he's one of the lead lights production. Bike 39, Rhys Tan, that's lights GP or Moto3 bike. And of course, our race winner there now in pole position. The Tatnall Painting sponsored bike of piloted by Liam Waters. So,
it's a shame we're not seeing Taran Ocean on the grid, but
yeah, it'd be interesting to get an update there. Hopefully he's okay and they're just looking to repair the bike.
all right, we're in the starter's hands. Red lights on the bridge and we're away. So
great launch there from Liam Waters. As you often call, Rod, the production bikes get away really well given the torque of the 4-stroke engine, but Liam Waters this time.
Yeah, being a Moto3 bike, they do start very well. Unlike the little 125 GP 2-strokes, they're a little bit harder to get off the line.
So it's Liam Waters, Brodie Curtis. I'm not sure who that is in third. Is that Dane Griggs? I think it is.
Dane Griggs. Rhys Tan looks like he's going to use the superior power of the little bike there up the hill, or the GP spec bike.
Another good start too from Mark de Jong on the orange bike. So he's on the back of that group. That's a good start for him. A good position to try and put in a strong race. So Liam Waters is off and flying.
He's flying. He's already got about a 5-second gap over the field.
Now look at Mark de Jong, already picked up a couple of positions down the back straight. He's having a great meeting. Right on the back of Brodie Curtis there, and Reece Tan not far in front. So someone's lit a fire under Mark this weekend. It's good to see because we know he's capable. Up the inside of Brodie Curtis, he's backed out of that. I think wisely. There wasn't much of a gap there.
Yeah, he's a big boy, Mark. He's a solid lad, so he does make that bike look smaller than it is. But a Moto 3 bike, they're not particularly large. But he does a great job on it.
Problem is he's got Reece Tan starting to get away at the front. He's got to get past Brodie Curtis, and you can obviously see that. He's looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Liam Waters, he's well out in front. He's gone. He's already exited Calvin's and halfway down the back straight.
It'll be interesting to see Mark de Jong down the back straight this time. Just the difference in the straight line speed, right there behind the production bike of Brodie Curtis. Isn't much in it really, is there? So
I think it's more Mark's around 120 kilos, so that's probably more to do with the weight. To be honest, Chris, I think the bike ahead of him, Brodie Curtis, I'm guessing he's probably around the 60 kilo mark. Mark's definitely around the 120 or 114 or something kilo mark, so he's a fairly sizable boy.
Well, Mark fancies himself into the top of the S's here. Not close enough this time, but he did have a look up the inside last time through. So that's probably where he might do it, if anywhere.
I reckon he's going to have a go at some point.
Oh, I think he will and should.
He certainly he's got a big carrot ahead of him, and we know from watching Mark race for many, many years, he's having that rider right there in front of him like that is a massive carrot for him. He'll definitely have a push somewhere.
Liam Waters way out in front, quickest lap 58.63. He really doesn't need to do much more. And as we keep saying, for a lot of these riders, it's all about tomorrow in the feature races. But I'm sure he's just enjoying circulating out there in the lead at the moment, not being challenged. Well, it's always nice to have a close contest, but sometimes it's also nice just to take a win without being pressed too hard.
So, Dane Griggs there too, on the back of those three riders there. Chris, Dane Griggs doing a great job.
He certainly is.
Hanging on the back of the two bikes ahead of him. Certainly Mark de Jong there coming down through the S's there. He's carrying good corner speed, but not quite able to get on the back of Brodie Curtis ahead of him. Yeah, they're certainly very level, Chris. Still looking at Brodie Curtis and Mark de Jong, Dane Griggs. They're all very, very similar in speed down the back straight here.
So Liam Waters is crossing the line. Massive lead over Reece Tan. Reece is probably not going to come under pressure from Mark de Jong now because Mark's still trying to get past Brodie Curtis.
Yeah, but Brodie's actually starting to stretch out that gap back to Mark de Jong. And if Mark's not too careful, Dane Griggs will have a crack. He's all over the back of him. Dane there showing good speed into the top of the hill there.
Plenty of experience now from Dane Griggs too. He's been riding that bike for some time and at the front of Lights production. So I agree, Brad. I think he's every chance of putting a move on Mark.
He's got a lot of experience in general. Dane's been running around here for a good 20 years or more, I reckon. He's racing back in the early 2000s, so or maybe even earlier.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, like talking to Andrew Quinn, who you know. Andrew was racing around the early 2000s and Dane was racing then, so I heard him talk about some of the dices he had with Dane back in the day.
Well, there you go. You do learn something new every day. Last lap board out.
Yeah, Brodie Curtis there. He's starting to put a decent gap now between Mark de Jong and Dane Griggs. Without a mistake there, I'd say he's safely going to come through there in third place outright.
So the question is, what can Dane Griggs do about Mark de Jong in front of him? I'm thinking it might be a bridge too far at the moment.
I don't think he can do too much, to be honest. They're so level in speed everywhere on the circuit, and the difference between the two bikes, it's where one has a slight advantage, the other one loses somewhere else. So they're very, very close. what could actually work in right now coming onto Calvin's. There's a back marker, so we're seeing, and as we're talking, Liam Waters there takes the win comfortably.
Certainly comfortable.
And Reece Tan will be coming around for second. Getting back to our race for third position, so it's Brady Curtis has very comfortably stretched that gap. And unfortunately, Dane Griggs, as much as he tried there, couldn't quite get the better of Mark de Jong.
Mark's got to be really happy with that. Like I said, I think he's showing some late form, really. Been riding really well.
Just looking at the rest of the field, Garth Newton there crossing the line, Marek Von
Von
Bertouche,
Bertouche, yeah.
Simon Price,
Nick Cargo, Hans Dadson.
So Hans Dadson, he's got the little replica bike there.
No, it's the RC390. I think
he's on the RC390,
Nick
okay.
Cargo on the Rothmans replica.
Right, okay.
There's Hans just crossing the line on the RC390.
Yep. And I'm looking for Michael Regan, but okay, he must have come into the pits there earlier on in the race.
No, I think he's just re-entering the pits now. Bike 888. There's Michael Regan.
Okay.
So that does conclude our second set of races for the day.
We might have a quick drinks break.
I think so.
And we'll come back for the start of the third round, which will be the Tassie Juniors.
Right, bikes on track for the first race of the third set of sprint races for the day. So our Tassie Juniors, unfortunately missing our pole sitter, Isaac Simmons. We're still not quite sure what happened. If we know he didn't finish or complete the last race. He was collected by the recovery vehicle from Calvin's Corner, so I'm not sure if Isaac fell off or it was a breakdown, but let's just hope that we're going to see him back for the weekend. So the man to beat becomes David Coward on bike 60, claimed the race 2 win, but only narrowly from Gus O'Halloran on bike 43. So that's probably where the contest is going to come in this race.
All right, red flag is in. We're in the starter's hands, looking for a red light on the tower, and we're away.
Oh, nice start from David Coward. Gus O'Halloran pretty anxiously jabbing at the gear lever, and actually it works for him because he goes through and do P1. David Coward back on the inside. He's having none of that.
It's an exact replica of race 2. Gus O'Halloran's definitely got that straight line speed on that little bike.
David's dynamite through those S's. Look at the gap he's already pulled out there on Gus O'Halloran.
Yes, he's been riding it really well, and we've seen that all weekend so far and in recent races. So he's definitely the man to beat today now. Unfortunate that Isaac Simmons isn't in this one, but David's been riding very, very well.
Dave O'Connell just cresting Suckers or Skyline Corner at the moment, and now Jet Pryor, but leader's coming onto the back straight. So David Coward. Now, is that bike of Gus O'Halloran's a little bit faster? It looks like it is. He's pulling him in, so this is really interesting. Will Gus be able to tag onto the back wheel of David Coward?
He's definitely had the speed all day so far down the back straight. Just David's been a little bit quicker through the windier part of the circuit. So swings and roundabouts.
He's certainly pulled up a lot through there. And look at the speed into turn 1. It's obviously Gus's strong point. But he seems to struggle on the change of direction through the S's. This is where David is strong.
Yeah, David's definitely got more corner speed there. And this is just experience, I think, Chris.
I think you're right, Rod. And we keep talking to that. David's been doing this a while now, and he's really starting to look like an accomplished racer.
Gus is still, Gus is very young and he's learning and he's improving all the time. So it won't be long, and we'll probably see Gus maybe, especially on that bike, it's got a little bit more speed. So as he learns and grows with it, he will definitely get faster.
Yeah, what's interesting though is that he has so much extra speed here through the sweeper and down the back straight that he's not out of this, and he would have realised that last time round, so he's not going to throw this in. I think there's a real chance here for Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, look, I think the secret for Gus, as you can see here, he's made up about 20 bike lengths down the back straight. It's whether he can get close enough on that last lap so he can do that out-braking manoeuvre at the end of the straight.
Well, lap time wise, there's not much in it. David Coward 109.91, Gus O'Halloran 110.39. But it might just be a little bit that David's eking out, and it won't be need to be too much to break the toe.
Yeah, this is where David's been showing him a clean set of heels, anywhere from turn 1 through to Suckers. And then young Gus has got that extra speed down the back straight. So it's been swings and roundabouts.
I think you're right, though, about the experience of David starting to show through. He's not making a mistake anywhere. He has nice, clean, flowing long lines, and he's certainly using the advantages of the 4-stroke to...
yeah, 2 very different bikes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, very different. One's a production bike and one's more of a GP sort of spec.
But if anything, I think Gus is maybe a little closer this time around. It's going to be interesting to see. The gap last time was 0.87.
Yeah, Gus has definitely closed up there.
0.42. So he is closer, right onto the back wheel now of David Coward, and it's the last lap. If you could do more about this turn 2, turn 3... And it looks like he may have this time. Runs a bit wide there, I think, Rod.
Yeah, he certainly has been. Look, he's using David as a yardstick for sure, but he's definitely running wider on the corners. But he's closer than what he was the lap prior, so it's looking good for a potential out-braking manoeuvre here. Of
course, Ava Connell's still running strongly in third place, just going through the S's at the moment, and Jet Pride just coming through the chute at the moment to pick up the last lap board. But the leaders, that's where it's happening.
I'll tell you what, Chris, I think he's going to be close enough to have a go here.
Maybe over the start-finish line even.
He's going to have a good go.
Oh,
Look at this. Look at this. Here we go.
Now, David's strong under brake, so keep an eye on this. And David's also very good on the drive through the
Gus O'Halloran up the inside there. So let's see if he's going to have the legs to get over the line.
What's the arm pump here?
Looks like Gus is going to do
Dynamite.
it. It's a great little win from Gus.
How about that?
That was a great comeback, great win for Gus O'Halloran.
Look, it was, because David was laying down the faster laps, and then, Gus dug very deep there. That was brilliant.
And I think he did the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, so he certainly dug deep. The 1:09.07, yeah, so the fastest lap on lap 4 to take the win. Well done, Gus O'Halloran.
Yeah, that's terrific to see. Ava Connell just picking up third place. That's great for Ava.
Look for Jet Pryor to come round to round out the field. Be an interesting bike to ride, these little R15s, Chris. 150cc single cylinder.
That'll be a lot of fun, I reckon.
I'm sure they're not blessed with a lot of straight line speed, but it's all about late braking and maximising your corner speed on these little bikes.
And there we go, Jet Pryor. Nice fourth place for Jet. As we keep saying, I think it's a great class for people to learn what racing's about. It's all about just how fast you can go down the straight. Racing happens in the corners.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's especially at this circuit. The straights here aren't very long, so it's a fast lap time. You need to be able to take the corners in the right lines, the right braking areas, and keeping that momentum up.
Well, another special guest has just arrived. I'm really delighted, if you don't mind, Rod.
Yeah, no problem.
A very quick chat to Daryl Rayner, the lead sidecar so far this weekend.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. Very warm welcome to Baskerville.
Thank you very much.
It's great.
Enjoyed the track so far.
Look, it's just great to see you guys out there.
Yeah.
And you guys look awesome going around. I admitted to you before, I know very little about sidecars, so I'm really interested to get some insight into what it's like to ride these. What's going on at ASBK level in sidecars?
Yeah.
Is it getting bigger? What are its challenges? A little bit of, I suppose, background from yourself, maybe, firstly.
Yeah.
What have you done over the years? How did you get into it?
Annandale Leichhardt Motorcycle Club in New South Wales run training days. So basically $100, $150 all day on a sidecar to suit you. And 1999 I did that, and I've been broke ever since.
So that's going to get a few people over the line?
Yeah. But it's just such a fun thing to do. I'd never raced anything in my life. And we'd go to World Supers at Oran Park and whatnot, and you'd be sitting on the hill and you're watching the solos go around, and while that was spectacular, there was something drew you to the fence when the sidecars come on.
Yep, absolutely.
Whether you know they're complete nutters or not, yeah, which we are, it helps. But I've enjoyed it. 23 years of doing it, so no sign of giving up.
No, that's fantastic, and as I said, you guys look just so fast out there.
Yeah.
You're racing a 600cc machine?
Yeah, little Formula 2, yeah.
Yep, so maybe a little bit about what classes are currently run nationally?
Okay, national at ASBK is Formula 1, which can be either a long bike or short bike with 1000cc. And Formula 2 is always short bike, non-hub centre steer, so direct steering, and 600, and I don't think we've got 675s in there yet, but we used to have 1000cc twin.
Okay.
But they're not running anyway, so it's all 600s in Formula 2, yeah. And the background on Formula 2 was they were made specifically for the Isle of Man when the TZ750s got too fast.
Really? I didn't know that.
And that was 110 mile an hour for TZ750. Now the Formula 2s are doing 118. But suspension, tyres, everything's been upgraded, so it's a bit better now. And
it's great to see, I guess, a bit of resurgence in sidecar racing nationally. Do you feel like it's still growing?
It's got the potential to grow. I mean, we don't get to do every ASBK round, so we sort of try and pick clubs that will have us. Like, so Sportsman's at Morgan Park in Queensland.
Yep.
We've been to WA with, I can never remember the name of the club over there. But yeah, I mean, we're always welcome. It's a good thing.
Try to remember
It'd be
well.
nice to come down here. But yeah, it's expensive. But yeah, I've come here, so we're going to go home and say what a great time we've had, and hopefully it brings more people.
Well, that's what we're all about. We do want to help build it and certainly grow sidecar racing again in Tasmania. You probably heard that the Sports Riders Club used to be the sidecar racing club, so certainly in our DNA. And it's a lot of people have said to me this weekend, it is so good to see sidecars back on track.
Yeah.
So I know it's not much of a contest out there. You guys have got it pretty much by yourself, but I think what's important is people can see what top level sidecar racing is like, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to go away from this very, very impressed with what you and Catherine have offered and shown us.
Yeah.
And I really hope it's only upwards from here.
For sure.
Stay with me, Darryl. We've got Superbikes about to start. Speaking of nutters, certainly have to be a bit of a nutter to want to ride a 1000cc motorcycle around Baskerville. It's a handful, and the way these guys do it just amazes me. Current Australian Superbike Championship reigning champion Mike Jones off to a very good start. He'll get the whole shot from Ted Collins. That's Jed Metcher looking to go around the outside of Ted Collins, and we'll get that done. So great early start from Jed. No, sorry, it's Matthew Long. What a start on the 600. Called that, got that very wrong. Brad Hughes in fourth. Then it's Jed Metcher. Looking for a run up the inside. You had to go with these yourself, Darryl?
Nope, never raced anything else in my life bar sidecar.
But you know what it's like to be a racer. There's the first lap's always full of adrenaline.
Yep, it is, yes. You go for those gaps and they close very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. What are you thinking of Baskerville so far?
I love it. It's it looks like the exact opposite of Broadford, but it's just magic. I mean, okay, it's got bumps everywhere between the start and the finish line, but you make the most of it, and it's just brilliant. The layout's great, and honestly, the best part about this is the people we've met down there. It's fantastic.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that, because we take pride in our club and our community, and it's something I often hear, how welcoming people are, and I think that's great, because I often say that we're not just about motorbikes or sidecars, we're about people.
Yes, it's great.
It's great to hear the likes of yourself come down here and feel like you've been welcomed, and hopefully create some long-standing relationships and friendships.
Yeah, that's always the case. Yeah, sidecars are a bit family-orientated kind of thing.
Absolutely,
it feels like a family. Yeah. But I mean, the good thing I like about this, you got Mike here, who's now Australian reigning champion. But the last race, I love seeing the kids go around.
Oh,
and they're our next champions. And
without
you get
a
them
doubt.
involved. Yeah,
No,
I just love that. Always have.
Oh, look at Jed Metcher looking for a run through on Ted Collins. Looking to go around the outside, up the inside. No, there's no room there. But look, it's hard to believe that these guys are only focused on racing on Sunday, because it looks like it's gloves off at the moment. Quickest lap so far, 53.85 from Michael Jones. Jed Metcher, who you heard from before here in commentary, out there showing, spinning up the ZX10 at the bottom of the hill. It's just so impressive to watch competitors at the top level, and that includes yourself, watching, as I was saying before, sidecars going around and showing us what's achievable.
Yeah, it's we like showing everybody what we can do, and it's if we get people involved in it because someone's come down, but honestly, yeah, I'd like to see more down here.
Well, like I say, we're going to keep working at it.
Yep.
Mike Jones is crossing the line. He goes through at a 53.87, so only 0.8 off the outright circuit lap record. Jed Metcher's still looking to get through on Ted Collins. No easy task, not running that pace.
Ted's one of your own?
No, Ted's from Victoria.
Oh, okay.
So
sorry.
ASBK.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to claim you as our own, that's for sure. I'd be happy to claim you as our own.
Yeah.
Big group of riders here at the bottom of the hill now. I think that's Damien Falls, maybe John O'Hughes, Chip Sellers, 600s and 1000s combined. Do Formula 1 and 2 ever run together? Well, they do.
Yeah.
They do?
ASBK, club racing we do. We've got everything from Formula 1 down to P4.
Yep.
Yeah.
And how do you find that? Do you notice a difference in the bigger bikes or the bigger
Yeah, there's
capacity bikes?
definitely a difference, but it just gets to the stage like trying to get F1s. We like beating F1s. But I mean, everybody, sidecars ain't so ASBK level like everyone isn't. I mean,
Yeah.
So you're all in together and you just have fun and you know what everyone's like and what moves you can make, what moves you shouldn't make.
So it's still all one big family, I assume?
It is, yeah.
Yep. I've certainly noticed that over the years. Very, very strong connection with all the sidecar races.
Yeah, it's worldwide. Like we've got friends when we race the Isle of Man and still friends in the UK and everything like that. But you want to go on holidays, you got some place to stay.
So you're from Sydney?
Sydney, yes.
And what's sidecar racing like in Sydney?
It's not that great at the moment.
Yeah.
So we've just lost Wakefield Park in the last couple of months. So now all we've got is Eastern Creek, and I think we're only going to get 3 meetings this year. So we're going to travel interstate to continue racing if we want to.
Makes it difficult, that's for sure.
Does, yeah.
Last lap board out at the moment, so Mike Jones certainly a fairly comfortable leader. Jed Metch still trying to find his way through on Ted Collins. And again, this big group of riders headed by Damien Fords, Chip Sellers, I think is that John O'Hughes. Don't know who's going to come out on top there. It's 600 versus 1,000, so I'm thinking the 1,000cc will probably do it.
Probably got to see who's the most desperate under brakes at the end.
It often is, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's another way of saying that, but the most desperate will do.
Yep.
But race leader Mike Jones coming around to pick up a checkered flag. Another comfortable win for Mike. And look at that Jed Metch all over the back of Ted Collins. But I think what's important here is we're seeing what the form may be for tomorrow's 2 hour. All the major teams showing some good early pace. Matthew Long, what an outstanding ride on the 600. Absolutely clear of all the other 600s. So I don't know if I should be thanking you for this weather, because I tell you what, we've had a bad run of it, but at the moment...
It's been bad everywhere, all the way from Queensland, all the way down through Victoria. I mean, we had the 18-hour drive to Tailem Bend last weekend, had to come through Victoria because most of the Murray was flooded. But you do what you got to do. So
you were showing me yesterday some footage of a very... Well, I suppose it was a crash, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll call it one, yeah, not proud of it. But,
what actually happened?
Well, maybe. I still don't know 100% certain what started it, but someone was saying that they had a couple of big slides through someone else dumping oil. And I don't think we did anything different in the corner, but we just come out. If anyone knows Tailem Bend, turn 8 to turn 9, fast downhill. 3 apex right. And we just ran off, just slid off the track and into the dirt, whole 360. Got it up probably 45 degrees. Kathy got flung off. I nearly did, but she's not impressed. I keep telling her she owes a carton of beer.
That'll do it.
Well, passengers 1, riders 2, and if it's helicopter flight, it's 3.
Just talk us through a lap of riding a sidecar. What are you looking for? What sort of feel do you get? What are your challenges? I mean, think of somebody who's never been on one of these.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely handle differently from right to left. And the passenger's got a hell of a lot of say in how it handles. So into this right-hander, it's got really good camber, so you actually get front-end grip. But turn 3 at Eastern Creek, there's not much there. So the front end starts pushing. So that's where everyone thinks a passenger moves left to right. True. But when they're over the right, they're still moving forward and backwards to get grip on the front or the back. And it's a fine margin. A lot of the time with me, Kathy's looking at my arms to see wherever it's pushing. And if it comes back, she's got to move a bit further forward. Or you get to know what certain corners are like in turn 3 every time. So it just doesn't work. So you just make the most of that one. Everything's a compromise. Through lefts, she gets a backside out over the passenger deck. But saying that, the chair wheel can dig in. So it's a happy medium. So she moves the backside in to float the chair wheel. And too far in, it comes up too far, and then you got to roll off and stuff like that. But
so you're constantly compensating for where not compensating, but riding to where she is?
No. She's riding to what the bike's doing, and I'm riding to what the track's got to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's just on the gas, on the brakes. I think Kathy would probably tell you I'm fairly predictable, which is a good thing. So she knows every
On the
lap
bike,
what I'm doing.
not off the bike.
Never. But yeah, I mean, you start to learn the new track, and then your braking markers change. So she's still got to learn that. But you just get to the stage where you know where you got to do. B. What do you call the top corner again?
Suckers.
Suckers. Yeah, man, I still can't get that properly right. Like you start to look for, your peel in point, and you're looking at something in the distance compared to the tyre wall. It's just, I don't know. It's just I can't get that one, but it's still not too bad through there. But I'd like it better.
So I think about a 65 is your pace so far.
Yeah.
If this was ASBK and you're working a bit harder, where do you think you might end up?
They're probably a bit better. To what extent, I don't know.
Yep.
Like I think it's true. Like we did qualifying lap on our own, same as ASBK, but in a race because you're following someone and they drag you along. I'd like to say sort of threes.
Yep. You don't think under the minute?
Probably not out of a 600.
Yep.
But you never know.
So is a track like this a bit more challenging for 600 because it's a bit undulating?
No, it's good in that sense because you've got all the corners. So the 600s definitely make up for it in what long bikes can and can't do.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get dragged away down the back straight there. Yeah. And then you make it up under brakes.
Well, absolutely fascinating, Daryl. I'll maybe hand back over to Rod, but just once again, thank you so much for coming down and being part of our event.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy I didn't make you use the 7-second delay.
Yeah, I had a joke about that earlier. There's no filter, so...
No.
But look, thanks. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and really, really hope to see you back here next year.
Definitely.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, Daryl. Cheers.
Well, that was a great insight, Chris.
As you talk you into having a go, Rod.
Oh, if you want to steer, I'll swing.
All right, there you go.
So let's just find one.
All right, so Formula Basketball.
Lights are on, we're away.
Sam Delaney, the man again.
Yeah, great start from Sam, and looking at one of the little 250 production bikes here. Lots of wheels standing off the mark, which is always fun, but not the fastest way to get off the line.
Harley Phipps up into second place again. So
looking for Julian Winlow. Is he not out there on this one?
No, it doesn't look to be. Oh, there's almost coming together there between...
not sure who that is.
I think it might have been Gary Edwards and not sure who the other one is. But anyway, Sam Delaney once again off to a flyer and leading the field pretty comfortably. Harley Phipps transitioning from swinging on a sidecar to riding a CBR 600 here in the Formula Basketball class.
Yeah, Sam Delaney, he's put a big gap on the field already on the first lap. He's probably got that out to about 4 or 5 seconds already.
A fair bit of...
it's very busy at the end of the straight at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. A lot of trading of positions under brakes. It's good to see.
Lots of different machines in this category too, so all different bikes of different eras and ages and configurations. 2 strokes, 4 strokes. Just missing Julian Winlow with the CR500. He's I can see him down in the pits there. He's pulling his leathers off, so he's obviously got an issue with one of those bikes.
Yeah, well, that's no good. I always enjoy seeing Julian out there. I think he did manage a wheel stand on the last lap of the last race, so not sure what happened there.
He might have run out of steam. He hasn't raced for a couple of years.
Oh, could be that.
Could be fatigue.
It's let's looking to pick up our race leader coming onto the back straight at the moment, Sam Delaney. So once again, a very handy lead. Harley Phipps second coming over the hump, but then we get into where a lot of the contests are. We've got David Burden and Jaden Davey Bodle fighting it out under brakes. I'm sure that's the same of them. Sorry, that's who they are. It's Jaden and David. Yeah, and a bit of a position change there too, but look further back. David Dick, Ben Ford, Jared Tacey. Field starting to spread out a little bit, but certainly some early action there, Rod, under brakes at the end of the straight.
And Tony Oliver there, enjoying himself. His first race for a couple of years.
Yeah, had a good ride early on. Got the better of, who was that? That was Braden Pearce, wasn't it, on the CBR 1000?
Yes. Just looking at the different bikes in here, we've got There's SV650s, VFR 400. You've got Triumph Daytona. You've got an RS250, an Aprilia, which is a little two-stroke. GSXR 600, CBR 600. So it's a great. There's CBR 250. There's a great mix of bikes.
Yeah, well, as we said, Formula Basketball's open to anything. It's and as Jed Mitchell was saying, it's a little bit of a ride what you brung. But it actually seems to work. Rarely do we have problems with the different machines being matched here around basketball. It's I think as you often say, Rod, it's definitely a rider's track.
Oh, for sure. Having a competent motorcycle's an advantage, but you put a fast rider on a not so fast bike, they will still probably be ahead of someone with the other sort of setup. So it's very much a rider's circuit. Tight and twisty, not a very long straight, so there's no real advantage down that back straight. Not like some of the circuits around the country that may have maybe a 700 metre or even longer straight. Down here, you're talking maybe around about a 400 metre straight, maybe 500 metres.
Sam Delaney just coming around now to cross the line with 4 laps remaining. Jeff, look at this. Harley Phipps being hunted down by Jaden Davey Bodell.
Yeah, and Jaden now on the last lap, he did the fastest lap of the actual. Oh no, not the fastest lap of the race, but his fastest lap at 1:01.38. Harley Phipps ahead of him was a 1:03.13, so he was a couple of seconds quicker on that lap.
He's doing really well, isn't he?
And he's actually looking like he's going to challenge here. So there's still plenty of time too. He's definitely got more speed.
I'd forgive Harley for being retired, having doing double duty with sidecars and racing solos.
He's only young. He'd be fine. Young whippersnapper. He's got plenty of energy, Chris. Yeah,
it's certainly on though, isn't it?
It is on. I think Jaden's looking like he's got the better speed towards the end of this race. He's definitely got more corner speed here around the sweeper. Now, as we know, it's always, not always easy to catch a rider ahead of you, but getting past is the next bit. Not always easy to pass someone that you've caught.
No, not at all. It's usually the harder part.
It's the harder part for sure. And if they're, it's easier when they're a slow rider, but when someone who's just a little bit quicker, just that fraction slower than you, can really be quite difficult because you need to make the move clean, ideally.
Big move going through the S's at the moment. Looking to go around the outside. Not an easy thing to do, but that one got, I think it was David Dick, was it? May have been. Anyway.
We've got Sam Delaney about to come around to take the checkered flag. Just looking back to second place. Still Harley Phipps says looks like he's going to hold out for second.
Only just though.
There's a chance, but he's a little bit wide there, and he's lost the drive there. So yeah, it's going to be Harley Phipps for second place.
Yeah, another nice ride from Harley. He's been coming along gradually over the years, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's another one that's come through the juniors, progressed into the bigger bikes. So that's what the junior category is all about.
David Burden picking up 4th place. We've got Ben Ford and David Dick. Jared Tacey, Gary Edwards, Anthony Reid. Looking back for Tony Oliver on the VFR 400. He's had a bit of a lonely tour back there.
Yeah, there's 5 of the riders in that position from position 4 through the 9th that have done their best lap on the last lap. So they're certainly pushing to try to get that rider ahead of them. So we're on the last slot of races here, Chris. Correct? Before we get to Super Bowl.
Yes.
So looking forward to the end of the day when we get the Super Bowl session. So just getting looks like we're going to get a visit from Mike Jones in the commentary box.
You might want to have a talk to Mike, Rod.
Yeah, we can talk. Do you want to have a chat, Mike? Yeah, Mike Jones.
I think he's sick of talking to me, and I'm sick of talking to him.
All right, so welcome, very special guest to Basketball Raceway in the commentary box, Mike Jones, three-time Australian Superbike champion. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Rod. Yeah, fantastic to be down here, and obviously with COVID, missed the last couple of years, but yeah, great to get back, and the weather's fantastic. So
yeah, you brought the weather with you.
Yeah, turned it on. It's unreal. So yeah, and as you said, like three-time Aussie Superbike champ, managed to wrap that up there last weekend at the Bend in Adelaide, our final round of the championship. So that was
fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely.
Anyone who hasn't seen the race, go to YouTube, and Mike proudly stood up Jack Miller, a MotoGP rider, in the last race. Great to see. So Mike, well, Chris and I were talking before. I think this is your fifth time to this event?
Yeah, I think it is my fifth time here. So I may have won it once. I think it was maybe the first year, and I was teamed up with Robbie Bugden.
On my bike.
And we were on your bike.
You
yeah,
were.
so that was
2015.
that was pretty good. But since then, I've been unable to get the win again. So yeah, ridden a few different bikes over the time. I think I was on Bob Sellers' Ducati. Was that a 996 or a 998? I think.
Bit of a hybrid, actually.
Yeah. So that was I rode it solo that year, and famously ran out of fuel of
2 laps to go. I remember.
The end.
Yeah.
So that wasn't much fun, but and then I've done it with Jason Wiley on the Ducati V4R, and we had a pretty good year then. But now this year come to ride with Jezza Huddleston on the Yamaha R1M. So
yeah.
So far things are really good. I feel great on the bike, and yeah, getting my eye in around the circuit, and everything feels really nice. So.
Yeah. So last 2019 was the last time we saw you here, and certainly the conditions this weekend look like they're far more favourable than last time. So
yeah, absolutely. We had a fair bit of rain there last time around. So yeah. Definitely looks nice for tomorrow.
It does. One thing I need to. I'm looking at my old race bike that you rode here with Robbie Bugden. Your signature still is emblazoned on my fuel tank. It says Mike Jones, Aussie #1. So I think you'll have to revisit the bike and put #3 on it now. Because it's a little bit out of date. But yeah, look, Mike, it's wonderful that you can find the time to come down here and spread the word. I'm talking to you in the past. It's such a great event. It's a great racetrack. What are your thoughts about trying to get some more? How do you think about more mainland riders coming down and supporting the event?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic event. I obviously really enjoy being here. And the circuit's great. The people here are fantastic. And the 2-hour race, it's a tricky one. It's just a little bit too long to be sort of a sprint race, but not long enough to be a full endurance style event. So yeah, it throws in a mix of things. But yeah, I'd hope that we got a few of the mainlanders come down and we get to tee up with some of the local riders here. But yeah, it would be great to be able to see some of the mainlanders come across and bring their bikes and have a crack here. It would be awesome.
Absolutely. We'll touch more on that in a little minute. We'll just get this next race underway. We've got the pre-modern open bikes and something else. I can't quite read that, but your eyes are probably better than mine. But we're in the starters' hands and we're away. So a clean start from Stuart Bugg. And Don Webb moving into second. Yeah, so with the 2-hour, Mike, one thing about the race, as we know, it's neither here nor there. It's not a sprint race, but it's not a full-on endurance race. So there's so many variables, and that's what I think we love about this event. It's having that 2-hour time slot, tyre, fuel, 600 versus 1,000, all these things come into play. So, do you think a 1,000cc bike has that advantage, or 600s are just as capable?
Well, I think the thing about the 1,000 is, yeah, it's faster and you can probably produce a little bit faster lap time, but it obviously consumes a lot more fuel. So trying to do it you can't really do it on one fuel stop, and that's the issue. So that's where it makes it exciting, because you really sort of have to look to make 2 fuel stops. Whereas I think with the 600, yeah, they're a little bit slower, but you can get away with maybe 1 fuel stop. So
definitely.
it's a little bit funny there. That's what makes the race so exciting. So
yeah, absolutely.
And then of course, doesn't look like will be the case tomorrow, but weather factors and incidents throughout the race with the red flags and whatnot. So yeah, it's all just so many variables. It makes it quite tricky, but that's what makes it exciting and such a spectacle.
Now, as a three-time Australian Superbike champion, and you've raced also MotoGP Wildcard twice. I've actually witnessed one of them in 2016. I was there. But, how do you find racing at Baskerville? It's a tight circuit on a superbike. What's it like to, fatigue-wise, and what's it like compared to other circuits?
Yeah, look, I think it's actually quite a handful. You've got a lot of horsepower there. Like I said, it is quite a tight circuit, and so trying to manage that is quite difficult. So we've actually spent a bit of time today just taking a little bit of power out of the bike, winding up the traction control, winding up the relay control, just to try and make it easier for me as a rider to be able to maintain a consistent lap time over a long period. So you're not so much setting the bike to go for one outright fast lap time, but just making the bike nice and easy to ride over a period. So
that sounds like the right strategy, because, as we said, it's that 2-hour race. It's got all those variables thrown in there. So I'm not going to ask you about your strategies for tomorrow. I'm sure there's been discussions with your teammate Jeremy Huddleston, but obviously you're the faster rider, so getting you on the bike is going to be the benefit to the overall result. But how much can we're not going to know that strategy just yet. I'm not going to ask you, but and we're looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
Yeah. No, look, for tomorrow, like you said, obviously, I've gelled well with the bike here today, so the speed's there, and obviously we're trying to utilise that during the race to try and, maybe look to take that as an advantage for us. But Jez is also really consistent, and he's quite strong as well. So I think that, as a team on the bike, we're looking pretty strong for the race. So, but as you said, it's just you just never really know how it's going to pan out exactly. So we'll wait and see how it goes. But look, I'm really excited and looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. But before that, we got Superpole this afternoon, and that's one flying lap. So my heart rate's already racing. I'm already nervous for it. So it's going to be exciting.
It's a funny thing, It's realistically, the race tomorrow, the Superpole that we're having this afternoon, it really doesn't mean too much for a 2-hour race, but it's a spectacle for the crowd, and it's something that we've done since the inception of the event. Everybody looks forward to seeing that one motorcycle on track. You can hear the engines up and down. You can hear if the tyres spinning. You don't hear that when there's multiple bikes on circuit. How do you take Superpole into account? Like it's, is it that important, or is it bragging rights? What's going to be the attack today?
It's more of just a bragging rights, I think. Like you said, for an endurance style race, obviously it's nice to start towards the front of the field and try and get away cleanly, but regardless of whether you're sort of, first to fifth or whatever, that's it's sort of really irrelevant, because the race is so long, and there's, like I said, we've talked before, there's so many variables that can change it up. But ultimately, it's bragging rights, and we're sort of knocking on the door of the lap record at the moment. So I'd like to have a bit of a go this afternoon and see if in one single flying lap we can do something special. But like I said, the bike feels good, so we'll see. But at the same time, trying to put together one lap on its own is actually really quite difficult.
Very difficult, yes. Having participated in, I think, myself before, it's not an easy thing. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, and you don't have that 3 or 4 or 5 laps to warm up, and just, even though you're fresh, or you've been doing it all day, but you still need a couple of laps to get that speed up. So you're sort of out of the pit, head down, and you're straight into it. And one thing I would touch on with that Le Mans start, it is sometimes can be a little bit freaky. Getting towards the front of the grid does have advantages if people get bad starts and run a bit wide when they're doing that Le Mans start. So
yeah, definitely. The Le Mans starts, it's an exciting start and a bit of a spectacle for people to watch, but for sure it's unusual. So it's nobody's used to doing that style of start, so it does throw up some challenges, and you never know what will happen there at the start. You got to watch. Guys are go outside of the track, inside of the track, and people are leaving at different times. So for sure, definitely being towards the front of the field will make things a little bit easier.
Yeah, look, it'd be wonderful, Mike. You've got the credentials, been doing it for a long time now. So was 2015 your first year in Superbike? So debuted with the season win. So what about a Suzuka 8-hour event? Is it something that you've tried to get into, or something that's available to do as a contracted rider?
Look, I haven't had a go at trying to get involved in the Suzuka 8-hour, but a few people have mentioned to me we got the race finished.
Yeah, the race finished. Sorry, we're having So Stuart Bugg does take the win from Don Fenton. Looks like Martin Long coming through in third. Joseph Browning in third. He must have got Martin on the line. Great result from Joseph. So. And looks like Martin Long, Matty Coward in fifth, Dale Madden in sixth, and Jeremy Archer. Yeah, so the just getting back, I know we haven't got a lot of time, so yeah, is it something that is on the bucket list, something like the Suzuka 8 Hour or maybe a Le Mans 24-hour race, something a bit different?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like all my racing career, I've really focused on short sprint races. But certainly the idea of doing something like Suzuka would be appealing because it's such a it's a massive event. You know what I mean? It's the atmosphere. It's not just the race itself. So
Yep.
it'd be something that I'd like to be a part of and experience for sure. And I think that riding with Yamaha, there's a possibility there to do it.
Be great to see.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what pans out in the future, but I'll work towards it for sure.
Yeah, okay. Look, I'm not sure what we're going to ask you next, Mike, but I'm sure you need to get ready for Super Pole. It's going to be coming up in the next... Oh, okay. Chris Price has a great question. What does it feel like to pip Jack Miller for pole position?
I guess, I mean, qualifying pole position at last weekend at the Bend, our final round of the ASBK was sensational, regardless of who was there, I suppose. But you know, it makes the event more exciting. We had, you know, having Jack there. You know, it's just exciting to have a GP rider come along and compete. So, you know, he was actually super competitive. Considering there's a lot of things to take into consideration for him. You know, is the type of bike that he was riding. It's much more sort of standard style of bike,
Yep.
and he hasn't, you know, done a lot of laps. Did no testing leading up to the weekend. So
Yep.
taking all that into consideration, you know, he's done a fantastic job. But of course, on the day, in the moment, for that qualifying session, it was
Yeah,
very sweet to come
absolutely.
away with pole.
And with the rules around MotoGP, you know, riders aren't allowed to use the full ASBK or World Superbike spec machinery with the traction systems and whatever. So essentially a standard electronics package. You know,
Pretty
so
incredible.
the
Yeah.
bike would be a good 10 horsepower or more down on an ASB spec bike. So yeah, it was a great result for Jack. And also riding on tyres he's not familiar with as well. So, you know, there's a lot of variables to get over. So
Yeah, for sure. And I think that just goes to show the level of a world class rider like that. You know, they're able to come and adapt so well to all those variables and still be quite competitive in the end. So you can certainly see that the guys that end up on the progression towards, you know, world championship level racing, just how much they learn and how refined their skill set is.
look, not to be outdone yourself, you were thrown in the deep end in 2016 with a phone call at Phillip Island early in the morning. So, you know, on a plane at 4 a.m. and landed at Matigi and basically walked in and they said, these are the buttons you don't push and this is what you do. So, you know, tell everybody, what was that like to jump on a MotoGP bike back then?
It was a sensational experience, but obviously mind-boggling at the same time. You know, going from a superbike to a MotoGP bike, everything was completely different. Like I might have a Yamaha badge on it, or sorry, at the time I was riding Ducati, so I might have the same badge on the brand name on the bike, but it is a complete prototype motorcycle. So the chassis is very stiff and rigid, and same with the tires. They because they have to cope with so much force and so much punishment from the bike. So getting a feeling with the tire was quite difficult. And then of course from a power point of view, just enormous amounts of power.
Ballistic.
And so much electronics on the bike to try and control that power and make it actually rideable. So their systems are so sophisticated that you know, you're tuning the bike for each individual corner and each individual section of the track. So
absolutely.
it was not just riding the motorcycle that was a great experience. Also just being involved at that level with the team, seeing how they operate. Obviously a very professional outfit, the most professional that we have in the world. So to be a part of that and learn from it was really great.
Tell me, starting off the grid on a MotoGP bike, completely different to a superbike.
Absolutely, like they have a sophisticated level of launch control. So it actually was more easy than you would think. But yeah, different style. Like you can basically hold the throttle to the stop, full throttle. The electronics take care of how much power it's giving the bike, and you really just have to try and control the clutch. But obviously, with that amount of power on the bike, you have to be careful with the clutch and nice and smooth and gentle. So trying to get that feeling, it's just a feeling sort of thing that you're chasing, and that's quite difficult to get in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, I remember when Cam Donald years ago jumped on that Suzuki at the Isle of Man. I think at the time Loris Capirossi was penned to ride it, and he did like a slow lap and said, "There's no way I'm doing this." And Cam put up his hand and said, "I'll do it." But I remember him saying, you know, on a super bike, you know, you'd be about 7,000 RPM and you'd get off the clutch and away you go. But on that thing, he said he put it at 18,000, dumped the clutch, and it just went.
Absolutely,
So electronics took over.
Completely different kettle of fish, those bikes, that's for sure. And I think that's why the riders' skill sets are so refined, because they, you know, those bikes just require a different level to be able to get the most out of them.
Absolutely. Well, Mike, I'm sure you want to get ready for Super Pole. So, look, thank you very much for coming up to visit us in the commentary box, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow and for Super Pole this afternoon.
Thanks very much. It's really great to be here, and look forward to seeing everybody around tomorrow. So thanks very much.
No worries. Thank you, Mike. We'll just take a short... No, the sidecars are out. Sorry, guys. We've been so caught up in discussion. Chris is back, having a drinks break. See you, mate. Alrighty, we got the sidecars up. Now, Chris, no doubt, had some interesting insights into what it's like to pilot a sidecar. In the starter's hands, and we're away.
Yes, and as expected, Daryl Rayner off to a flyer to get run into turn one, but not far behind. Fred Warren, who's consistently improving throughout the weekend as he becomes more familiar with the bike.
Looks like Rob spun it up there.
Did a bit look like that.
It looked like it really lit up that back tyre because it just went from halfway through the corner. It looked like it was going to spin it all the way around. So definitely no shortage of horsepower.
No, well, it is a leader bike. It was interesting to get an insight there from Daryl before, who's on the lead bike, just telling us the difference between the Formula 1 and Formula 2 at ASBK level. And
okay, I missed all that because I was unfortunately busy with other things, but I didn't know there was actually a Formula 1 and a Formula 2 in sidecars.
Yeah, he was saying that the Formula 2 are the 600s and they're the short bikes. Formula 1 are short or long with the 1000cc engines.
Okay.
But in a nutshell, that's it. But look, it was so good to get an insight from somebody running ASBK level, as Daryl and Catherine are there on bike 16. Just to know what it's like to actually run at the top level in this class. But look, honestly, Rod, how lucky are we today to have had the guest in the commentary box that we've had?
Oh, fantastic! And how lucky have we been with the weather so far? It's been great, and we haven't copped a lot of wind this afternoon, so conditions are fantastic for racing.
We certainly hope it holds in there, but I'm just honestly just so what's the word? Well, certainly appreciative, but the opportunity to get such a valuable insight into what goes on at the top level of the sport from these guys. It's fantastic that they are willing to share all that with us and spend the time here with us. So,
yes, there's a lot goes on with the teams. You obviously at a professional level, there's a huge amount of development and research and testing, and a large amount of people involved in the background to make sure all the electronics and everything are working, and suspension and chassis and brakes, engines. It's all the people involved are at the top of their field. So not only a lot of man hours, a lot of expenses put into it as well.
Yeah, that's what I guess where I'm getting at with this is just watching your regular television broadcast. You don't get the insight that you do by talking directly to these guys, and even on commercial television, they often don't have the time to share their personal experience at the level that Jed and Daryl and Mike have. So I think it's fantastic that we're able to do that here at the 2 Hour.
Yeah, for sure. It's great that we can pass that information on to everybody, and the riders are available to do it. It's fantastic. This little 600 here, Chris, does look exceptionally fast around the sweeper.
What I found interesting is Daryl didn't think that a leader bike around here is that much of an advantage, because he's saying that the shorter bikes get through the corners so well on the 600. So he's saying they're really nimble through here, and the longer bikes won't have that advantage, even though they've got straight line speed. So he's saying that the 600 is certainly not at a disadvantage on a circuit like this, even though you think driving up the hill there, the torque would make a big difference.
Be interesting to look at our 2011 Tasmanian Historic Championships we had here and what the Bayliss entry was doing.
I was wondering that before. I don't know how we quickly access that, but it would be very curious to see what sort of times they're doing.
I would imagine it'd be on the database of CompuTime, I'd imagine, or NatSoft. NatSoft would be. But yeah, it was a fair while ago now.
Well, Darryl getting around at the moment in 65s, as he was doing earlier. He didn't think minutes were likely. He was saying more like 63s if this was going to be an ASPK round and he had to really commit. But at the same time, as we know, you don't really know what's going to happen until you're surrounded by other fast riders.
And you get dragged along
and you get dragged along.
I'll say dragged along in the fun because that's what it's. The races are over before you know it when you're dicing with 4 or 5 others.
Exactly right. But yeah, it's just so good to see what these outfits are capable of, and to see one at the highest level going around like this. You imagine a full field of them here at Baskerville, and that's what we're aiming to achieve. Getting more of them coming down, and you heard it from Darryl firsthand. He's ready. He and Catherine to go back and tell everyone what a great event this is, and try and talk more of the sidecar community into coming down and be part of this event.
Yeah, it'd be wonderful to see. I'm not sure what a full grid is for sidecars, but if we had, 15 plus, it'd be pretty busy on track for sure.
Yeah, well, we haven't really considered that. What is a full grid here at Baskerville? Let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
For now, let's just say let's keep building it.
Yeah, for sure.
Lindsay Seabrook just crossing the line. Picking up the last lap board now is Darryl Rayner and Catherine Morn.
I reckon that turn 1 would be fun on that.
Look, I have no doubt at all that they've been an absolute blast.
Maybe we could have a ride in reds. You can sweet talk him, Chris.
Well, maybe Harley would be up for sitting one out, and you could just swing for him.
No, I'd rather you. I think I'd be scared if with a seasoned driver. I think it'd be scary. I don't know.
Well, I've got to say, it's not on my bucket list at the moment. Last lap board now for Rob Warren. Backed off the pace a bit. He did a 110 earlier. So, not sure if they're fatiguing or there's a bit of an incident there or an issue they're dealing with. Main thing is that he's getting more valuable laps in on this bike that he, until now, really has had no experience with. And this is all just building for the future. Because what as we keep saying, what we're looking for is a big field of competitive sidecars, and we know firsthand that they're spectacular to watch. So checkered flag time for Darryl Rayner and Kath Warren.
Looks like we've got one actual sprint race to go. Is that right? And then we've got the Super Pole?
That'd be right. Always, I don't know about you, Rod, but always starts the butterflies when I think about Super Pole, even as a commentator rather than a competitor.
We might have to open a window or two just for Super Pole here, so we get that extra atmosphere coming in.
Oh, I thought you were meaning you're getting nerves.
Well, a little bit, yeah. No, it's a great spectacle, Super Pole. Love it. We must have the Lights GP Lights production race to come.
Yeah, we're travelling for time, so
just
5 to 4.
So we're not going too badly. We've made up a bit of time, I guess, from a bit of a delay to get going today.
So just in between this and the next, it's got get a very quick break. Obviously something I need to attend to, and be right back.
All right. We've got the Lights GP, Lights Production group out for their final race of the day. And I'm just seeing if Taran Ocean's made it back out. Doesn't appear to be, so whatever damage has happened to that bike must be still undergoing repairs.
Yeah, just hoping that Taran's okay. He appeared to be, but I did see him getting checked out by the ambulance crew. But that is
that's a procedure, part of the course.
So if Taran can hear us, it'd be great to know, Taran. We're all interested in making sure you're okay.
So I don't think we'll see a change at the front here. Liam Waters has been the rider to beat. But certainly position 2 or position 3, 4, 5 has been hotly contested. We'll see probably Reece Tan move ahead on the GP spec bike into second, but we've seen some great contests in the other races today between the some of the GP and the production-based bikes.
I was talking to Mark de Jong on the Orange Bike 14 before, and he was just saying that he felt he had the bike balance wrong, a bit of weight change. He said that the front previously had felt quite sketchy, so taking a bit of weight off the front, I think he said, seems to have balanced it out more, and he's feeling really good, and he said the best time he has in quite some time. So,
all right, well, we're in the starter's hands. We're looking for the red light on the tower, and we're away. And once again, the 4-stroke production-based bikes, they get away very, very well off the line.
Yeah, so too Liam Waters, though. He'll head the field again. No surprise, I guess, but Dane Griggs, he's, as you say, got a flyer on the Lights production bike, the KTM RC390, so he's in second place.
Looks like Brody Curtis, I think.
It'd be great to see Brody tag onto Dane here. I think that's what his intention is, and see if he can get past Dane.
Well, he's been stronger in the previous races, so I'm sure we'll see him get on the curtails of Dane and probably make a pass on him. Sorry.
Good start again from Mark de Jong. So he's obviously feeling very confident down the outside of, I think that's Aaron Wade, is it? That's a big move into Calvin's. And he's got it done too.
He's got it done, yeah,
clearly a lot more confidence in that front end. So whatever he's done.
Looks like Aaron's got a little bit more straight line speed. And Mark's saying, I'm not having any of it on the brakes. Thank you.
He's having a huge ride. Absolutely fantastic. No, he's feeling great. So just goes to show that little changes on these bikes can make a big difference.
Aaron Wade looking up the inside into turn 1, but not quite able to pull it off that time round. Looks like he's going to have a go into turn 2. He's all over Mark here.
Excellent racing. Brody not far behind Dane Griggs, so two intense battles at the moment. Not forgetting Liam Waters, who's already bolting out there at the front.
I'm just looking for Reece Tan, who has finished.
Is he on track?
He finished second in the previous couple of races.
I don't know. Well, he's not appearing in our timing screens, or at least having registered a time, so that's a bit of a shame. It's always great to see Reece out there.
And looks like, no, we can't see him out there, so she's on the production battle here for outright second place.
Oh, look at Brody Curtis all over the back wheel of Dane Griggs now, and then same too, Aaron Wade on the back of Mark de Jong. So she's on here.
And Aaron Wade there, he's got a bit more speed around the chute there, but he's going to have to pull a bit of a late braking manoeuvre here, but he's looking up the inside of Mark de Jong there.
Mark's not getting any of it.
And that's typical of Mark. Mark never gives an inch on the racetrack, so anyone that's ever diced with Mark will know that.
There'll be,
he had none of it. He said, "You're not coming through there, sunshine."
Lots of banter and laughs after this race between the two of them. Wade, looking for a run up the inside into Suckers. There's no room there.
It looks like moving a little bit ahead on track. Brody Curtis is all over the back of Dane Griggs here, so it's going to be a battle of the brakes here. Liam Waters, of course, leading the race comfortably, just at the end of the straight now, on his way around the sweeper. And here goes Brody Curtis drafting Dane Griggs and comfortably taking him on the brakes. And also Aaron Wade has done the same to Mark de Jong. So a good run onto Calvin's for Aaron Wade, and he's carried that speed through to move into fourth place. And Wade, I'm sure, Chris, he's eyeing off second place here.
He certainly is.
Oh, we've had, looks like...
Oh, that's Liam Waters, is it?
Looks like Liam Waters has gone down at the start, so into turn 2. He looks like probably had a front end lose there. We've missed that. So now it's going to be Brodie Curtis leading the race.
You just never know, do you? Had a comfortable lead, but look, at the same time, that's a quality rider. He out there setting his own pace, not just riding for the race win.
And Aaron Wade now, he can sniff a victory. He's piling the pressure on Dane Griggs. He's all over the back of him. He'll have the faster bike down the straight here. And easily goes past the KTM 390 in a straight line. And there's plenty of time for him to take this race win. So not to outdo Brodie Curtis. Brodie's been riding very, very well in the corners. It's very, very fast. So it's going to come down to a straight line drag, I would say, Chris.
And what part's Mark Young still going to play in this? It could be a four-way battle here very shortly.
Yeah, Aaron Wade looking very strong through turn 1 into 2. He's just showing the extra agility of the GP bike over the production bike there. A bit more corner speed and easier to stop and turn and get the bike online. Look at the power up the hill. The GP bike also clearly got a lot more horsepower and absolutely no trouble there to go up the inside and go into the race lead here with half a lap to go.
Well, he's going to be delighted with this if he can pull off a race win.
Is it half a lap to go? Actually, I might be ahead of myself.
I think last lap board's been prepared.
Okay.
So on their timing screen, it shows 2 laps to go. So
Rightio.
I think that'll be correct. But Brodie Curtis has not given this away. He's still on the back wheel of Aaron Wade.
And Mark de Jong there, he's very hard on the picks there, up behind Dane Griggs there. Looked like actually the back wheel was coming up with Mark, so he's definitely trying hard.
Last lap board out now. So has Brodie Curtis got anything up his sleeve? It's going to be challenging because the extra speed of the GP bike of Aaron Wade's. But look, Mark de Jong up the inside of Dane Griggs.
He set him up there, which is that's a Mark move. He's definitely done that in the past. And I guess that yellow flag's been taken in, so just looking for that, whether Mark made an illegal pass there.
I don't think so. I can see Liam Waters parked safely behind the tyre wall, so
okay.
I think the yellow flag had come in.
I can still see the yellow flag in the flag marshal's arm there, Chris.
Brodie Curtis all over the back of Aaron Wade. He's going to be trying to wring everything out of this.
It's going to be a hard one because he just doesn't have that straight line speed, but he's got a lot of ability, so...
He hasn't given it away at all.
No, that's late on the... Look at that on the brakes. That's fantastic for a production bike. He's going to have a run around the outside here.
Can he get down the inside? He's looking for it. No, Wade, he closes the door. So awesome ride from all these guys. Mark de Jong actually gets the better of Dane Griggs.
Comes through for third. That was an eventful little race.
Yes, things light up when the leader drops out.
It's a shame to see Liam Waters crash out there.
Absolutely. Nice ride from Garth Newton there as well.
As we know, with any form of motorcycle, any form of racing, it's not always over till the lady sings at the end there. And here we are thinking it's a walk in the park for Liam Waters for the victory. And unfortunately has gone down at turn 2.
Nick Cargo there, just getting the better of Simon Price. Simon doing a lot of riding today, swapping between a pre-modern R1.
Now, we're seeing a 10-second penalty there for Brodie Curtis coming up on our timing screen.
No.
So I don't know exactly what's happened there, but that's going to shuffle him down the grid a reasonable distance.
Oh, I can only assume it was a jump start. I didn't see anything on track.
But, I certainly didn't see one, but yeah, I'm not sure. It's the only thing I can think of, unless there was a pass under yellow or something like that. But you know, that's a shame.
Well, that was some great racing there, Rod. Well done to all the guys.
Yeah, so that'll if that penalty is correct, that'll be Aaron Wade taking the win. That'll be Mark de Jong into second, Dane Griggs for third. Well, Chris, that brings us to start getting excited about what we're about to see. Looks like there's a little bit of breeze come up, which is not going to certainly help Super Pole, but it's not too windy, but there's definitely some movement of the flags as we look around, and some of the marquees have got a bit of wind blowing through them. Yeah,
it's always a bit hard to judge from the commentary box. Obviously, we don't feel the wind in here, but we look at the flags, and you're right, there's a bit of breeze. It's hard to think that it's too much or enough to cause any problems. And the main problem you get, particularly with the superbikes, is where they lift the front wheel over the hump, they can be blown sideways.
Yes, they certainly can. It's something that we've experienced ourselves back in our racing days. So you're coming over that hump there in fourth gear, or in some maybe even fifth, but fourth gear certainly for mine. And the front wheel doesn't want to stay down, and when that wind's strong and coming across the circuit like it traditionally does, can blow you offline very quickly. And you can't come down and get a bit of a tank slapper going, which isn't fun.
No, not at the speeds these guys are travelling. And of course, the other place it can affect you is right up the top of the hill there. As the bikes are tipping into the corner, the wind can come through and get under the fairing and take some weight off the front tyre, and that's not a very nice feeling either.
No, it's you come up the hill there and you sort of get a bit of protection there, and right at the top you can get the wind gusting across the circuit. It tends to push you wide, so not a great experience to have happen to you.
So quick bike recovery. Liam Waters there at the bottom of the S's. We didn't see that happen. I'm assuming he just lost the front. He certainly looks to be absolutely okay, and that's the most typical type of crash there.
We'll take a quick drinks break, and we'll come back to cover the Super Pole.
All right, so here we are, arrived at the business end of the day. Super Pole, and as Rod was saying, there's nothing at all like watching one exceptionally fast rider and exceptionally fast bike on the track at one time. You hear every little thing, and you tend to hold your breath all the way around, and you feel like you're riding the bike with them. So the format is they will leave pit lane where Jesse Woods is right now. He'll get the first lap in that he's on at the moment, which is effectively his sighting lap. And first time over the start-finish line will be the beginning of his flying lap. So Jesse obviously running the Yamaha R6, running in they're actually double entered in the 600 class and the Superbike class. So it's an outstanding achievement already to have been in the top 5 outright on the 600. Certainly one of the strong teams for tomorrow, both 600 and outright win, I believe. Jesse very experienced. Not so much in 600s. He's first year in that. But here he goes, ready to start his flying lap. Already a nice, fast, smooth line over the start-finish line. As I say, Jesse, a very experienced racer. Always had a lot of respect for Jesse. He takes his racing very seriously and has raced at ASBK level as well. So nice, clean lines already from Jesse. Exactly what you'd expect from him. Very analytical rider. And he's got that Yamaha R6 absolutely on track at the moment. Beautiful, smooth drive up the hill. Exactly what you want from these 600s. I don't want to be spinning up too much. Critical, nice, smooth run over the top of Suckers, down into Calvin's now, trying to get everything on out of that back tyre to give you a good run down the back straight. Tucked in hard under the fairing, exactly what you want to see. Beautiful lap so far from Jesse. Nice and smooth under brakes. Loading the front tyre really hard through there and then back on the gas and drive as hard as you can for the fast run through the chute over the start-finish line. So what are we going to see? A 57.11 from Jesse Woods. Let me say, it is not easy to put one lap together. You don't get a chance to build up to it, even though the guys have been on track. It takes a lot of concentration to go out and put one lap together without making a mistake and make it a fast lap. So next rider out, Matthew Long, another 600cc machine. He's teamed with Marcus Delaney. Matthew Long will be the man who will lay down the time. He's just coming around into pit lane right now. 57.11, the time to beat so far. I've got to say, Matthew has been super impressive so far today. I would not be at all surprised to see him lower that time that Jesse Woods just posted. And over to Rod. Your turn, Rod.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Matthew Long earlier today, he's been in the 55s. So I'm no doubt he'll be looking to, I'd say be looking for a low 55 here. But Chris, you did touch on how difficult it is to come out and just do one sighting lap, get yourself up to speed and then go for it. Very easy to make a mistake, because you're not having 3 or 4 laps under your belt to really even though you've been racing all day, you just need those couple of laps just to get your eye in, up to speed, get the tyres fully warm. So one flying lap isn't really optimum for the tyres, even though you'll come off tyre warmers. But today is a fairly warm day, so track temperatures are certainly going to help with traction. And we touched on this earlier. The Super Pole, it's just fantastic hearing a motorcycle all by itself heading around the track, just pulling the RPMs, and you can hear where the tyre spins and where they're braking and where they're turning in. So you get all that coming through, the sound effects and all around the circuit. So he wants to be tight here. Matthew is very, very quick down through turn 2. Always carries a lot of corner speed there. And it's very, very crucial to get good exit off the bottom of the hill. It's a very, very important corner. It's very easy to lose time there. Once again, we've touched on going through Suckers, probably the hardest corner on the circuit to get right. and you could do 50 laps around here and get it right maybe twice, 3 times. It's even the top guys find it a difficult corner to nail. Down the back straight, sort of that R6 screaming. He'll probably pull about 15 or 16,000 RPM there, and he wants to keep it nice and tidy through the chute here. Here he comes around to the start finish. And he goes through with a 56.05, so that moves Matthew Long into provisional pole. Not quite, and once again, not quite where we've seen today, but, as we said, it's very difficult just to come out and do that one fast lap.
I guess at the same time, Rod, they're already in the top 5, and for an endurance race, you've got to question how much you want to lay on the line. If you're not going to take pole, which is the trophy,
yep,
and these guys are not going to edge out the superbikes in front of them, you've got to put down a fast lap and not a dangerous lap.
That's right.
And I think both guys have demonstrated that, so they've done exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, the Super Pole event that we put on with the 2-hour race meeting, it's all about something for the crowd, for you guys, and it's a great little spectacle to finish the day on the Saturday.
We actually saw a few years ago Matty Long and Super Pole just lose the front there at the end of the back straight, and I think he's probably learned from that. It's not worth throwing everything at it. Having said which, Jed Metra is somebody who does throw everything at it. He's out on track now. They're trying to pull a wheelie, so that wasn't off to a good start. It didn't work, but look, that's what's coming up is a very difficult thing for Jed. He's only just jumped onto this bike today for the first time. It's not what he's familiar with. It's as we said previously, it's got a road shift pattern. It hasn't got the race pattern. But you heard an insight into Jed Metra's world earlier today. He's running his own team in ASBK. He's running competitively himself in ASBK. An immensely qualified rider, and you're going to see something pretty special here from Jed, I've no doubt. He almost holds a lap record. He's done a flat 53 himself, only a tenth or so of a second slower than his teammate, Brett Simmons. So he's very capable of setting a very fast lap here, and we're about to find out what that is. So Jed getting the ZX10 fired up, ready for his run over the start-finish line to start his flying lap. Here, look how squirrely it is there into turn 1, but gets it through nicely. It just goes to show the quality of these riders.
Yeah, he's definitely pushing there, Chris. I know we're gonna do this separately, but I've got to add there. Yeah, he certainly was on the money coming into turn 1.
And that's what these riders are paid to do. It's day in, day out. It's bread and butter for them. They don't go out and just roll around. They ride these bikes to the limit, and that's just what's so exciting to watch. So nice to see a good run through Suckers there now into Calvin's. It's so critical to get a fast run through here because it sets you up for the back straight. So he's out of Calvin's nicely. Listen to that big 1,000 roar down the back straight. Hard there under brakes, keeping it on a nice line, but you can see how hard he's working. Now you probably hear it spinning up there through the chute. What's it going to be? A 54.06.
That's a great time.
It's certainly a great time. Given that, as I said, it's a bike he's unfamiliar with. It just goes to show what we can look forward to tomorrow in the big one, the 2-hour.
Yeah, that's a very competitive time, considering it's pretty hot on track. A little bit of breeze as well, so conditions probably aren't as good as they were earlier today.
No, well, it's certainly put the pressure on the guys in front. As a single one-off lap, going under that is going to take a bit of effort.
He's having a bit of play coming down the back straight on the ZX10.
Ted Collins, the next man out on the Honda CBR 1000.
Or is it Jason Spencer?
I think it's... Oh, no, you're right. It is Spence. Well, it's his helmet at least.
Yeah, looks like Jason.
The current 600cc lap record holder here. So it's going to be great to see what Jason can do. See the sticker on the rear tyre, so putting a brand new one in for this, so it goes to show he's taking it seriously. You can see the sticker rolling around there on the back tyre.
Won't take long to be torn off up the hill.
One lap to get your focus, settle your nerves a little, and think about what you're going to do. It's not easy.
It's certainly not. And also a very fast Honda CBR 1000, this motorcycle. We've seen some good speeds here in previous races. So he's wicking it up a bit there, Chris, coming around the chute. But here we go, the flying lap's underway. And it's very important to keep it nice and clean through 1 into 2. There's a tight line as he turns down into the S's here.
But you've got to be economical through here, Rod. Just running a little bit wide, it takes you 2 or 3 corners to recover from it because it cascades or spins up a little bit there at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, it's up out of the seat there. So once again, probably not up to temperature. It's just so hard to get that one flying lap to get that tyre up to where you need it.
But demonstrates again, just he's not cruising around. He's putting everything into this.
And this bike has got plenty of horsepower down the back straight. Normally pretty adept at pulling the wheel up pretty effortlessly over the hump. And he's got a bit of movement there under brakes as he's entering the chute. And here he comes around the sweeper. Let's check the time. Okay, you haven't got a time come up, so there must be a transponder issue on that motorcycle.
I'm sure there'll be a manual time come up there shortly.
Okay. So riders should make sure when they cross that line that the transponder does actuate. We have seen this happen before in Superpole, so...
Yes, actually happened to Jed Metcher a few years ago.
Yeah, it certainly did. All right, well that leaves us with Mike Jones coming out on the Yamaha R1.
So we'll let you know what their time is as soon as it comes up. So question is there a new tyre fitted to the rear of the Yamaha R1 of Mike Jones? We're about to find out.
Yes.
Mike Jones' transponder is activated. He's on the timing screen. So there you go. Brand new rear tyre for Mike. So the time to beat. We don't know what Jason Spencer has posted yet, but we do know that we saw a flat 54 from Jed Metcher. So Mike Jones now on his sighting lap, getting a little bit of heat and confidence in that rear tyre.
Yes, we saw with Jason Spencer there, that one sighting lap's just not quite enough to get that optimal temperature in the tyre, so it's very, very punishing just to try to get that one fast lap.
So Jason Spencer, 54.15, the time has just come up.
Okay.
So just outside what Jed Metcher did, so flat 54 is the time to beat for Mike Jones, who's coming through the chute right now. Oh, tell you what, I'm committed. It's running wide.
Oh,
he did run a bit wide, I think.
Got in a little hot there.
I'll tell you what, hold your breath. He's not messing around. Question is, did that cost him time, Rod?
I reckon so.
It did look a bit hot going in there. The back end was waving around in the wind.
We certainly know Mike's a very accomplished rider, so it's whether he can recover from that. But I reckon he would have lost a good few tenths there.
Yeah, I think he did have to gather it up, and I think he was out on the white line a little. So I think you're right, but we're about to find out. Again, it just goes to show how hard it is. So running through, entering the chute now, so we're about to find out. A 53.19.
Wow. Whew.
So just off the outright lap record. It is P1 for Mike Jones, and it makes you wonder what it would have been if he hadn't just run that little bit wide in P1.
Yeah,
sorry, turn one, I should say.
Turn one, there would have been at least 2 or 3 tenths there. So that's well, it's still a very, very competitive time, but I'm sure Mike would be kicking himself. once he finds out how close he was.
Look, I think you're right, but let me also say what an exceptional time that was from Brett Simmons a few years ago, where he posted a
53.016 or something.
that was on his newer bike, but then he took Super Pole here a few years ago on his old Honda, and I think it was about a 53.4 or something.
Yep.
And here we have Mike, as the reigning Australian champion, come out on a fresh tyre and only go a couple of tenths quicker. So it really underpins the quality of that lap from Brett. So P1 for Mike Jones. He's got to be pretty happy, although he's also probably thinking, oh, I wish I hadn't done that, because I tell you what, from here it did look pretty loose into one.
Yeah, I think what caught him out, Chris, we did talk about that particular tyre that's gone in for Super Pole. It's got quite a lot more drive coming through the chute here, and I reckon that's caught him out. It's got him into turn one a little bit quicker.
Potentially, but
anyway, we'll find out, no doubt, in the debrief, and
that wraps up action for today. So I think there's a Super Pole presentation. I can see the barbecue. I can smell the barbecue. So please, everyone, come on down and enjoy a sausage, have a drink, and a fitting end to the day, Rod.
Yeah, it's been a great day. The weather gods have looked after us, and we've seen some wonderful racing. So looking forward to tomorrow with a packed day, and of course the feature races, concluding with the big race at 2 o'clock.
Can't wait for that. Thanks for your support and commentary today, Rod. Look forward to picking up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
No worries. We'll see you all then.